Cheers, cheers, cheers. And we go live, man, because we're not leaving anybody out. Tasha, oh my gosh, you're not modded up. I can't do it in StreamYard. I'll fix it later. Hello, Tasha. How you doing? Hopefully our Facebook stuff is fixed. I sent a new link to Pinky, so hopefully Pinky can come up. That's what we're looking for, right? Cheers, everybody. This is my email. Like I said, I kind of explained to her, so take note of it somewhere else. Whoops, my bad. Whoops, ain't no smoking around here. Take note because same reason I told her. Anyways, hopefully Pinky will come up. I shared that link. Cheers, everybody. Let's enjoy. Love to see you guys in. I have to give Pinky the first chance, actually, Tasha. I really do, because I tried to do a side by side with her. So in order to be like totally integrous about that, I have to. So she's got first shot because she also has to defend herself. Because like I said to her, I was just being straight up honest, even as soon as I saw her, very boldly, right? Because you might not want to like put somebody off when you first run into them, but I'm not. I'm just asking. Like I've been hearing, you know what I mean? I've been hearing, and let's deal with it. So, but for sure, Tasha. And I'm sorry I can't mod you from here, but we will.
It worked.
Did it work? You
It
sound
worked.
good. How do I sound?
You sound good.
Cool.
Am I too
Cool.
am I too loud? Sometimes I yell because I have, you know.
You're just a little bit too trebly. No, I'm just kidding. No, I yell too. No, no, you sound good. You're clear.
All right. So, Joe, I
Yeah.
seen you in chat and I recently subbed, so I've seen more of your face and more of who you are, but I don't know very much about you. I know you're
No.
married. I don't know if you have like children. I don't know what you
Six,
do.
six
Um,
kids.
6?
Well, yeah, but we also adopt in their fiancés.
Okay. They count.
You
That
gotta be like
counts. That does.
that.
That counts. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So, yeah.
Mm.
But no, I mean, I think I've probably been even on panel with you on Bond's channel in the past, I believe.
Okay.
Or
We
could it
didn't
have
really.
been, or could it have actually been Shannon's? I don't know.
Oh, it was probably more likely bonds, I
Okay.
would imagine.
I don't know
Well,
because
no, I don't know. I don't know.
I ran into Shannon on my birthday, which was April 12th, and she sang "Happy Birthday" to me, which was very nice. But I might have been somewhere between there and here on her panel with you,
Mhm.
or maybe it was in Bonn. But I've certainly. You like to drink wine. I've seen a thing or two, and we all like to talk to B-Rad, and.
Yeah, I drink prosecco. It's bubbly wine from Italy. It's like champagne, but it's Italian, and that's really what I've
Right.
kind of settled on in my old age. Some would call me an alcoholic. Um, I don't
Yeah.
really
Sure.
ascribe to that. I don't ascribe to that. I'm moving to Europe one day, and my European friends think that it's ridiculous that us
Sure. Sure.
Americans would say that my consumption equals
Of
alcoholism.
some
It's
vino
it's
at
entirely cultural. It's a construct. So
sure. Sure.
I
If you and I woke up in Europe tomorrow,
yeah.
and maybe we had some coffee and maybe a scone or something for breakfast, and
Mm.
then like 4 to 8 o'clock, you were slamming 3 bottles of wine, and I
3
drank
bottles of
seven,
wine?
and I drank 7 pints of ale. We'd be totally
No.
normal.
No, I don't.
But then,
I won't drink 3 bottles of wine in a
no,
night.
I wouldn't think. No, I wouldn't think so.
No, no. Um, but I think it's a construct, and I'm tired of this paradigm that Pinky has mental illness. Pinky can't take care of herself. Pinky is too reactive. Blah 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 blah.
You're
I'm ready
gainfully
to turn
employed,
over a
right? I
new
mean,
damn
you're
leaf.
gainfully employed, right?
Yeah,
What
I
do you mean
am
you can't
gainfully
take care of
employed.
yourself?
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't take care of yourself? That's ridiculous for any adult to say to somebody who's gainfully employed, which I do know. You know what I mean? From the little bit of that I do know, is that you got that right. I mean, like, how can they say you don't take care of yourself? That's just
I don't mind doxing myself. I work for the state of California. Um, I'm a
cool.
I'm a first line supervisor over analysts that collect hospital data in our state.
Oh
So
yes.
that's what we do. Yeah. So demographic data and diagnostic and procedural data. Every time you go to the ED or you're an
Hmm.
inpatient or you have a outpatient surgery in California, I get a record. So we have like 17 million records a year. And that's what I do.
But if you're tracking demographics, that means age, gender, sort of ethnicity, background, habits, everything, right?
Yeah.
Demographics.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a statistics situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's super cool. I love that.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
why? No
Why?
arguing that. No arguing that. You just
It's
lay
the
it out.
numbers, it's the numbers. The numbers bear stuff out. Yeah.
Yeah. My dad's a mathematician. He worked for Department of Defense. He's also, a couple of other things, but I love numbers. They're good. They don't make me comfortable like they make him comfortable because I know they're chaotic. But at the same time, it's really good when you're at work and you're just like, no, 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 I gave you the data and we're done. We're done.
Yeah.
Bonus,
Well, so
bonus.
the data, I would love to do what the other side of the house does. They get to analyze it. They get to dig in and go, okay, here's what's happening, and they put out what they call a data product, and people can look at a visual. They call it a viz. It's a viz. Check out our viz. On different healthcare statistics. But what we do specifically, I'm quality control.
Yeah.
We're production. The data comes in through our collection system, and we are the first line of that's bullshit. Try again. That's what we do, to make sure that the hospitals are like going by the rules. And we do a lot of customer service. We do a lot of outreach. We call up those hospitals and we go, why all of a sudden do you have 50% Pacific Islanders? For instance, if that looks wrong. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, because that was an island rash. That's why. That was that weekend. That's why.
It could be, it could be. I've heard
It
weirder
could be.
shit for
No, I'm
real.
sure that stuff comes like that. That you can see, right? Like
Yeah.
this. I mean, I can't just not look at this. The IRS says I owe you $2,222. I'm like, that's a bullshit fake number. So the only thing I know is you owe me more because there's no such number as 2222.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, it's not real. It's not real. They
No.
would say, "Oh my gosh, flagged for fraud." If the IRS saw me say I made 2222, they would immediately cut my shit off. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they claim. You know what I mean? So I only know it's more, so I'm real happy. Really.
Oh, I don't
I
want to do my damn
obviously didn't
taxes.
answer, but it can't be less than their erroneous number. You know what I mean? I didn't answer, but it can't be less.
No.
Right. And we got a new one coming. So keep working it. And I'm sorry, Frankie. I didn't sing because she's talking about serious stuff. And Tasha, look, see how you do have a wrench? That means you have two accounts. I didn't even know that. You know what I mean? So here I am in the corner here, you know? What do I
You
know?
to get you to sing a lovely song. I can't sing. No. I stopped singing in church when I was 14, Frankie. I'm sorry. I sounded like hell
Uh,
and I didn't
did you
want to like
sing
diss
what kind of
Jesus.
wait a minute, I don't know. Were you in what kind of church? Was it Protestant, Baptist, Catholic? What kind of
Protestant.
church?
It's Protestant.
Protestant. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Because I'm trying to think of what are the good like hits of the Protestant church. You know, every church has their different hits.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Oh my God.
our God is an awesome God. I think that's a Protestant one there. Or the youth pastors or whatever, you know, that's their style.
I don't know, if I had the Lutheran hymnal in front of me and they started, singing one of those old 400-year-old songs, I could probably, oh God, from our
Oh, so
redeeming
it was
love,
there you go.
na 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 na. Right, right. All
Well,
those
I mean,
400-year-old tunes. Yeah.
I get you, but you know, I'm not
Mhm.
from the Lutheran like the people where my mom came from, they're in a I think it's a Methodist church, you know, most of them.
Okay.
Um and the ones I know are like the Psalms ones, you know.
Well, we're the first Protestants. The Martin Luther was the first breakaway from the Catholic Church. So we're what they call Catholic light, pretty much, as far as
Yeah.
Protestants go. It's very restrictive. I was brought up not very okay. So I was brought up not very sex positive, for instance, like that. That was just for marriage. You
That
don't
wasn't
do that
Martin
outside
Luther.
of marriage.
Martin Luther when he tacked up those things, it
Yeah.
had no anti-sex. It
No, it
wasn't him.
didn't. It was a
That wasn't
construct,
him.
another construct. Probably my mother
He
and my
was, you know what,
grandmother.
those things that he put up, they basically said none of you humans are considered to be divine anymore. We're not going to deal with the Pope having wings. We're not going to deal with him having the phone calls to Jesus direct. That's basically what Martin Luther said. He said, "These are why, you know, we're not going to do this. None of you humans are now half divine or like Harry
The
Potter
95
anymore."
Theses, the 95 Theses, and
I
not
was
like
there. I
Rosanna
remember.
Dana said. Rosanna Dana. Remember, she's like, "Why would you put feces on the door?" No, feces, not faces.
Cosmic might know. Cosmic, do you know when it was nine cocks? It happened again, but it was nine cocks. Anyway, only Cosmic would know that. Don't worry about it, Pinky.
So yeah, we were German Lutherans. There's also Scandinavian Lutherans, and my mom always used to joke that German Lutherans were like lower class and we were in the back of the graveyard, which everybody would laugh at until I actually went to the graveyard last year. And my family
Yeah,
was in the very last plot in the very back. I had to keep driving and driving. And then I'm like, no, they're literally saying the Germans are in the back. There
yeah,
they are.
yeah. No, no, it's not. I mean, that's not. There's no way that that's funny, but I mean, it's understand. I
Oh,
mean,
I'm
it's
sorry.
they
No,
have, yeah, they have a way, you know.
I have a weird sense of humor. See, this is why people misunderstand me. I thought it was
It's
funny.
okay.
Yeah.
No, no, no. It because it's so wrong. I guess it is funny. You know, I get
Yeah.
that. I get that. It's just it's hurtful, even you know, because you're talking about yourself. You know.
Well, I don't know. I guess it's what they call it gallows humor, right? It's like, oh,
Hmm.
we're all gonna go someday. But I mean, it was
Yeah.
it was a tender moment when we went out there and I saw all my relatives. I saw my grandma, my grandpa, and all her brothers and sisters, and all his brothers and sisters. All, their last name is Google, not like the search engine is spelled differently.
Right.
So I went out there and I saw all of them, and it was I don't know, it was a beautiful, peaceful kind of scene.
Yeah,
It was a nice place to visit and reminisce with my cousins.
right.
But it was the very last plot, and I guess what my point of telling that story was is that I always thought it was a joke, but it wasn't. It,
Mm.
it, it was
No,
real.
no, no, it isn't. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
And I'm not like I don't miss the humor or even the humanity. I mean, like honestly, like since we're on a highway, right? We just live in a corner. Nobody knows we're here. So we live in an apartment complex in the corner. We have really shitty Wi-Fi and stuff over here in the corner. Over there, they got it. You know what I mean? And over there, they got it. And when people pull in here because we use our, low rent, whatever you call it, like Medicaid transportation, they pull in here and they're like, you guys got this little oasis in the corner. And I'm like, yeah, it's real peaceful around here. We're surrounded by this. Nobody knows we're here. There's only one other apartment complex and it's way on the other corner.
Hmm.
The rest of these people live in $500,000 homes. I'm not living in a $500,000 home. Like how many lifetimes am I going to live to pay for that?
So, are you on the first floor?
Second floor.
Second floor. Okay. Do you have like a balcony?
Yep. Yep.
Nice. Yeah.
Yep, I'm gonna grow two little kind of ornamental Dutch plants, some AK-47s, just to say hi to in the spring, just to hang out with. That's all. But it's legal here.
Yeah. I'm still smoking the Cro-Magnon from
Oh yeah.
last harvest. Yeah, it's holding steady. I still have several ounces left. I think it's gonna keep me going for many months. So the deal was, I bought a clone for $20 at the
Hmm.
dispensary. I was going to put it in the ground here in Sacramento, but I live in the county, not the city, by about 3 blocks. The rules are
Okay.
different. In the county,
Yeah.
you must have it in a container. In the city, you can put it in the ground. So I started to
Okay.
put it in a container and it wasn't doing well. And so I called my ex husband, Tom, who lives in the city. I said, "This plant isn't doing well. Do you want to put it in your garden?" Because his pot always turns out bomb. He gets like 8-foot plants in his garden because he
Man,
uses
that's why you
compost.
still
He has
call an
raised
X, right?
beds.
You still call an X because they got like real Gaia over there, and you're like,
Well, because he's a good friend. So even though we're not married, we
yeah,
got
he's a
divorced
nice
10 years
guy. We're
ago
still
on,
amiable. We're
yeah.
still good, and also he grows like really dank bud, and that's pretty cool
Oh,
too.
there's more. He's got a lot of talents, actually. That's why I married him the first time. But so I
I
said, "Here,
believe
take this
you.
plant." So he grew the plant, and I expected him to keep it. But when it was harvested, he said, "Hey, I got your plant for you." Like, you
Mm,
what? So this
yeah,
this clone that I paid $20 for has kept me high now for 4 months, 5 months,
yeah.
four
You
months.
probably get like one and a quarter pound. If your man's growing it proper. I mean, if the X man, is growing it right. You
Yeah,
probably get 1 and a quarter pound, right? So
yeah. It was
that's
a
we
little
have to be
stunted.
careful. What's that? I'm sorry.
It was a little stunted. It was a little shocked. The buds were not tight and nice looking, but they were the right color, and they had a lot of the what do they call them? Dichrome. What do they call them? The
Trichomes, I guess.
trichromes. Yeah, they had a lot of
Trichomes.
that.
We
It
we
was a
used to just
nice
call it like crystal or whatever, but yeah, it's called trichome. Whatever. Yeah,
nice gray green
we
color,
can.
but not very compact at all. Kind of loose and leggy.
That's cool though. Sometimes,
Yeah,
I mean, that's real cool. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I like that. Oxygen breeds fire, right? So it's nice to have a little space in there.
Well, yeah, yeah. Like if I have some buds that are really dense and too wet, I don't enjoy smoking them.
Yeah. Sometimes it's interesting because we have to go with our farmer first because our farmer is legal grow in Virginia. That means not many plants. They produce a lot, but not many plants. But sometimes we'll get a bud that's like a big carriage. It's like a big pumpkin shaped carriage, and it has a lot of air in it. And when you smoke those buds, they're so nice. They're so nice. You get all that fragrant smell and flavor and everything, and they
Mhm.
have air for that fire to breathe. GBH. Oy. Oh, fucking
GBH.
grievous bodily harm. Oh man, you slammed somebody up, Frankie.
Oh,
Frankie slammed
oh,
somebody up.
oh. I was thinking
I knew his
GHB.
kids
That's
were.
different.
I knew his kids were. No, yeah, GHB is yeah, okay, but he's talking about he's talking about. I knew his kids were bare knuckle boxers and stuff, but he's talking about getting himself in there. Oh, 3 years in there. Oh boy, Frankie, man, that's some bristle, man. That's some rough times right there, bro. Jeez,
Hmm.
we didn't know, but I feel for you. It was it worth it? I bet it was. I don't know.
Okay, so this is my little deal. I don't know if you know why I do this, but it's because I work for the state and out of deference to
Yeah.
them. It's illegal in the state of California, but I don't want a screenshot of me
So
smoking
you
weed.
hide, you hide. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, hide. Yeah, it's not legal on YouTube, dude. When I get in a short and I like mess around and I'm like, I'm gonna hit this thing real quick, they give me you're promoting dangerous and illegal substances every fucking time. Because if it's
Yeah.
like a fire rip or something, I'm like, I'm gonna hit this bowl real quick. Every time they say dangerous and illegal substances, and I'm like, well, okay, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, okay, okay.
I heard their rules just got a little stricter in the last few
They have.
days. Yeah. Oh, I didn't read it. Pinky sing Be Thou My Vision Love. No, I'm sorry, Frankie. I can't do that for you.
What does that
I
be? Thou
I,
my vision.
I
Yeah.
can't sing for shit. I can't. I can't.
Um, I'm trying to see. Frankie doesn't understand. I've always been a bass player. I don't really know lyrics. I just mumble along. So
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't understand when I want to throw a song for him or whatever. It's like. Uh, Let me get caught between the moon and New York City. And then I'm just like, and he's like, come
Yeah.
on, man, sing the song. And I'm like, I don't know it. I don't know.
I think my favorite song to sing, though I won't I don't sing it in front of people. I love Me and Bobby McGee.
Oh,
That's
yeah?
the
Oh,
song
that's
that I will.
awesome. Okay. So, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Like that, you know?
Nothing's worth a nothing, honey, if it ain't free.
And then see that's the thing, like as a bass player, I'll be like, so that's why you don't fuck with me and McGee or whatever. I just like fill it in, I'm just like, I gotta
Busted flat in Baton Rouge waiting for a train.
play. Okay, okay. Billy
It's a
Joel,
great
man.
song. It's a great fucking song.
No, I love
There's
that.
there's
Yeah.
certain songs that are so Americana. I would say that's one of them. I there's like a top 10, maybe also what's the one about drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. That's
Right,
another
right,
one of
right.
the
That's
great
Don
10.
that's Don McLean, American Pie.
American Pie. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's another one of those that you would have to say?
Well, people
Dylan,
like Brown Eyed
Tangled Up
Girl,
in
people like
Blue.
Brown Eyed Girl like that.
Yeah.
Because I'm a huge Van Morrison fan, right? And
Mm,
Brown Eyed Girl is not my favorite song, but people really like they go right in there.
mhm. Yeah, that was, I had a roommate in college, that was her favorite tune, she played it over and over for a while. Yeah, yeah.
Because
Her name
like
is
I love his whole
Antoinette.
career, but I like the Moon Dance album a lot. So I like Into the Mystic. That's the song I like by Van Morrison. That's a kick ass song.
That's a good song.
Oh, so deeper than the sun. All that, and it's just let your spirit fly into the mystic. I love that. Like I like him
Mhm.
because he really had like a horn type voice. That's why he was so cool.
I think I saw him live once in New Orleans
Cool,
at the
lucky.
Jazz
That's
Fest. Yeah.
awesome.
No, I say I think I did because I'm 55, and I think it was when I was visiting my friend Scott. He lived in the quarter. He lived on Magazine Street, right next to Trent Reznor.
Right, right,
Le Pig
right,
Studio, like
right.
right next door. I looked out the window. I'm like, oh, dude, oh yeah.
Yeah,
We did. We went to the Jazz Fest, and it was Van Morrison that year. So it was probably what, I'm gonna say 98,
yeah,
97. I saw him live one time. You know.
yeah, yeah. Nah, he was great. He was great. I mean, when you were there anyway, excuse me, I'm sorry. But like that's a great place for music anyway.
Yes. I saw lots of live musicians who never made it. They're playing in bars
Mhm.
and on the street. They
Yeah,
went to New Orleans because that's the place.
yeah,
If you like jazz,
right.
that's where you have to be.
Well, out on the street they play like Zydeco and jazz. They get paid nothing. Then in the clubs, you got like the best musicians, right? Like the band players I would want in the clubs. But what they do, I've recently been able to see because you keep watching. They play the same thing like on a watch. Like, you know what I mean? Like almost like the radio where they play the same song, that time of day or whatever, and that
Mhm,
same style that time of day. They
mhm,
do that. I know they're not happy doing that. You know what I mean? These are
mhm.
really good players, and you know they have to act like
But
a jukebox. They have to be a human jukebox.
because that's what sells. That's
Yeah.
that's what pays the bills.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I wouldn't do it. I mean, I didn't do it, man. We had like, well, we did really well in the '90s and stuff, but I just figured like we're populating clubs on their off nights and stuff just to get people to buy their drinks and whatever. And then 2001, the 9/11 happened and people stopped coming to clubs. And I was in a different band, and so we just stayed low key at that point. But the other guys who were like coming up, I was like, nah, it's not happening now. Nobody's even coming out in 2001. So we just backed it off and I don't care. I didn't miss anything. I was
Mm.
like, I want these kids. So here we go. It's a new era. Sing Sweet Leaf.
Sweet leaf. Da 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 da. All right now.
Want to listen?
When I
He said,
first met you,
all right now, want to listen?
I realized I can't forget you.
He was talking about basil, man. It's like about spaghetti.
Yes,
You sweet basil. You introduced me
to
to
my
my
mind.
mouth. And now I chop you with my onion and chives. Oh, Lord, help me. Like, that's what happened to Ozzy. He had some time.
That's great. That's great.
I don't know. Sorry, Frankie. We're just playing.
No, I can't sing for shit. I can't sing for shit. No, I don't. I don't even try.
Right on, right on. I mean, that's the point. Like, being, any kind of multi instrumentalist, you just write it for yourself, then you can sing it. But other people's shit,
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not qualified. I'm
Well,
not good.
I'm a good curator of music. I like
Right.
to DJ. That's what I do on my channel. I'm on a little suspension right now, so I can't.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's what I like
I
to
was a
do.
legit, I was a legit online DJ in 2010, and it was a Canadian radio station. But I had to make, like I said, I think I mentioned before, I had to make like little bit of adjustments where the first 5 minutes were not copyrighted material so that I could get it onto my SoundCloud for a week and just host the hour. But I told them, hey, I'm not starting if you're worried about licensing because I'm not starting. I'll play anything I want, or else. But it was
Well,
cool.
I was delete my streams right after if I'm playing music.
Does that help? I mean, when they catch something on mine, usually they either filter it out, ask me to filter it out, or they say it's copyright detected but allowed. What's up, Anthony? Anthony, they've been besmirching my name around there. The guy monkey. The guy monkey's been fucking stomping on my name. You're gonna see it. So I just wanted to let
well,
you know.
I'll tell you what I do. I play music. I talk a little in between. Sometimes I can get 2.5 hours before I get that screen that
Right.
says you're suspended for policy violations, and then I shut it down, and then I delete it. But
Right.
lately, it's only taking like a half hour. So I think something in the
Oh, you
new
said that you
terms of
said they're getting
service,
tighter. Yeah, you said they're
yeah,
getting tighter.
the new terms of service have changed. So yeah, I can play music, but it doesn't seem like I can play it for as long, or maybe the penalty is going to be stricter.
Let's see. We're gonna try this, Pinky. I'm trying to prepare my nugget here. My little not my nugget, but my little chaw, my little pinch into the gum. And
Yeah.
sometimes, like I said, so the little notice that you were saying, right? So if I like go ahead and I rip a bong like this, it might give me the and now you're 18 plus, that little thing that spots up. And then you can't continue. Because do you understand, Piggy? If somebody tries to join your stream when it says 18 plus, they have to click yes, I want to, yes, I want to, like 7 times. And they're never
That's
going to do that.
that's never happened to me, but I don't smoke on screen.
Well, I know you told me already, but
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Someone smokes on screen. Shut up. I shut up now. I see. I see.
no. I'm just saying, like, how you ducked it. Like, so quickly, they do the same thing. They say, oh, now this is 18 plus. And you have to abandon your stream. You have to. Because nobody can get in anymore. Sometimes it takes 12 clicks to get through. And all you're saying is, okay, okay, I don't care.
Mhm. Right. I have a buddy. I don't know if you know him. He's Sparky's Games and Things. He used to be Cold Bodies.
No, I
Cold
don't know him.
Okay. So, well, Cold Bodies was his old name, and he got suspended off of YouTube because they decided he was a minor.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they decided he was under 18 for some reason, even though he's almost my age. I think he's 52 or 53 now.
Right,
Um,
right.
and he was a minor. So that channel got suspended indefinitely. It's back now. He got it back finally. I don't know how. But that's why he had to start up Sparky, is because
Mm.
Cole, was shut down for some, weird algorithmic, anomaly or something that happened.
No,
I don't,
no guns.
I
The
don't,
guns
I
will
don't know
get
what
you right
happened. We don't know what
up.
happened. It's just all of a sudden it's
Yeah.
like, no, you're not 18, so you can't.
Well, this is why I think that's strange. They didn't say you're not 18, so prove it. Like usually they just ask for proof after that. And I'm like, oh, I'm 53. If me personally, like if they're asking for my ID, I'll probably be a little bit like offended and not do it. But if I wanted to prove it, I think they have the opportunity, right?
I hope so. I don't know what he went through. I don't know all the details of it, but I know it was at least a half a year.
Oh shit, Cosmic, you got me like unsafe at any bandwidth. Oh my god, you just got me because he said the algorithm, and just my mind said unsafe at any bandwidth, like any speed. you know.
Algorithm.
Sorry, but if the algorithm is true, we're unsafe at any bandwidth.
Uh, oh, speaking of
Holy
unsafe,
shit!
do you know the Vanguard? Do you know
No,
Vanguard?
explain. No,
Vanguard is another dude you should probably meet.
you
But
think?
speaking of the unknown, oh my god, he got me down a rabbit hole the other day. So there's this new kind of microprocessor. So like a bit makes a byte, and a byte makes a kilobyte, and that
And
makes
then
a
we got
megabyte, and that
CMOS.
makes
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I was there. I was there.
Yeah. So now we got this thing called Willow, and it's a qubit. There's
Hmm.
105 qubits. So a qubit is a bit with quantum properties.
Which means it can be present, non-present, and over there at the same time, all at the same time. So
Fuck yeah.
yeah,
Exactly. Exactly. So it has 105 of those on this little processor, and they fired it up, and it cracked everybody's fucking security codes. Like,
yeah.
it cracked everything. And so they had to shut her down. Her name
What
is
the fuck?
Willow.
I mean, you think about like, okay, everything goes like by 25, like but now you're saying cubed. So now we're talking about like, whoops, like yeah,
Yeah,
everything that's ever
it
been
is
said, every
whoops.
song that's ever been written. How many times could they figure out every song that was ever? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you couldn't put one of your eyelashes down, and like that quantum computer will just figure out every song that was ever written and every song
Yeah.
that's going to be written in the future and everything that's possible.
Dude, you get it, don't you? You fucking
Yeah,
get it. You
yeah.
get it.
I've
You
been
you
studying.
do you understand why this is fucking frightening? I'm frightened. I'm frightened. I am. For real. It's crazy. It's like Skynet shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
I
I
don't
don't
know how I found this. There was this really weird thing that I found on Google like a long time ago. It was like one of those locations, and it said Skynet headquarters, and it was in like Estonia, I think. And what it
Mhm.
was a Cineplex. It was like one of those 3D Cineplexes, so it was like a joke.
Oh, oh.
And I was like, "Oh, that's a bad joke. Like that joke hurts." You know what I mean? Like they just put it in one of those RPX or whatever they call it when they put like the three monitor shit in front of you or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was just like this theater in Estonia or whatever, and it said it was the fucking Cyberdyne headquarters or whatever, and I was just like
Yeah.
freaked out till I
Isn't
figured
that
it out, and I was
something?
like, "That's not nice. That's a bad joke." It was a movie
Mhm.
theater. It's all
Mhm.
good. Schroeder's cat box, yeah, yeah. Schroeder's dirty piano. I don't remember. Swinging in the trees, swinging in the trees. There goes the monkey swinging in the trees. What's up, hobo? How you doing?
Oh, you put up the link. Looky there. Come on up.
Yeah, I did. I did. Come on up, everybody. I put up the link, as was spotted,
Yeah.
and I'll put it up again.
I'll tell you about the taco incident if you want. I don't know.
Yeah, I've never asked because I wasn't prying.
Yeah. It wasn't planned. Um, I woke up in the middle of the night. I sleep in the nude usually. Sometimes
Oh,
I'll wear like boy
so
shorts or whatever.
your video was on.
What?
Your video was on, or something to capture that.
No, well, so I put on a robe is what happened. Is I put on a robe, and I woke up in the middle of the night because they were talking about me. I turned over. I don't have good sleep etiquette or sleep hygiene, what they call sleep hygiene. I don't turn off my phone at night. It's next to me on the bed. So I roll over and I turn on Shannon and Cap, and they're talking about me again. They're
Ah,
talking about
okay.
me again. They're talking about me again. Yeah. So I get up in my robe and I come out here and I start talking to them, and I wanted to reason. But you know what she does? She just yells over you. She just yells over you. So, for me, it was like, I'm done with you people. I stood up, it's almost like if I don't, you didn't see the video, but what happened was, they're yelling, they're accusing me of this, Tiffany this, BB that, blah, 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 blah. And, you can see my face change that I'm done with it. You can see it literally now that people know what happens after, the look on my face changes. They know that was the moment where I'm like, fuck this.
Yeah,
Now, I didn't do this on purpose, and what I'm doing now, of course, is damage control because I showed my fucking pussy. All right, I did. But
yeah.
I stood up, I turned around, I dropped the robe, and I said, "Fuck you." So it was my ass with, you
Oh,
know,
you did it on purpose? Yeah,
I stood up and I was like, and then they had to stop the
yeah,
stream because it was a porn bomb. I porn bombed them. I wasn't planning on it. I was stone cold
yeah.
sober when it happened, but I was angry.
Somebody got me almost mad enough, but I don't really get mad up here. But somebody got me, and I was just like, I was like almost
Yeah,
gonna do
yeah,
that
yeah.
same
Just
thing.
about to. Yeah, so I
I was
did it.
almost gonna do
But the
that
thing
thing. Yeah,
is,
I could
when
have.
you're
I
on.
mean, so I get you. You turned around, but I was just like, I was gonna throw it at him.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I totally understand.
The thing is, when you're on YouTube and you have impulsivity due to a mental condition that you're otherwise medicated for, people are going to bitch at you and say, "Hey, you're medicated and you drink. You drink and you're medicated." Well, guess what? My shrink knows I drink. My shrink knows
Right.
I drink. And he is
Well, listen. I
medicating
mean,
me accordingly because I told him we in America are classifying drinking a certain amount of alcohol as alcoholism, whereas in other countries it's
right.
not considered that. So finally, my shrink had to give in and go. Yeah, you're right. Actually, let's do this. I'm like, well, thank you. You know,
And the other thing is, like, in really short order here. I mean, I don't know. I've just been hanging out here for a couple hours, right? But a
yeah,
lot of people said they do 6 and 8 hour streams, or even they talk to people after 6 hours, right?
yeah.
You're already kind of worn out right then. You know what I mean? Like, some of this is like, are you going to let your guard down or not? You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
some of
what I'm
this,
saying is
right?
I let it down because I have
Yeah.
a condition. I'm not blaming it on that. I'm just explaining that I have a lower
Yeah, but if I was
threshold
hanging out here and I had to, like, every 4 hour,
for
and I probably do
impulsivity.
have a tablet over there, I would
Yeah.
not get it. I would be 6 hours. I would be late by like an hour, and then is my impulsivity under control? Not by that pill, because I forgot it for an hour and a half. We have pills like this, but it was for my kids and it doesn't work because they don't have like neurotypical wiring. The pills would work if they were me, and like you have a normal base chemical system, but they don't. So they don't work for them.
Neurodivergent.
Well, I mean, they all have autism spectrum disorder, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, but I mean, when people try to like micro tune pills, that's fine, but you have to start with the base chemistry set that fits what you were micro tuning the pill for. So if I
Mhm.
take it, it will do exactly what it's supposed to. And the thing is, I would never give my kid a pill that I wouldn't take first. So I have taken them, and they do exactly what they're supposed to do. Not that I need them, but since their chemistry set is off anyway, it doesn't work.
Okay. Wow.
It's going to take some time, to understand it. I mean, not that they need pills. I mean, what they need is like, obviously, like me, myself, I have so much, the inherited OCD and stuff, and it is deep. So what you need is coping. You learn how to deal with this situation and that situation changing. Maybe you feel a flush of energy, but you have to understand. That's just your expectations getting tweaked, and deal with it.
Joe,
Deal with it.
you know what? You know what worries me? I've been in healthcare all my life. I was a candy striper from the time I was 15. My mom had to drive me to work. But what I'm worried
Sure.
about is the medicalization of society to this point where medicine is the highest grossing uh, profession in our country,
Right.
maybe in other countries, because everybody gets all these services that may or may not be necessary, that we may or may not have had in the past.
Oh no.
I don't
Yeah,
I
you
don't
can
know if
goof
they're
you can
contributing
goof
to
the
our
hell.
longevity or not, but
No, you
um
can goof the hell out of those services, like what you're talking about. They could be totally abused and unnecessary, and it's just nanny state babysitting bullshit. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. Nobody benefits. I'm not going to medicate my kids. I need to teach them how to do shit. I'm just telling you, when they threw medications out, the ones that they were like, this is getting more and more fine tuned, they were correct about the process, but you have to have a stable fucking chemistry set to start. So it's useless to throw it onto them. And so we just didn't do it. We only thought about pills in a like 2 year impactful period. It's like when you're going through your early adolescence, if this would benefit you between 12 and 14, or between 14 and 16, or whatever. The same way we dealt with, see, because mom and I, and my wife, we're fat, because we crossed over fat at 16 and whatnot. So when they were 12 to 14, we made sure they weren't fat when they crossed over, and they never had to deal with it again. I mean, these things are different. Like, your body systems change. You can't adapt as quickly as you can when you're 14. So we just
crossed
tried to be like
over, you mean puberty?
smart, logical.
Crossed over?
Yeah,
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 yeah. Okay.
yeah. Because
Interesting. Yeah.
like like one of my sons, right? My dad, we came back, and again, when you talk about having the right doctor, right? We did have the right doctor at that time. And they say, uh he's 50 pounds overweight, you know. And then you got like my father, he's looking at my son, 50 pounds where? Like my Italian father is like, I don't see 50 pounds anywhere. And I'm like, Dad, it's not your fucking choice. It's my well, she was like Egyptian. I was like, it's my Egyptian fucking doctor's choice. She said 50 pounds, we lose 50 pounds. No, there's no more candy or whatever from school until 2 months. That's all it takes. You know what I mean? We just clamp it down. We say, let's do it right, so they don't have to suffer forever. They don't have to deal with that extra baggage of the past.
That's an interesting idea. I
It's not a big thing. It's easy. It's an easy thing, but you have to be thoughtful.
yeah,
Like you, if you say, or if anybody says you're an alcoholic, right? Well,
yeah.
eight days is like halfway to unaddicted, right? Well, 4 days is halfway to that. And any one of us can do 4 days to be sure that it's our choice, that we can move on. I mean,
Well, these people that I was seeing for mental health services apparently is what they said they're providing me with mental health services. They're
QM,
concerned about my
qualified mental
drinking.
health,
So they're like,
QMHP,
okay,
QMHP.
yeah,
They're college students, QMHP.
yeah. So, oh, can you not, what if you just stop drinking? I'm like, okay. I stopped
It's
drinking.
cultural.
I stopped
It's
drinking
cultural.
cold turkey. I stopped drinking cold turkey. I didn't drink for 3 or 4 weeks. I said, "See,
Right,
that I prefer to have my prosecco in the evening," and I picked it back up again because fuck
right.
you, it's my life. What am I hurting? They're like, well, we're concerned that you might have an adverse event. I'm like, what? Well, you might be walking the dog and trip. Okay, maybe that would happen, but I'm pretty deliberate where I step. Well, maybe you might have an accident driving. I never drive drunk. I never drive when I'm
Right.
drinking. Never.
But
Well,
even
maybe
if you
you are, and they give all these, things that maybe, this will happen to me, and I'll have like some kind of crazy bottom dropout. And I'm like, go on, try to fit me into that mold. Try to fucking stereotype me like that, because that's where the money is made. That's where you put your fucking diagnosis. I don't fit any of that shit, motherfuckers. I don't.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's you're speaking absolute truth because when people go into like, trauma abuse units or whatever, like they're always looking for the pamphlet, right? But nobody's a pamphlet. Like nobody's that bullshit that they throw you on 2 pages. You know what I mean? Like red alert, look at this. Like
Right,
if you
right.
guys can't read a real book, you're in trouble. You're pamphlet
Yeah.
reading, stuff.
So they think what's right for me is what's right for everybody, and I'm an individual, and I've called bullshit on it.
Yeah.
I think I can do better outside of the mental health uh, system.
Okay.
Taking my medication, of course. I have to take medication, but I know better than they do.
Yeah.
This talk therapy, they tell me things I already know at this point.
Yeah.
I am 55 years old. I have been seeing therapists for half of my life. I know what they're going to say. I already know
Right.
what they're going to
Yeah.
say. So
Yeah.
I'm done with that. I'm done with the medicalization of something that's just everyday life. It's just deal with it. I'm just gonna fucking deal
Cosmic.
with it, you know?
Cosmic. I bought that. 1897 Carnival for my wife. I bought it. It said there was only one on Amazon. I didn't see a lot of other places to buy it, but I bought it because it's beautiful and she likes all that, carnival art. She's big into like all the world's fairs of time, and obviously she's into the other things, but so I already bought it, man. Hopefully she can't hear me, but I'm sure she can. She was like, fix the laundry. I think I gotta go and fix the laundry. I'll tell you the truth. Nobody else is joining, Pinky. We put it out there. They won't do it.
I know. I know.
Ho hum. Look at them. Gee. We're
Do
trying
you
to have a good
normally have a
time.
panel? Do you think I'm scaring people away?
No, I don't. I don't know. I mean, no, no, it's not you. No.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's not you. Sometimes nobody watches me, and we had a good,
Doesn't it seem like
stream when you were in chat before, remember? So everybody they were already worn out of this, I guess. I don't know. Hermes was very smart and gave great wisdom. Hermes, the one with wings on his feet, right?
I
What
think
did he
that's right.
deliver? Or wings on his hat, either way. What did he deliver? News? Wisdom. Hermes delivered wisdom. Yeah, Mercury. Okay, so wings on his hat. Okay. So Greek is Hermes.
Well, now
I don't
Cosmic
know,
is
Pinky.
saying Mercury. So I know there was Greek
Because
and there
that's
was
like
also
Roman.
Roman.
That's Roman.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hermes would be Greek and Mercury would be Roman, I guess. And they both have wings on their hat, I guess. But they deliver like they're like me. They were paper boys. They deliver the news and the fire.
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
Something like that. Hobo,
Hobo
thank you. That's really kind. Thank you.
Have you ever seen Hobo's channel?
No, should I sub?
Absolutely. It's a very peaceful channel. Hobo would be carving wood. I just put up my beechwood Buddha because I just put it in with my other Buddhas. But yeah, Hobo, he could do that. He's chill and a
Oh,
great orator. He does things I can't do. So please go there.
let's see. Go to channel. Sub. Sabal. Beautiful. I got it.
The
I'm
god
always
of
looking
wisdom from
for
Egypt
cool
is
new
equivalent to
streamers.
Hermes. The god of Egypt from, the god of wisdom from Egypt is equivalent to Hermes. Is that what you were saying? Like Thoth. It's Toth or Thoth. Is it Toth or Thoth? I think, but yo, Cosmic, thank you, bro. Cosmic, why don't you join up? I know. Come on, Cosmic. You got time. You got time. Come on, Cosmic. Join up. I'm gonna drop that link.
Have
It's
to.
straight on till morning, Cosmic. Come on, talk to Pinky. Cheers. Let's see. I'm gonna kill this bowl and then we'll go back. Nothing in here. I'm rolling a joint. Fuck that. Yep, Cosmic is coming up. Oh my gosh, he has so much swag, Pinky. We're about to be blessed. We're about to be blessed. Hobo, I'll tell you the absolute truth. From what I understand, and again, I don't want to spill, what you do. Everybody should check it out. But from what I understand, Hobo, honestly, I think the playing board, the entire world here is a Taoist world. That's what I have. All of my tattoos actually do represent Taoism because I believe what we do is dance through life, play the game on a Taoist board. It's your choice whether to swing left, swing life, or sing sweetly for Frankie. and she sang the best part of it. All right now, won't you listen? Oh no, all that good shit. But trust me, Pinky, hi. If
Hi.
if Cosmic comes up, he's got a lot of swag. This is gonna be really cool.
Oh my.
Yep. And that's why I'm hanging on. I would have hung this channel up, man, because it's not about views. It's about it is Thoth, right? So I was right. So that's cool. So the Egyptian god of wisdom is Thoth. So I was correct, and that's what we were talking about, basically, right? And they're all the Anunnaki. I don't know. That's kind of the ET kind of stuff. I don't know about the ET stuff. Pitiful portable picnic player. Your pitiful portable picnic player. He can't even get it right, Frankie. You're faking it so much, man. Dougie's gonna get mad, man. He's gonna say, I think you're from Australia, Frankie. Frankie Smith. We're gonna get in trouble. He said, you said lad, you fucked up. It's a pitiful, portable picnic player. Come with Uncle here and hear all proper. He'll angels' trumpets and devils' trombones. You are invited. Here he comes. Cosmic.
Howdy.
What's going on, Cosmic? How you doing?
Muted.
Uh-oh. Nope, he's being dramatically quiet. No, I'm just kidding. You are muted, Cosmic. We can't hear you. Pick up the phone. Let me look and let me see what I can do. Edit my settings
Frankie,
anyway.
I'm not seeing old rugged.
It's on my end.
Echo. There you go.
Try again.
What you got now? Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me good?
Whip it real good.
Would you like me to sing? They were wanting everybody to sing.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Elvis,
Would you please sing Space Cowboy for us? We're talking about real Americana. That's where Pinky was coming from.
I'll do you one better. Elvis Presley was my third cousin.
Oh,
so
hell yeah.
I'll do you an Elvis one. I gotta pull up some
Cosmic.
words.
I'm so sorry. You know my mom passed, man. She would have loved to hear that. My uncle would have loved to hear that, bro. We're gonna mute out everybody else. There's a
No,
guest
don't do
back there
that.
that look at it. But please
Don't
sing it. Please sing it.
don't mute
No,
people
just
out.
for
I
the
got to
time. Just for the time. That's
let
how it
me
works. It sounds better.
pull up the words. Let's see. Got to bear with me.
Hey, Noel, if I bring you up, I have to mute you right now. Excuse me 3 times. But
You
please
ready?
don't unmute yourself, okay? If you unmute yourself, we're gonna have a little bit of a. So I'll bring you up, but I'm gonna mute you. So leave it alone, Noel. We'll bring you up, okay, Stinky? We'll see you.
So this is acapella, so you got to cut me a lot of slack here. As the snow flies on a cold and gray Chicago morn, a poor little baby child is born in the ghetto. And his mama cries, 'cause if there's one thing that she don't need, it's another little hungry mouth to feed in the ghetto. All right, that's enough. How was that? There is that the famous Noel Stinky.
It is, and we're all unmuted now. There you go. That's
Yes, we are.
1974
Hi,
in
Joe.
the
Hi,
ghetto.
everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Noel. How you doing?
Good. I'm doing good. And then I talked to my YouTuber mom, Claire, on Face to Face. She's doing good.
Oh wow. How's Claire? Okay, cool.
Claire's doing good.
Which Claire? Claire Audient? Claire Sentient?
Claire Zedjak.
Yes,
Like
she
say
is
Jack,
my
but with a
YouTuber
Z.
mom.
What about it, Pinky?
Hmm?
I said, what about it?
What about it?
You gonna
I'm
sing
good.
Old Rugged Cross now?
No, this is so funny. He keeps asking me, and like this reminds me of this guy
You don't like
named Christopher, who is always asking us to fake snore. Fake snore.
Fake snore or fake snort?
Fake snore, like go.
Yeah.
Like the Three
There's
Stooges.
people that want you to wiggle your toes. There's
Yeah.
people that want you to, stretch out your nose. There's all kinds of little games and little cute
Have you ever
things,
seen
whatever.
the German guy that wants women to smoke? He says, "If you smoke a cigarette with me, I'll shave my head." You
Oh
seen that
shit.
guy yet? Have you seen that guy?
Nah.
Oh my god, he's a pervert. He's a fucking
Noel,
pervert.
what are you chewing on?
She chews on straws, but she makes a bouquet out of them, and I'm trying to get her to throw away the 20 that are in the bouquet and just start over. Right, Noel? Can you just throw away the ones that you have on the other cup, and just
She's
start
counting.
over?
Are you counting?
I know. I think it's 22.
No.
I count quick too. Yeah, you can't, right?
No, I can't because it's my problem. It's my special needs, and I cannot do it. Please stop. We asked you to stop.
Noel, you did not ask me to stop that. I will stop that, but I'm telling you, my sons, they have similar issues, and we talk about it to try to, work on it. There's no reason why you can't do that. Claire actually said the same thing about them. That you don't have to save them; you can start over, right? So I'm not being mean.
I want to hear Pinky sing.
Yeah, in the ghetto, I think that was 74.
Well, I'm old as dirt, so I probably actually heard it when it first came out.
Man,
no comment.
I was born in 78, but I love, all those.
Your view.
You were born in 78?
I didn't bring any of that. You said you wouldn't make murder legal.
Really old all of a sudden.
I was born in 69.
Picky?
Born in 69?
Yeah.
I'm not
She's
going to even tell you.
55, yeah? 55?
I'm not going to tell you when I was
55.
born.
I'm
What about
55 years
Noel?
old.
Make me feel good, Noel. Tell me you were, what, 80s,
No,
90s?
22 years old.
no,
Oh, my
I
Lord.
am 25.
A spring chicken.
Yo, Grady. Yeah, like I said, like 22. Like basically the same, right? I mean, that's the same thing, right?
Fucking come up, bitch.
Well, everybody quit talking when I came up. What did I do?
Nobody quit talking, but I think Noelle is listening to somebody, and like I was a little confused about, because I try to host means that I talk all the time, but I think the voice that's coming out of there confused me. I was like, who's in the other channel? Who's in the other panel? I don't see it. You confused me, Noelle. Are you listening to somebody talk?
No, I'm just. Where's my YouTuber mom yet? Claire.
She's meditating.
Right on, right on. Frankie says you have a lovely voice. He wants you to sing some more. It's the cold Kentucky rain.
We'll probably get a
You gotta do
copyright here.
that,
Sing more, sing more, sing more.
Well, Dave, you need to sing one, Noel. Why don't you sing for me?
Yeah, Noel, come on now. Like Noel, do you know any Neil Diamond? How about They Coming to America? Something like
No.
that, No? Okay.
Leonard Skinner song.
Oh,
Well, Leonard works.
take it away. Take it away.
Can I? On my device, please. Hold up. Can you please hold up? 1 second. Me.
I like your
It's my turn
Special
to sing.
Olympics shirt.
Yeah, thank you.
We're fine. We're fine. We're holding up. Hey, everybody. Smooth Keys, he got 2 Special Olympics medals last year. He's working on a new one right now, which is basketball. Because he
That's
got
all.
last year, it was baseball and track, I think. And so right now he's working on basketball. And Noel, thank you for sharing all those hockey events. Those are awesome.
How you spell Leonard Skinner?
Very carefully.
How you spell
Yeah, I have a CD over there.
How
It's like,
you spell Leonard Skinner?
is it
L-Y.
Lynard? Lynard?
I found it.
L-Y-N-Y-R-D. S-K-Y-N-Y-R-D.
It's not easy, man. I got that. My mother, one of her CDs I got over there. That's Leonard Skinner that I was listening to. It's real good.
Can I play it
Grady,
on
my
my
lad,
phone?
how goes it?
I saw him live 3 times before the plane crash.
Can I play it on my phone?
I don't see why not. Like, I don't mind, Noel. It's fine. Cool. You want to sing along? Are you going to sing along?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's awesome. We need the performance. We need the awesome.
It is.
Cheers, Sean. Cheers, Frankie. She's working on a song. Everybody have a good time.
Her mama told me I was young. They come to find me, my only son. Listen closely to what I said. Really do this and how to sun summoning.
Awesome. Awesome.
Oh, take your time. Do let them pass. troubles will come. They will pass. Go find a woman you found love. And do not give them above. And be a simple kind of man. And with something. And another stand. Baby, with simple kind of man. Finish do this for your fun, if you can. Oh.
Awesome.
A foreign loss. Which man's gold? This is money. Oh, it's now sold. When do this? If you try. When I'm host one, you are sweet as fire. Baby, simple kind of man. Baby, something you not understand. Baby, be a simple kind of man. And we do this so fun if you can. Oh, yes, I can.
Awesome.
That's great, Noel. That is great, Noel.
Encore, encore.
Uh-oh. Drum solo. Grazie, grazie, bravo.
Just move right into
Awesome,
Freebird on
awesome.
that one. What
Heck
happened
yeah,
to
man.
what happened to the rest of the panel?
I think was Pinky was up, right? Pinky probably had to leave off. You can't see the chat, Sean? Shit. I don't know, man. I think Pinky maybe she left off because it was like too late or something.
And did
But yo,
how
awesome drum playing, Noel. That's really cool, man.
Thank you.
Excellent job. Excellent.
Sean, come on, man. Try to fix that. Maybe restart it or something. You should be able to see the chat. I don't know. But that's really cool. You know how much I appreciate that. I mean, Noel, it's
Noel,
really cool.
yes. Thank you. I tried. And
We gotta
where is
collaborate. I'll play a
where
little
is
bass for you. I could play a little bass like so sweet, easy.
where is Pinky?
What kind of bass you got?
Oh,
Where
I have
is Pinky?
Pinky probably dropped out for time. The one that I would use is I guess it's Ibanez Sound Gear. You know those? That it's like a powered bass, or active bass, I should say. Ibanez Sound Gear. That's the one I would use right now. But I have some LTDs and I have some Fenders but I use a Ibanez. It's powered. It's
Right.
really cool.
Yeah. I had an Ibanez for years, neck through body.
Yeah.
Had a Fender
So
Precision
what are
78.
you listening to, Noel? That's what happened before. What's going on there? We thought we had like another two open, panels or something.
Nothing's going on.
She's
Well, then, I
watching.
mean, if you want to listen to it and hang out, we've done that before, right? But I have to mute you so that we're not listening to the dude teach you the makeup tutorial right now, stuff like that. It's okay. Like you can hang up here all night, but I have to pause it if dude's talking.
Sorry, I want to hang out with his.
And you can just listen, but don't deny yourself. Listen to it. Listen to it. I'll talk to him for a couple of minutes. You're off the hook. You're free. I remember doing this around Halloween. I remember like the same thing happening. I can't believe it. What
Well,
is
what are you doing?
that? It's like the ooh, 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 like the clock's going off and stuff. We
Oh,
did
that's
this at
a
Halloween. I swear it to you guys. I swear it.
cuckoo clock.
Oh, that was at your house. Okay, Cosmic. Shut up the cuckoo clock. What the
I'll have to
hell?
go. I'll have to go in there and take a hammer to it,
Fix
or
it.
pull out my shotgun and shoot it. I'll
Hmm.
tell the wife. I'll say pull. It's
Hey,
German
man.
made, so I have to be careful. We're liable to start an international incident. Shoot a German cuckoo clock off the wall. That's probably I probably couldn't get
Hey,
away with that.
at least it's not an Israeli, 6 shooter or whatever.
Well,
You'll have an international incident on here.
yeah, that's still that's I don't understand people nowadays. Everything turns into an event. Nobody can just see things for what they are and understand things. It's got to be
Right. Wow.
we got to turn it into an ordeal.
Yo,
Well,
Patrick. Hey, man. What's up, Patrick? It's nice to see you, man. You better have a little bit of a thick skin here. We're getting into it a little bit.
oh yeah, man, I'll go wherever you want to go. Let's put this. This is your channel. I'm a
I'm
guest.
just telling Patrick. I'm just telling Patrick because Patrick, I think we barely knew each other. You know what I mean? So I was
I
just
don't
warning him to pull his hood up.
I don't want to
There's
get
some
on
strange.
don't want to get on nobody's toes. Not late at
Nah,
night.
nah, and we're all respectful. We all love you. I'm just saying, like, you might want to, if you don't know what you're coming in for, just at least Scotch guard the hoodie.
What would you like to talk about, Joe?
I don't know. I've been watching the skies. I've been watching how everything's going with the stars and that, and I'm a little bit interested. And so I got a couple of Native American lore books or spiritual books that I kind of want to re-crack right now because I keep getting reminded of these legends as I look at the sky about, sort of native land legends
Mm,
of journeys and this and all that sort of things. And I'm looking at the sky, everything's been really interesting up there, astrally recently. And it's been
right.
kind of intriguing. I
Well,
can't not wait.
you know, one of the things a lot of people don't realize, all of the mythology in the world is based off the stars. I mean, it's
That's
everything. They're
what
all
it kind of reminded me. I was like calling them legend, instead of mythology or whatever, but it kind of reminded me while I'm looking.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a guy that has a series of books. Let me pull him up here. And well, actually, there's an older book from the 1800s that if you want to read an interesting book, it's called The Devil's Pulpit, and it was
Okay.
written by a preacher, and it was actually so kind of earth shattering for society that they actually ran him off.
Which
Kind of.
who wrote it? Who wrote it?
Let me pull it up here. I've got it on my digital
Yo,
library.
Patrick, Noel, you good? Yep, she's good.
Yes, I am good.
Thank you.
Let's see. It's also it's by let's see here, Taylor. Let me make sure I get the right one. There's actually two books of the same. Robert Taylor's who wrote it, and it's actually, you know, kind of where we are right now in society is, you know, we're kind of in between the old system and the new system. You know, there's a transition taking place. You can even see it politically. You can see it ethically. You can see it in people's, morals and everything else. All kind of changes in people's sexual behavior and everything. But
Right.
even though it's the same old cycles they've probably had for generations and for, no telling how
Well, I
long.
mean, first of all, my number one education on that is the legs of the tables of Dharma, and the end of
Right.
the age and the beginning of the new age, and
Right.
you
Yuga
know,
cycles, yeah.
yeah. So that's where I get it, and I mean, it's like, well, I'm on the cusp of being fucked, and my kids are gonna be like in a wild, sort of uh re put all the pieces back together. That's their problem. This is really not my problem, but they're gonna have to put the pieces all back together because everything's gonna be obliterated from what I understand.
Yeah,
And
that seems to be
it already
the
has.
indication.
Like the world I
Right.
grew up in, it's gone. It's fractured. It will be obliterated, and then they have to deal with it.
Right. Yeah, and some people speculate that it's in a four generational cycle. I read a book a few years back, and that's what this guy kind of, his whole
Well, yeah.
perspective.
When I said the table legs of Dharma, that's how it works. Is there are four cycles. You know what I
Right.
mean? So that's whatever you want to call a generation. It doesn't really matter. It's just four cycles.
Right.
And that's the end.
Right. And that's kind of where we are today. And, this Devil's Pulpit book is interesting. The reason I brought it up is because there's a lot of dialogue and a lot of discussion about, religion these days. And a lot of people are abandoning the old, ways religiously and moving away from Christianity and things and kind of rediscovering some of the old teachings, paganism, and all kinds of different things like that. But the thing that's interesting about this book is this guy, it's a series of sermons that are meant to challenge the rigid and uncompromising views of Christianity in England. And
Oh
of
shit!
course,
Noel's mom is where? Noel. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to hit that because I don't know what happened. Cosmic. I was sending Tasha up. Gutrot said join the live. I threw the link in, but then he said Noel's mom is on. Oh, you mean Claire?
Where?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that fucking your actual
Where?
mom was
Where?
on. Right.
Where is it?
That scared me for a second. I was like, what do we have to do? Like, can we fix it? I don't want you to have any problems. Because I talked to your dad for like,
Excuse me.
3
Excuse me.
sentences.
Where is my
Yes,
mom? Where's Claire? I need to know. Where's she
she's
at?
on. Gutrod, you
Where?
going to join in? You say join the live? Oh, join
Join
your live.
live.
Okay. Oh,
Should I?
they want you to go to Gutrod's live. Okay. So go to Gutrod's live. Claire's
Excuse me.
on.
I don't know who is that. She's on right now.
Okay. Let me see if I can find his link. Yikes. I don't know how to find his link. Noel's mom, Claire's on, huh?
My mom Claire or no?
Oh, Noel, you're modded up right here, right? So you can click Gutrot's
I
name down there
can't.
and go
I
to his
can't.
channel.
Where is it? Where is it?
Gutrot,
Where?
drop your fucking channel link. I'm sorry. Drop your channel link.
And do you know Claire, the other guy?
Well,
don't.
he's got her on his channel. Like I
Why
thought
is
he meant
Claire? Why is Claire on his channel? I didn't know they know each other. Why is
because Noel, live streaming is a very small world in YouTube, and we all find each other. Is that correct, Cosmic?
That's right.
It's a
do
very small world, so we all
how
find each
is
other
how how is he knows where you at, Joe? How does he know?
because we all, like I said, it's a small world, and then you meet people like Gutrot, and then you become really good friends, and you're like, whoa, of course he knows where I'm at. He's gonna get me every time. I can't go anywhere, man. He knows when I'm buying a cheese
I don't
sandwich
see
on the
your
corner
link.
with
Your
two
link's not
pickles. I don't know.
Great minds find each
on. It's
other.
not Claire. She
Is there a fake Claire on Gutrot's channel? That's even better. Oh my gosh, there's a fake Claire out there.
Doppelganger Claire.
That is Gutrot. I can tell from his voice. You hear that?
where?
He's with
Whatever
fake
you're
Claire.
listening to, I guess.
No,
He's got
Claire.
another Lady
No,
Lovely song. Okay.
Claire is in bed right now. She.
But you're listening to Gutrot. Is your other mother on there? I don't know what's going on here, but you actually have him, you know. Not my monkeys, not my circus.
Excuse me. Can
Yes. Yes,
as the other guy knows Claire, you know Claire.
What's her channel?
What's her?
I'm not sure
okay.
if I'm not sure if I know Claire or not.
Yeah, probably
I'd
not.
love to meet her.
She's been up here. She's a tattoo artist. She's got a lot of tattoos on her, and she needs to come back up. But she's not on Gutrod's channel. But I did hear you listening to him, so he got all of our goat. Let's put it that way tonight. He
Tattoo
got us.
artist.
Oh, Claire
Look
is, yes.
look
Claire
like
is,
that.
and she's very tattooed.
She
And
do
also, like you know how you said you're related to Elvis, right?
third
And
cousin.
by the way, Frankie, it is Clare, but she's related to Popcorn Sutton, the famous bootlegger.
I actually worked with one of Popcorn Sutton's kinfolk for quite a few years.
There you go. There you go. Well, Claire is it's Clare, Frankie, just so you know, but she is also in that kin group, and Jimmy, my drummer, we used to. Well, I used to monitor him making whatever he was making, and once the thing took my voice away, I was like, Jimmy, get it away from me. I'm never drinking this again. He said, why? I said, I don't talk, I don't live. I'm like a shark, like I don't talk, I don't live. This is the only currency I have right here, my throat.
So
That's it.
popcorn made the best shine there was.
There you go. There you go. Well, Claire is pop popcorn progeny. You're also
Yep.
related to someone. Tasha, I didn't kick you out on purpose. Come back up. Did you leave? I don't know what happened, but come on up. You don't have to be related to someone famous. You know why really Tasha doesn't have to be related to someone famous? Before she comes up here, I'll tell you why. You know why? She must have been related to somebody rich, and that's much more important. You know what I mean? Who
Money
cares if he was
talks.
famous?
Money
Who
talks.
cares if he was famous,
Better to be rich than anything.
Kinda. In the temporal.
Well, it gives you voice. Money gives you voice in today's society,
Yeah, yeah.
even if you
I
got a
just
crappy voice.
the only pushback that I have is I don't want anybody to have any fear, because like whatever, resources and abundance, they're here. They're just a flat line. You can't be at loss. You're still here. You have the same access to it. Just chill. Just chill.
Right. Well, the money system's fake anyway. It's all created out of thin
Yeah.
air. So,
Oh, bye, Noel. See you later. Oh, you'll be back up, right?
bye, Noel.
Bye, Noel.
So, what else,
No,
Joe?
and I think the funniest part is everybody who tries to accumulate, they're the ones who start to worry about loss. They start to
Oh, yeah.
understand what scarcity is by stockpiling. They stockpile and they're like, I could lose that. And they start to understand what scarcity is. And
Yeah.
These are just
Yeah.
like the same things with the impressions on the cave or whatever. They're scaring them. They're fooling them. None of this stuff.
Yeah, it's the whole system. It's all rigged nowadays. I mean, it's scarcities now. They've modeled it into a controllable feature of the whole economy. Where they create scarcity intentionally.
But you have to believe it. How's your underground bunker coming along? Like, are you getting it? Are you doing it? Hi, Tasha.
Hi, Tasha.
Goeienaand, ooms.
Clear north winds? Or she wants me to speak Afrikaans again. She wants me to speak Afrikaans. I don't know no Afrikaans. I don't know.
I'm trying to
Okay.
Google it.
Cosmic. No, you
Yeah,
don't have to Google it. She'll give you like a quick lesson. But I got sweating so hard and because I was like, I didn't do language work in a long time. Are you ready?
ready.
Okay. Tasha,
You know,
let's
you
go
know,
do some
for
basics.
me too. You must remember Wednesdays for me and Joe is Afrikaans Day. So I'm not actually allowed to speak English. So I'll speak Afrikaans.
Yeah, but you
No,
have
I'm
to
just
tell him
joking.
enough English to try to, coach him onto what it means.
Okay. Like I said in the beginning, I'll start with something very easy. Goeiemorgen, it means good morning.
Say it again.
Goeiemorgen.
Goeiemorgen.
Queer.
That's like, you actually sound Afrikaans, really, Cosmic. Really, you sound Afrikaans. You sound like my grandfather, actually. But my grandfather had a very famous voice. He was a radio host, if I can say that.
So where are you?
I'm from South
Goeiemorgen.
Africa.
What hell? We're at in South Africa.
To be exactly, I'm about, I don't know, miles away, but in kilometers away. I'm like 300 kilometers away from Joburg. I think Joburg is the closest place will know.
Well, that's got to be an interesting story. How you wound up there? Your forefathers.
I mean, I'm actually English related, believe it or not actually English. I will say a little. I mean, three. If I can, I'm split it into three because I'm half, not half, a third Afrikaans, a third Irish, and a third Dutch. So yeah.
So
And
apparently your family.
you retain a Dutch name, right? You retain a Dutch name.
No, I don't have a Dutch name. I got a Russian, a Russian name. Natasha's Russian.
That's an interesting
Natasha,
combination.
my name actually came from a famous. It's like a story. It's like Peter and the Pan. It's like a child
Yeah.
novel, very famous novel story. Natasha, a Russian story.
Sure, like we have, the sort of the tales for the kids. You come from a very famous one that's Russian.
No, my name, only my name, but the famous person I know, and you also actually, everybody's actually famous. Everybody knows my father. So yeah,
So tell me about your father.
There we go.
it's Jesus. It's also your father.
Oh, okay. You're talking about Heavenly Father.
Yes. So I got the famous, somebody famous, but I'm not rich. Like Joey's saying, I'm not rich.
Wait. I didn't know that Jesus was mining South Africa and creating dollar bills or rand or whatever out of phosphorus in the ground. I didn't know that was Jesus. I thought that was your earthly family that was doing all these things.
Okay, but the Earth famous thing I have, I do have famous people that I know, and I got very famous people related, but I don't want to tell it because it's YouTube, and yeah, I'll
You
show
don't
you
want.
one.
You
I
don't
will
have to
tell you
tell
one
it either.
day. You know who it
No, no,
is.
no. We
Okay,
weren't
then you
talking.
can stop.
We were talking about like accumulating wealth and not fame. Um, in real world, you've got a position, you've got a hold on a good future and yeah, inheritance and everything, right?
No,
Who's
we only have
Paul?
a game. We
Hi.
have a game for, if I can say, a game
They just
from.
ended their show.
To what?
They just ended their show. Like, what happened to her?
Oh, we lost.
Tasha,
Joe,
Tasha.
Joe,
Uh, yes, Noel.
why is everybody says I am a porn bomber in here? These
Oh,
chats.
what? I didn't see that. Nobody said that.
No,
A porn bomber?
it was like all these channels saying
Not
not
my channel.
not here.
Not my fucking channel. Okay, Noel, you really want me to answer that question like total honest, right?
Yeah.
Somebody said that BG got you to pull your shirt up on somebody else's stream, not my channel, right?
Mm.
Is that what
And
you want to hear? I mean, I don't know how to answer that
and
otherwise.
so Joe, are you allowing me to stay here? A
I
lot of people.
absolutely, Noel, we talk by phone. We're all good. We're good forever. I'm just saying, like, if that's what you're talking about, that's the worst thing I heard. And I don't associate with BG.
Who is BG? Do you know him? The other guy?
No, no. I know that he's not nice. That's all. That's all.
Joe, I was pissed off these few days about that.
I'm sorry, Noel, but I mean, I'm just saying. Yes, Hobo, please join up. I'm gonna put the
Hobo,
link in right here. Hobo's a really nice guy, Noel. Like
he
seriously.
is. He is. I know him.
You know him already? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yes, please, Hobo, click that link. As far as the
Hobo,
sharing you Frankie's email, I don't have Frankie's email. You know what I mean? So I can't do that.
Hobo.
But look,
Hobo.
if that's the whole thing, Noel, I guess that's many months gone, and that's the end of that
That's
story.
over with.
Don't
And
listen to them. Yeah, don't listen to them. It's meaningless. It's meaningless.
Yeah,
Okay.
And so, do you trust me or no? Like a lot of
Why?
people do not
Why
trust
not?
because a lot of people.
Noel, I don't even have to trust you. I go to your channel and I watch the hockey game. I don't even
Yes,
have to trust you. I want to be there. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
gosh, that thing's like a couple months old, and that's you know,
I trust you, and I
you didn't
barely
do
even know
anything
you.
wrong. You didn't do anything wrong.
Tasha's back.
Christmas back, homo.
Hi,
Okay.
Tasha.
Hi
Nobody's
again.
nice to
Sorry,
your friend.
I was just I got just occupied with something.
Oh, Tasha, Frankie wants to know if he can put his email here. Please do, Frankie. I can't share it. I don't have it.
And Joe,
Okay. Okay. Must I
Yes, Noel.
must I share my email, or you just gonna see his email?
Oh, you asked me for his. I don't have it, but he said he was asking me if he could put it here. He can. Okay. And Noel, you're all good. Don't worry, Noel. Okay, please.
Let's get back to your dad, Tasha.
yeah,
You said he was a radio host. I think she disappeared again.
where is hobo?
Oh, she wanted to put her email in there. Hobo, you're free to join up, man. Please
Come
click
on.
through.
Come
Do
on,
I have to
Hobo.
do something else? I mean, he can't. He says he has a problem seeing. So I don't know if I have to do something else. I'm trying. I'm just putting it in here. Maybe the adaptive tech will like read it off to you, you know. I don't know how to do it, bro. So yeah, if that's really what you were worried about or wondering about, Noel, I mean, I heard about it, but it's not a thing to us. You've been on here for 3 months, you know. We've never had a problem. Never. Never. And I'm telling you, Noel, you have to understand my sons are like you know, they're a little bit earlier 20s, but they're like you. So I'm used to, you know, hanging out with my boys, you know.
I trust you, Noel, and I barely even know you. Because I'm a good judge of character, and I can tell you're a wonderful person.
There you go. There you go. And good drum solos too tonight.
I think you're muted.
Hey Noel, you had some good drum solos going on too. I'll look at that and see if it's unmute. Here we go. You good, Noel? I unmuted her.
I think
What the heck?
Yeah.
there you go.
Hey Noel, can you play another drum solo? I mean, if you got it in you.
Yep.
That,
I will.
that'd be cool.
What
How
song?
about Kansas? You like that?
Free
You
bird.
like the band Kansas?
Free bird. Let's play free bird.
All right, let's
Free
play some
Bird,
Freebird.
the Southern National Anthem.
Free bird by Leonard Skinner.
Leonard Skinner.
Should I
Cheers,
sing?
Noel. Thank you.
Should I sing?
Please do.
I hope so, Noel. Please, thank you.
Oops. If I leave here tomorrow, would you still never leave? For I see travel on my way. Cause these too much place I haven't seen. But if I stay here with you, girl, things just could not be the same. Cause as free as a bird, now and word cannot say so. And this word you cannot change. And this word
Awesome.
Noel, I'm as free as a bird now, and this bird you cannot change.
You, yeah. Got this feeling I cannot change. Please don't take so badly. 'Cause Lord, I know I am too late. If I stay here with you, girl,
Big up, Frankie, man.
things
Thanks for your
just
love all
can't
around, man. Big
be
family.
the 'Cause I am free as a bird. Now this bird cannot change. No. And this bird you cannot change. And this bird you cannot change. Lord, you know I cannot change. Lord, help me, I cannot change. Lord, I can't change. Why? Free the bird, yeah.
Hey. Thank you, Noel. Thank you, Noel. That's awesome. He said the Southern National Anthem. Like, that's pretty cool, right?
Always sung in the South at weddings and funerals. Freebird.
Right? Right.
And it,
We do what is it? Spandau Ballet True. That's what we do. But that's my favorite song, so it's
great,
okay.
great song. Great
No, I
song.
love the old school. They had like crazy Spandau Ballet, like when they were on 45. I got a bunch of them, you know. They didn't even have covers, but
How
those
did I
guys were just
do?
playing with their synthesizers. That was great.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
you did wonderful, Noel. You were the best.
awesome, Noel. Awesome. Totally awesome.
'Cause this bird cannot change. Thank you, Noel. That was awesome.
Now I can actually say I got to spend screen time with Noel.
Right
And
on.
so,
Right on.
do you want me to play Band Name by Bon Jovi?
No, that's too modern. I want you to play Joker. You know that one? Steve Miller Band, Joker.
Ooh, that's tough.
I know you can do it. I know you're a young lady, but you got the soul to do that. Steve Miller Band, Joker.
Some people call her the space cowgirl. Some call her the
Some people call
gangster
her
love.
Noel.
Wow, wow. Some call her Maurice.
Well, Cosmic, I definitely got that pack for my wife today with the, all the reflective foils and,
Oh, I think she'll like it.
yeah. So I looked around, I was thinking I could look at Llewellyn or whatever, but they didn't have them around. I got it off of Amazon and
It's
that was
it's
it.
been it's been sold out for quite a while, and they just restocked here lately, and it's probably going to be sold out again real quick because
Right
I
on.
mean it's got all the gingerbread on it. You know, it's got the copper foiling and it's got the green foiling and it's you know
Hardback book, and
hardback.
they're real wide, right? They're real wide cards, right?
They really are, and they got the linen finish on them. They shuffle like a dream.
Yeah.
They're beautiful cards, and of course the whole story. You know, you pull out the hardback book, you read the story, kind of
Right.
transports you into the environment. I think she'll love it.
Is it
You
all
got,
fiction?
uh, you
The
know, they
carnival
kind,
they're talking about basically is fiction, right?
yeah, they kind of leave that subject to interpretation. I mean,
Ah, okay, it's fiction. I got you. I got you. It's fiction. Yeah,
you know what I
yeah,
mean. It's
yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure they fished it out of the collective subconscious, and but you know,
Well,
it's
every player is a real actor, of course, but it's just fiction that it all happened at once.
right, man. You know, of course, if you get into tarot, one of the things that a lot of people like to do is, do the whole intuitive, moving into the energies, experiencing the energies
Hey,
of the
it's
cards
a
and things like
holiday.
that.
I
So,
got hoes on hoes and all that control. And hey, it's another way
Hey, Tasha.
when you
bring
know
it,
it. I can't
Tasha. Back.
even close my eyes and I don't know why. I don't know why. I can't even say no way. I feel it and I'm playing and I don't want to play it. Hey, can I clock it? I'm coming alone and it's hot. I'm not
We gotta fix this.
last night. He, I better Michael Jackson.
You
Hey,
could, you
it's a
could be.
holiday. I got hoes on hoes and I'm not gonna control, yeah. Hey, it's another way. I'm gonna home and I'll bet you know it. I can't even close my eyes and I don't know why it's a surprise. I can't even say from a game that's played and the rest of the day it's an game. And mushrooms. I'm in my demonstrators and motherfuckers down and I had a choice and then next seat and the black seat and next chance and the next seat.
Okay, so you didn't hear all that
Awesome.
background music. Okay, I just found it. I just found it on there. Here we go. Ready, set.
I'm better Michael Jackson. Hey, it's a holiday. I got hoes on hoes and all kinds of control, yeah. Hey, it's another way. But the niggers and goes and hope that you know it. I can't even close my eyes and don't know why this is no surprise. I can't even stay away from the game that I played and I know what you played it.
Oh yeah.
Yo, Noel. The the
Oh.
the audio settings are so funny. We never heard your background check before.
Everybody like a cyclone, and then they say
Oh boy! And now we go into what?
Better
4 hour DJ set. Here we go.
like a cyclone,
drink some energy drink.
so hard and it goes that nice song. But your moves her by like a cyclone. Like a cyclone. Chicken that blah
Hard in the club and the haters gonna hate Noel.
Oh yeah.
She popping and it might be moving by like a cyclone. And it makes my head turn all night long. Go hard and with a nice song. Just move her by like a cyclone. Like a cyclone, by like a cyclone. And it makes my head turn all night long. Go
Well,
hard
dang,
and with
Tasha,
a
it's
nice
much better now
song.
that I can hear her backing track. I had to look in there, you know.
Oh
It's
yeah,
much
make
better
it.
now. She's carrying this, you know. She's carrying it.
She's not gonna get a record deal out of this.
Like a cyclone, and every time doing all night long. Go hard and good for a night song. To the mirrors are by like a cyclone. By a cyclone, by like a cyclone. And she makes me want to do it all night long. Go hard and good for a night song. She moves her by like a cyclone. By a cyclone. I got looks, I got ass, I got hips, I got mass. And legs like tipping it low like low, low, oh, this is crazy. This is lazy. There's a body like a cyclone, and it makes my head good all night long. Go hard and get a nice song. Just moves her body like a cyclone. It's like a move body like a cyclone, and it makes my head good all night long. Go hard and get a nice song. She moves her body like a cyclone, like a cyclone.
I believe you could make a living
So I
rapping.
think, I think, I have to tell you, Noel, I think that the creaks in your chair are making like a big noise that sounds like, you know, it sounds like it's percussion, you know? Do you have a pillow or something?
No.
The creaks in your chair sound like you got a new like go-go beat on top of everything, you know? We're trying to make this sound good.
I need my drum machine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it out of here. Just show me that I can don't. It's with me right there. There should be a suit. That's what you want to hear. I'm in my room. There with my on my bed. And I'm coming to I'm making out of here. When you feel everything went to lie.
Awesome.
Gonna pencil on my side. It's a truth. And I did. It's in a room. I'm making out of here. There's just about to lose. Everything's in fear. Everything's in truth. Everything's here. Everything's gonna be. It's so much good I can see. Everything's gonna be. And while I'm with you. Yeah, I don't know my real. Oh, baby, keep going out this here. Ah, that's a good choose. Every time it is true. She said, I'm in like I did. Never make it out of here. Remember my eyes and keep it science. It's fine. It's fine. So come on. done yet, bitch. Not done yet.
Thank you, Noel. Thank you, Noel.
Bravo, bravo.
Freezing cold. That's where you go. And it's here. My dog's gonna do it for Louis Bill. There's something knowing
You sat there forever. Oh my God. Oh, hold on. Hobo.
Yeah.
He says he can't see well. Okay, Noel. I'm gonna drop it again. Please, Hobo, just click it one more time. If it doesn't work, we'll fix it.
Hobo, come here.
Hobo, come
Yeah.
up.
But you can
Give me your
hear.
hand.
Okay, Noel, I'm bouncing off of your walls, right? You have to turn down the volume on your device. Okay,
Moving,
please.
get me in the trash. Deep to hurry up. Maybe miss a
No.
train. I'm in single
We've been okay. I'm not bouncing off your walls too. But no, we've
I'm
been
so
listening to you
funny
do that.
by doing
Noel, we've been listening to you jam
girl,
long
drop me
enough.
to the
Noel, take a
bottom
pause.
where love
Noel,
me down.
Noel, take a
All I
pause. Take
wanna
a pause.
do today is let you
We've been
love
loving it. We've been loving it, but you got to take a pause.
cash.
Let's let Hobo
All
have a chance to come up.
that in your jeans.
Noel,
Can't want me big, can't want me sweet. Don't let it fall.
oh,
Yeah,
shit.
yes, you want to get stressed. That's a
I'm
woman,
getting
no mom.
enchanted,
And then there's
Noel.
that
Stop
famous song that I
enchanting
heard that
me
just
and
know it's all. All the
just
money's fucking, yeah. I say off and I
stop
don't care. It's a fine everywhere. I mean, but in Moscow, that wood. And check your hair, it's your tail, it's the whole time, it's the time, and the whole cover to go to my baby, face is falling, making a hit, you got me in the train. You can take her hand.
got me in that creaky chair. Go click, 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 click. Got me in that creaky chair. Go click, click, click.
She can turn me on. You can pretend. I'm so much money. I'm a satisfied by doing with your hands. Girl, drop it to the floor. Love me down.
Well,
Where's
gosh, I
the
didn't know we were gonna
hobo?
make a record, Noel. I thought we were just gonna talk. You're really good. Like, I guess we have to just make a record.
No hands in that book,
She's
no hands in that
rapping.
dime. I don't dance and I watch my mama walk my back. Turn my chance, I'm a bad motherfucker. Go and ask those motherfuckers and I ask those motherfuckers and I nothing with what's your name? Mama lane, you been tapping with my name. And then mama lane, for my eyes, let me shine. Look at me and take my time. And then my face and I shine. It's a book and him to mine and not your mind. Not your need. I just do my thing. Let's see when I show thing. Don't be standing better too. That's all I'm on the wood. I'll never take that wood. And then stranger to take good bitch. Man, you got me in a chain. Need to turn me up. You can get your tan. I'm in so
Hobo,
inside.
I hope that one works, man. I hope that link works.
Where's the
Because,
hobo?
yeah, I mean,
Girl, drop it to that farm. I love it, love me down. All I wanna do is surveyors what you need. Throw this cash. My soul pants. I'm in that sea, I'm in that show and put me on it, please. I'm in going in here. Ain't nothing, mama, love me. And girl, I can say it's fast. And I walk around in pockets and the minutes and the butt. What? Wang, go away. That's what I'm here to say. I'm a little alone. I'm in tripping fast. To evaporate this Saturday. I'm gonna go in and make some minutes to the size way. But I wanna people, whatever say, 16 people. That's what your present show. Then you can be low.
Noel,
Go,
the
and do
one
it
thing is you have
dance.
to make up your
I'm
own
a
music,
story
right? You have
why
to
you
your
do
own
it
work.
with your hands. Go, coming in
We
and
could do this.
moving.
We could make
Got
a.
me in a
You're definitely gonna make
trance.
a
Need
record,
to
though. You
turn
got
me
to make your own
up.
work.
Need to miss a chance. I'm a sipping cow, and the music pan. I'm a story 21, doing with your hands. Girl, drop it in the love you all I wanna do is throw this
Probably should. Hey, Noel, when it's like 1:20, your phone's still gonna be on, right? Or it's gonna.
This is on the computer.
Okay. Hobo said he couldn't get through. Hobo, what's up, man? We want you to come through. I put it down again.
Come on, hobo.
You hear? I'm still bouncing off of you, Noel. Can you turn down the speakers,
Okay, sorry.
please?
Is this
Boom,
okay?
bada, boom, boom, boom.
Is this okay? Can you
I don't know.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good, but I'm just saying.
How is that?
I can hear
My
myself
singing and
bouncing
my
off your
dancing,
wall. You know
Joe.
what I mean? Oh, your
So,
singing is beautiful. Like, you just have to write your own songs so that just make your own music videos. Have you ever thought of that?
that'd be cool.
Yeah, make your own music videos. You could use like animations behind you, like doing different colors and like whatever. Like for me, like whatever, like fireworks or whatever
Easy go,
behind you, and
that's
just
a
sing songs.
highway. Oh, oh.
It's 9:15. How am I already underwater? I'm in the same boat. I'm in an actual boat.
See, where is that coming from?
Wanna be a
Now we're
billionaire,
listening to Steve
so
Irwin.
fucking bad. Buy all of his things I never had. I wanna be a cover up for magazines. Smiling next to Oprah and her queen.
Oh, yeah.
Cause every time I close my eyes, Casino name is Johnny Lies. Yeah, a trippin' city every night. Oh, I swear, we're meant to repair, and I'm a billionaire. Yeah, I'm essential, my Oprah, dancing host stuff, fame
I
back,
can't believe he clicked on and stayed on forever.
Who?
Well, anybody, but
What happened to hobo?
yeah, he said he clicked on and stayed forever. I wouldn't have left him in the background, man. I'm gonna drop the link again.
Come on, hobo. Come on up, hobo. You can rap with Noel.
Hobo, come on.
Right?
Noel laying down the tracks with Hobo and Joe on the Midnight Rap
Yo,
Show.
what's up, Linguini? Linguini don't mess with anybody, man. I'll mess with you first, man. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. I can't delete you because you ain't no worse than anybody.
Come on, Hobo.
Roberto.
Joe, I have to play Fortnite right now.
Oh, Ever Inferno has arrived. Ever Inferno,
He's a troublemaker, Ever
Cosmic,
Infern.
Cosmic. I'm not trying to go real funny, but Ever Inferno is like he's very inquisitive and interested
Where's
in
he at?
Zane. Zane the
Where's
vampire.
he at?
You saying he's got the hots for Zane?
I think he has the hots for Zane. I think Ever. Do you have the hots for Zane? Because you got to be careful with them hots, man. You better turn them into some miles or something.
Joe?
Be careful, okay? Zane is like, wow.
Ever
Hey, he said, hell
Inferno.
no. He said, hell no. That's what I was waiting for. Oh, what's up, Noel? I'm sorry.
My mom said hi to you.
Hello, Mom.
Claire.
Real Mom and Claire. Zane is a lame.
You should get Ever Inferno
Zane
on
is,
here.
not a lot of people want vampiric youth pastors, so that's what Zane might be. Something like that. He
Oh
doesn't
no.
think his parent will understand. His parents will not understand because
Excuse me.
no humans like vampires. We don't like them.
Excuse me, Joe.
Yes,
What?
darling. Yes.
What about if me and Claire and you hang out? That would be really
Of
fun.
course.
And you
Why don't you send
too.
Claire to
And
come
you
up?
too. And you too,
Send
ma'am.
her to come up so she can look. Claire needs to talk with
She's in
Cosmo.
bed right now. She's in bed right
Oh
now.
boy, even better.
Wake her up.
No. Excuse
Joe is
me.
what?
Excuse me, Joe.
She get Ever Inferno to come
Joe.
on.
Joe, where are you
I know.
from?
Ever Inferno, come on up.
Joe, where are you from?
I'm from Maryland. I live in Virginia. I've always hugged District of Columbia.
Excuse me, what about if me, you, and Claire actually hang out? That would be.
Yes, yes. I've talked to Claire. I mean,
Yeah, Claire is a
she
nice
can
girl.
tattoo, and she said if the money's right, you know. What do you mean? I mean, what do you mean, Noel? If the money's right, or or whatever.
I don't do tattoos.
You don't do money, right? So just if the respect is right.
Excuse me. I am
Yes.
going I am going to a day program soon because I quit my job, my other job. Remember I told you?
You told me that you had a fast food job and you wanted out, right? Can
Yes.
you
And
can you drop down and come back up because I keep bouncing off your wall?
what do you
I can
mean?
hear my voice everywhere.
What do
Just
you
try
mean?
again. Well, just drop out and come back up
Why?
because my voice is bouncing off your walls. I'll look at your microphone when you come back. Hey,
DJ.
Roberto Linguini, what's going on?
What's up, bro?
Not too much, man. How's it going out there? Yeah, I was echoing off of her background. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you,
can you
bro.
hear me at all? Am I gone?
I hear you.
Oh, okay, okay. Linguini, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, he said, Jennifer says Cosmic looks stoned. What's up with that? I mean, I don't know why you say that.
I can't see the chat, so you'll have to relay messages. I'm not stoned.
I
I'm just
will, I will.
old.
Jennifer Bari said that Cosmic looks stoned. I mean, I don't know why she would say that.
I wish I was stoned.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Is it a burden not to be?
Well, I live in a state where we don't have nothing legalized. It's
Right,
too big a pain in the butt to get illegal. Plus, I worked for the
right.
government for 33 years, so I haven't reconnected with important people, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I do. Shelves up here. He's from British Columbia, so they've always had that really killer British Columbia bud. You know what I mean?
Some people got it made.
Oh shit, Hobo, the algorithm likes you, man. You can come up. I'm gonna drop that link again. There's no reason this doesn't work. I'm so sorry, but come on up. It's StreamYard, bro. You should be able.
Come on, hobo, you can
Recommended
do it.
with the
So what do
weed
they
and
call?
nachos.
So is he DJ? Is a real DJ?
Well, I don't know about that, man. You guys run parties, man? He's got the hair. Is that just you? I mean, like when you type that, were you just Jennifer? Like he's got the hair. What, the hair of a DJ? What the heck are you talking about here? Oh, cheers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. 7-Eleven nachos, $3.99. Shells. No, I think it's because he's like he's
No, bro.
religious.
No,
That's
no, no. There's no
DJ.
fake bullshit going on over here.
What's
Just
up?
fucking take it as it is.
What is?
There's no fake shit here, bro. We keep it real over here.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying there's no. I'm one person. There's another person there. There's
Okay, okay. So
I'm
you
not
weren't
thinking.
typing for somebody else. I got you now. I got you. I got you. I was like, you're talking about there's no fake shit. I was like, yeah, there is fake shit. You know.
He's just saying he's not got fake shit.
He was saying that him and Shells are different people because I mean him and Jennifer were because yeah that Shells is in BC. You guys are all West Coast, man. Yeah, BC like award winner. How long has it been, Cosmic, that you've been separated from smoking
Oh,
green? You know.
well, I spent 33 years working for the federal government, so I didn't get to smoke any of that time because they drug test
Right.
tremendously. And of course, I worked in an industry that, if you got popped, you're gone. So because
Yeah.
it dealt with you know that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I could tell you a funny story about the last time I smoked, which was in 1982. That's how
Oh
old
boy.
I am.
I was only 4 in 1982, but I can tell you about when I smoked in '84. But let me hear your story.
So I was in business for myself, and I was having a bad week. I was a contractor, and things weren't going well. I was driving down the interstate coming back from Nashville, Tennessee, bidding on some jobs, and I thought if I had a joint, I'd smoke it. But I didn't have a joint. But about that time, I passed an old Volvo, one of the four doors, kind of really dirty green, and it had a bunch of bumper stickers on the back, visualize world peace. And as I passed them on the interstate, I looked over and it had two dudes in there that were definitely, had the stoner look. And I thought, I'm going to hit them up for a joint. So I slowed down right beside them and I was doing the, hey, let's burn one. And of course, they
he
pulled
said,
over.
he said, one of these or one of these. One of
What,
these or one of these. Either way.
whatever works, man. So they pulled over to the rest area, and I said, "Hey," I said, "Can I buy a joint?" They said, "Oh no, you can't buy nothing, man. You liable to be the law." And I said, "Oh well, can we burn one? I'll send you a Christmas gift, something." So they said, "We'll go burn one." So we took off down the road, and I knew a place to pull off where, we weren't going to be disturbed. And we got higher than the hawk's ass. And of course, you know, on the way home, they went their way, I went my way, and on the way home, I was driving down the road pretty stoned, and I looked up, and here came a state trooper. And, of course, fortunately for me, he didn't seem to have any agenda, but it seemed like it
Right.
took me a half hour to pass his car, and we locked eyes while we were passing. And I had this like life flashing before me kind of experience, but then I went home and chilled. But that was my last weed experience in 1982. And then I went to work
Well,
not long
yeah.
after that for
Yeah.
the government. So
Man, Ever says to hydrate. I mean, I never do that. Especially when I'm having a fun. What are you talking about? Mom. But anyways, yeah, what you're talking about, that's insane, man. That was the
yeah,
last time you had that kind of experience.
that's back when the THC content in weed was probably less than 6%.
Well, it was probably like 12 or something. Because now everything says it's 27. but sometimes it says it's more and it's not, it's always like 20 something. So it was probably like 17% or something. Like this whole measurement scale is kind of a ruse, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of figured that it's a sales gimmick.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think,
Right
DJ?
now they always try to figure out what's the best way to name something, and they do it almost like Mad Libs. It's like, you know, uh color and action, they try to put things together.
Right.
Hindu movies? Oh, Hindi movies? You like Bollywood? Like, yeah, hell yeah, Roberto.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I
He's
like
collecting
Bollywood.
drug info. We're all collecting drug info right now. Yes, I mean
Bollywood.
Bollywood. Yo, in a shelves, I'll tell you the truth, man. Um, I can go to Woodbridge and these areas where they have spice shops, right? The guys don't want
What's
me
your
to buy
favorite
the
movie
Bollywood
though, dog?
magazine. They get mad. They get mad if I go buy the Bollywood magazines. They're not for you. And then I go to the Puja section, right? They don't give a shit if I buy Puja. But I can't buy magazines of like fucking movies.
No way. Can you hear me?
No, that's how they act around here. They don't want white boy to buy the magazines for the movies, but I can buy Puja. It's weird. What would you do, man? You see how hard? I'm sorry, Shells. I'm sorry. Are you having a good time, man?
Nah,
I
we're
didn't
good.
want
We're
to say
good.
something
Bro.
crazy. I didn't want to say something crazy, but
I think DJ's locked up, isn't he?
he looks like Nosferatu, man. I think he's just a silent film. Oh, am I going to invite you? Well, you didn't see the thing? You could join the joining link, Ever Inferno.
Get
yeah,
get him up here.
yeah, come on up, man. We're not getting Zane up here, not right now.
Ever Inferno wants to get on here and talk smack.
Raza Ramon. Hey, what's up? I'm sorry, Shells, man. I think you said you're frozen here. Somebody
Locked up,
called you Bumpy.
DJ locked up like a bird dog.
Yep, 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 yep. You don't have a camera ever, but I've had you on before and you just talked and you can just, I can't even get rid of him.
Oh, that's
Holy
a
shit.
BS
Holy shit.
excuse.
Oh, there we go.
Let's go, Ever Inferno.
No,
Ever
no, no,
Inferno.
Ever. I've had you up before. I've had you up before and you didn't have a fucking camera and, we didn't judge you. So come on up. God damn it, man.
Come on up. Come on up, Ever Inferno.
Come on up.
Come on up. Ever Inferno, come on down. Johnny, tell him what
Oh
he's
boy.
for.
Oh boy. Some of those people were wondering why I was working with the opposite. They were worrying whether they were going illegal or something, but they'll never go illegal, man. They'll never go illegal, man. 2025, I don't know. What year is that? What are you talking about? Antarctica, 2024. Anamina mascara. These nuts, 2022. All right.
These
The Indies.
nuts.
The Indies are going to win. My dad, he's like, oh, you better be careful. Things might change. I'm like, I'm like, really? They haven't changed for 1,000 years, but yeah, they might. Somebody might get hit in the head too, and things still won't change. It doesn't mean anything.
Pre-programmed.
Go cricket.
Where's
Who's cricket?
Where's Ever Inferno?
Probably backstage. Nope, it's Burpee. God
Burpee.
damn it, Burpee. God damn it, Burpee.
DJ Burpee. DJ's back. Tasha's back.
I got it back.
Grady George.
Who's that?
Hello.
We've got a proverbial panel.
Yo.
Hola.
Who's that chick
There's a lot of
yesterday?
people around here, man. There's a lot of people. How's everybody's mic sound? Check.
Test.
Is my mic too loud?
No, it sounds
Nah, you
great.
sound great. You're the one with the professional mic. And here comes Ever Inferno. Holy shit. Here we
Ever
go.
Inferno is in the house.
Hello,
It's so
Joey.
funny because StreamYard told me I don't have any time left. So cheers, everybody.
StreamYard.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Yeah, what's up?
Hello, friends.
Ever Inferno. I
Hi,
can now
Cosmic.
associate a voice with all the smack talk I get in the chat when I'm on.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Right on.
Nice to meet you.
It's good to meet
Yeah,
you. Jeff know you're on here?
I've talked to Jeff before.
Does he know that you're being unfaithful with Joe G?
No,
Oh,
he does
yeah,
not.
yeah.
He also goes to sleep like 3 hours earlier.
Jeff will not stream enough anymore. He's hiding from me. He only comes up when he knows it's 4 a.m. and I'm actually asleep.
I think he's having to work a bunch.
He streams at like 5 o'clock my time because he's on the East Coast, I think.
Oh shit! Hobo Hideaway tried again. Why? Well, it worked for everybody else. Oh, Hobo! It only works on a phone. I guess. I'm lying. I made shit up. I made it up. Who do we lose? God damn it!
I think it was DJ.
Oh, okay.
Okay, maybe I must leave. Then we can put Hobo up. I will leave. Then Hobo can come up.
What? No, you
I'll
don't
keep
have
my
to leave.
space for him.
Tasha. We have room. We have room. You're all good.
I don't want to be the only female here between all the guns. I'm the rose, but I don't want to be I don't want your guns to be all of the guns. I want a female with me.
Okay.
Hello, Tasha.
Is that Grady?
Hello, Grady.
Hello, Grady. How you doing?
Hello,
Mr.
Grady.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Nice
Pretty
sounding.
good, man.
I'm gravy, baby.
Grady,
the
baby.
one thing. The one
is
thing
the
I wanted
topic?
to let you know. We're hosting a topic. We were just hanging out. We're talking about well, we could talk about, how to get rid of past possession, like how to shake off the things that are corroding your motion and your bones. I think that's a topic. Is that right, Cosmic? I mean, we want to shed them.
Yeah,
Did
you can
say
do
bones or bone, like your dick?
But it's the same thing. Same
Well,
thing.
I think more bones,
better
more
as
like
well?
even in joints, like your motion gets all corroded. You don't want your motion to get all like hemmed up, Because your
It's
dick,
not
I
about the
mean,
size of the boat. It's the motion of the ocean.
The motion of the ocean.
Yeah, but your dick,
usually.
it does like 4 jobs, and it's like kind of useless, as far as like the rest of your skeleton.
It's the Ouroboros. That's what your wiener is, the Ouroboros. It's what keeps us trapped in the manifested realm. Do whatever, Inferno. Hey, Ever Inferno, do you have a first name? That sounds like a dog.
Ever?
It's what? Ever is
Ever
your first
is
name?
First name. Ever is
cool.
good enough.
You named after your father?
Well, you're a government employee, so I don't want to disclose.
Oh, come on. I'm retired. I'm
Hey, man, listen. I'll tell you
You'll
one
get my
thing,
baptismal
Cosmic.
name later.
He's not named after his dad. He's not named whomever.
Forever.
I love your setup. I don't know if my network is working right now, but I love your setup.
You should be on video, Ever Inferno, so we can
You gotta pay
associate.
extra for that.
No.
Please.
Nobody charges for porn these
Extra to
days.
stop. Extra to stop.
Oh, I didn't say it was that type
Bye.
of content.
Just tuck
Okay,
it back.
Grady, jump in there anytime, Grady.
So are
Grady
you
doesn't
really
have to show
a
himself
government
because he's already been
employee?
out.
I'm an ex-government employee.
Oh, I was wondering if you got that buyout offer. I heard 100% of all CIA got a buyout offer today.
Well, I got a
Buy one, get one free.
I got a parachute, but it wasn't under this administration. I actually got showed the door under his first administration.
Yeah,
Oh,
I got
I
a
see.
pair of shoes too, man, but they were Velcro and like 40 people wore them before I saw them, you know?
Broke them in for you, brother. And you got to go with Velcro. Velcro's the best invention since sliced bread, man. Especially for old people and
It's the
fat
Earth.
people.
We're all here. Yeah, we all will be here. Like nothing's gonna destroy anything. Like everything's here, man. All the resources are just lateral, you know? Some people change ownership, but they're all lateral. Where you're nothing to worry about, Sean.
Right. Well, there's actually a better solution than all that. If we all agree not to procreate, we can trash this planet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just ride it like a surfboard into the next meltdown.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
we could. Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could.
What do you think about that, Ever Inferno?
I
What
don't
about
think
it,
I'll make
Grady?
it.
Ever Inferno fell out.
Oh,
Come on, man. Get back on there.
Grady, that avatar looks like the living dead, man. Are you trying to scare us?
Oh, it's just my face. I don't know.
Really? I thought it was like I thought it was like Return of the Living Dead Part 2.
You're a handsome
Oh,
devil,
yeah.
Grady. Don't let him tell you any different.
The Mudman.
Yeah, no, Tarman, yeah.
Tarman,
No, that was a
yeah.
different movie. Yeah, that's Part 3. I was talking about Part 2. I mean, I was talking about excuse me, Return of the Living Dead 1 is where Tarman is coming in. Yeah. Not 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tarman is in that. It's the Earth, we're all here, or we'll go to Mars. Nobody can go to Mars, man. That's so silly, you know.
There's
When you
nothing
go
in
out to outer space, you know,
Mars.
you get crushed.
I just called in because I was kind of bored. I didn't really have
Yeah.
anything to talk about. Maybe I should leave.
No,
Come
you should
leave.
not leave.
What do you want to
Because
talk
you're
about?
the one who asked if we have a topic and we do not, Grady. And
Pick
so
a
it'd be
topic.
better if you just bring it up.
Pick one, Grady.
I don't know. Like my mind has been blank lately. I just sort of stare at the wall and wait.
Well, what
for
are you
something to
passionate
happen.
about?
No, you don't. You walk around
I'm
all
not.
day. You don't stare at the wall. Come on.
Man, I'm not passionate about anything. You know, I could like take it or leave it, everything.
Well, see, there you go. You're passionate about not being passionate.
I really hate. I used to like collect a lot of stuff, and I'm really into music, and I'd go to a lot of concerts and shit like that. And I don't know. I nowadays, I mean, music sucks in my opinion. I mean, I
Right.
went to a live show of like an older band. I forget who it was. Maybe it was I forget. Crystal Castles. Do you know that band?
I do know that band, but that's not a band. That's a couple. And are they still together? Because that's kind of scary. But I love them.
Well,
I
no,
love the
they.
music.
Hey guys,
You know.
I'm so sorry. My internet is
Well, they're kind of
borked.
older. They actually have.
You're gonna
other
have to pay that
people.
bill, Ever Inferno.
They actually, I think they have a live drummer and a guitarist on the stage with them.
I have
Grady.
four. I have 4 LPs by them. I'm just saying, like, the word that came down the pipeline was so and so, you know, hoodie, leather jacket guy was abusing so and so hoodie, you know, art teacher girl, and
Yes.
like apparently it was like a
Well,
Canadian.
he kicked her out of the band, and
Uh,
he replaced
I
her
think
with
it was worse
some.
than that. I think it was worse than that, Grady. I think it was
I
worse
don't
than
know
that,
how you
Grady.
guys started talking about Crystal Castles, but that's one of my favorite artists of
I
all
love
time.
their music, but I think it's a lot worse than what you think, Grady. Because my
Oh well,
wife
I
and
don't.
I
I
also
mean,
made music.
to me, I don't care. You know what I mean? They were
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
selling T-shirts of Madonna with black eyes. You
That
know,
was
so
legal, I think. I think they didn't get permission to do that, but that was their
yeah.
aesthetic
I mean,
choice. That's
like she
correct.
was involved in that too. I mean, it's the lifestyle they're in. Or I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know what the fuck they did. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. But I was just at this
She definitely
show.
abused
Well,
her.
yeah,
She
but you
definitely
know,
was abused.
Grady,
I was
Grady.
just at this show. He had replaced her with some Christian girl that he met in Iowa or something. Made her the lead singer.
You just replaced
Right.
her with another
Yeah.
fangirl who
Yeah,
was a
and
little
I
bit
actually
G.
kind of liked her. I thought she was good with the band too, but whatever. They had a guy open up, and he just had like a laptop,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he hit play on the laptop, and he was just sitting there pumping his fist. And I mean, there were like girls passing out in the front row and shit over this guy, and I'm like, this fucking sucks, man, you know. And then I went and saw.
So
When did you
Uh,
see Crystal Castles? Because that was like 2014 they stopped playing.
oh no, this was like
uh,
maybe 2017 or something. But I
Okay, their
mean,
last album.
yeah. And I went and saw that guy. I
yeah,
don't even remember. Whatever.
they got on Fiction Records. They got on you know, fucking Robert Smith's record label.
Well, I mean, he should go to hell then because that guy is a woman abuser. You know.
Ethan is his name, yeah. Or Alejandro, I guess is his real name.
I mean, to be honest with you, that chick kind of got on my nerves. You know, I can kind of see why some
But that
shit might have
doesn't
went
mean that
down.
you
You know,
want
she
to
was
like.
kind of
That doesn't
a
mean that you want to do what they
Alice or
did. You know?
Alice or whatever her name was. You know.
Alice
She has her
Braxton.
own career now. She has her own solo career. What do you think of that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's cool. I mean, I'm glad she was able to do her own thing. You know.
It's not the same. It's not the same without the production.
So basically, Grady, like Evan, excuse me, Ever Inferno is like way into like witch house or something. Yeah.
I
Oh,
can't believe you
I
know what
love
that is.
I love that.
I can't believe you guys know what that is.
I
That's
like
crazy.
Salem, and I like there's a couple others I like too, but Salem mainly.
It's mostly a
Yeah.
Russian genre now. The Russians took it over.
Yeah, it kind of went
Well,
out. I
that's
mean, I
okay.
don't know
I
what.
took over a Russian genre, you know, when I made a YouTube because it's Alco Cinema, but you know, I just took it over. I'm Maryland Alco Cinema. I took over a Russian genre.
You know, it's hard to
Mhm.
like find that stuff because they use symbols and all that shit in the
Yep.
titles, and sometimes their
Yeah.
band name will just be a symbol, and you can't find the shit. And I can't remember. Like, I'll be like, "That's a good song," and I can't remember what the fuck the symbol was, you know, or how to even
That's
like
Yeah.
look for it.
that's fine, but I
I
don't
told
like when they're
Ever
too edgy.
I have a really good friend from California, right? And he's a witch house artist, right?
Hmm.
And I know his name, but if you tried to look it up, it would be like slash slash this way, pyramid slash slash that way, uh, you know, like a line, you know, like lowercase o, you know, it's like impossible. You're right. Like witch house is just out, not
It's
searchable, you
underground.
know.
It's underground.
But
Yeah.
that's kind of cool though, because you gotta like really, really be in the know to
Well,
Yeah.
hear
I
this
just don't like when
stuff, you
it's
know.
too edgy. I don't like when they make the videos too crazy, but the music doesn't live up to it. Like, just focus on the music.
I
But yeah,
don't
there's a
think they're
lot of it
big
I
into
like.
music. These are like 12-inch singles that they throw into clubs, right? They're not big. I mean, they're not big into the videos and the visuals. Yeah.
Well, the videos are just like edited horror movies put together, and it's just way too edgy sometimes.
Hmm. What offends your sensibilities in visuals?
I think it's just like pretentious if they do it that way. But there's some good ones. I mean, Salem's a good band. Um, I mean, they were.
Yeah.
The
You remember
last
that
album
guy
was
from
not good.
the lead singer of Deftones started a witch house band, and they played inside of a volcano.
What?
Yeah, it was like maybe 10 years ago.
I
Sounds
didn't
like
know
something
that, but I
Cosmic would
knew a
listen
guy
to.
who was. Nah, I didn't know about that, man.
Yeah,
I
I
knew
saw
a guy
that.
who was a
He was.
cassette dealer, and he talked me into like listening to other Deftones, and he sent them to me, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, you're right, dude. These are awesome." Like cool.
Yeah,
Oh shit,
Deftones.
Sean's
I
bringing
don't
around
really
cat
like
again.
new. I don't really
Cosmic.
like new metal at all. So, Deftones were one of the few acts out of that era I like.
What does Cosmic listen to? Death metal.
I I listen to all kind of different stuff, but I'm an old man, so when you're an old man, your musical taste changes. I've been through so many decades that it all wraps back around eventually.
Right,
Music is
right.
generational. You'll realize that as you get older that depending on what generation you're born in and what you experience in the generation that you're born in, it really molds your taste in music. Of course, it evolves as you get older and the things you
Yeah, but
experience evolve.
they have like new whatever you call them, like the new champions of the new breed of music, and you
Sure,
just got to be into that for your decade in order to understand what's going on. Everybody's got to be tuned in.
right. Well, it's
Who's
just
the
like
champion? You know?
when I was in high school, the big music was we were evolving out of you know southern rock. Southern rock was huge for a short period of time. I mean, Noel was singing Leonard Skinner earlier, and Leonard Skinner and Wet Willie and Charlie Daniels and Marshall Tucker and all those guys. Of course, all the big rock bands from England were big. The Who and Led Zeppelin and all that. And then, of course, you went into the '80s, and I actually lived through disco.
Oh,
Sex in a parking lot and polyester clothes and high heel
that was
shoes,
totally your
and
style.
it was. I mean, I rocked it. I mean, John Travolta didn't have shit on me, so
yeah,
Nice.
yeah, yeah.
And that's okay to still like that music to this day.
no.
It's timeless.
Well, I mean, I take it in small bursts now, though.
Hey,
Okay,
man.
okay. So if you listen to something now,
And,
what would
and
it be?
I listen to the Village People, especially the self-titled, like all the time. But if anybody's ever heard Hot Blood Disco Dracula, that's a record right there. Hot Blood Disco Dracula. That's the shit. I got it, but I'm telling you, just go look it up.
That
I'm
was
gonna put it in my
Cosmic's original
community
name.
tab. What's that?
That was Cosmic's original username.
Hot
Probably.
Blood. Yeah, I bet it was, man. Hot Blood Disco Dracula. Just
Yeah, I was actually in a band for 10 years. So
Whoa.
right on, right on.
Government contracted.
no government. Y'all, the government thing really stuck in everybody's craw, didn't it? Is it
I
because you
know.
don't it's because you don't like the government or you don't
What?
trust the
What?
No,
I
government?
it's
mean, my
Kevin and
dad's
Crap.
Department of Defense. I can't say anything like that. What the hell are you talking about? My dad's Department of Defense. He's a genius. He's a mathematician. And he hates authority. Like, what the fuck? Why would I complain about you being in the government?
Well, see, the whole thing about the government that people don't understand, you see all these videos about the deep state. Well, I was the deep state. And what the deep state actually is poor old people trying to make a living and deliver for the people in the country the things that the government delivers to them while politicians are beating them to death with a ball bat, us. That's the thing that people don't understand is there's a core of people in the government that get you what you need, and if they don't do their job, society pretty much collapses, and that we're heading into that right now with the current circus peanut that's in power, and people are going to find out that electricity and clean water and the food supply, kind of hang by a thread in this country on about a 3 day basis. And, if you upset the apple cart enough, it has huge ramifications, just like electricity. People in this country take for granted that every time they flip on a light switch, they're going to have power. And if you've ever been to a third world country where it's intermittent, you'll find out different. So the
Right, and
government,
when you have 2 fucking days without a refrigerator, you'll really find out different because things will change like really quick
Oh, yeah,
compared to
I
what
lost
you're used
power.
to.
Yeah,
You know.
I lost power for
yeah,
3 days last year during the winter. It was the worst.
right.
Yeah.
That
Well,
was really bad.
people freak
Yeah,
out
but
now if they lose
it'll
their.
happen for purposes that are not of weather. They're just of squeezing out the energy pennies. You know what I mean? Like, and you've got some sort of pump that was created by somebody who wants eminent domain over you, and when the pump stops working, you got to call dad, and it's bad, bad.
Yeah, I live right down the road from where the atomic bomb was made in the National
Whoa.
Laboratory. I mean, you know, it's there's people just don't really understand the criticality of where we are politically now. Everybody understands, like on Tarot Tube, you hear all these different prognosticators and fortune tellers and soothsayers and
Mhm.
prophets and psychics, and I'm part of that whole community. Love them all to death, but in reality, we really fail to understand where the abyss that we're standing on the edge of right now. So, it's just like clean drinking water. We're fortunate that we can drink water and not, get sick, get cholera, and things like that.
Well,
So,
I just read today that researchers are saying the average person has a spoonful of microplastics in their brain. So, like, even the water we get isn't really clean. Because I think a lot of that comes from, like, water bottles and
it
straws.
does. It does. But you could
Yeah,
actually,
there's microplastics, and there's every single fucking drug that's ever been created in the world in our water supply, but
yep,
you
Oh,
they
yeah, I
still
know
do.
gotta
that.
drink it.
Yep.
Because if you can't drink the water
Yeah.
that you live by, you're dead anyway, bro. That's what I told my kids. I said, fuck it, drink it out of the bathtub, drink it out of the toilet. If you can't live on the water that you grew up with, you're dead anyway, dude.
I
You're
feel the
dead anyway.
plastic in my brain. I feel it.
Right. Well, see,
I
part
have
part
You
of
can
what,
feel it?
mm.
Shit. There's like plastic bags all
My brain's like a couch with a plastic covering. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Italian stuff. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
yeah. That's a reference.
well, see,
my grandma had them.
part of what causes that is we haven't updated clean water drinking standards since probably the 50s. So,
Yeah.
because of money, it's all about money, greed,
Dollar, dollar bills, yo.
the dollar bill, the legal tender.
So
So
did you
what?
guys? Oh, yes. I go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Everett Pearl.
No. Go finish your statement.
Cosmic says you need to put your camera on, Ever. What's going on? You say it's
That's right.
broken?
It
Grady
is on.
too. No, I'm talking about video, brother. We
Oh,
want
the
to
vid.
see your wonderful countenance. You and Biscuits and Grady both over there.
You want to see my
Biscuits are
coconut head?
gravy.
I don't
But if
have a
you
camera currently.
okay,
Yeah. Same.
Oh shit, Grady, you told me you couldn't use the camera because I put you on YouTube, and then I go on StreamYard so you can get into your thing and use your microphone and use your whole setup. And now you don't have a camera?
Well, I just wanted my undead photo to be up there.
Uh huh.
cool.
Because
Sounds
before
like you're making fun of me.
it was just like a white blur.
It sounds like a hobo hideaway is trying to get into the chat.
Poor old
But I
hobo.
tried that over and over. He must be going to the wrong place. He says he can't see well. Maybe that's the problem.
I
Because
think he's
what
hiding
can I
away.
do? I keep dropping that link, right? And this is the link you guys used, right? And if you can't get through, I don't know what's up.
Basically, you're taking the horse to water, and it's not drinking it because it's from the filters.
I don't know what's up. And you don't even have your avatar with like the Mortal Kombat horse thing.
The horse dragon. I will add an avatar. Give me a second. Um,
Okay, cool.
So what does Ever Inferno and Grady do for a living?
I don't do
Each
anything.
other,
what do I do for a living?
Yeah.
each other.
I'm an internet personality. No, I'm kidding. I do IT.
That's what I figured.
You figure?
Well, I could tell the way you mod. That was my suspicion.
Do I mod? I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys have all seen Street Trash, obviously, right? And he was like, oh, computer programmers, they're all junkies.
I am all of those things. Correct.
I hear the keyboard.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a little Mortal Kombat photo for you.
And he's trying to play Mortal Kombat. There we go.
No,
Oh my
I'm
gosh, we've gone all the way back to 7th grade. We're gonna play Mortal Kombat 2. Let's go. Put your quarters on the machine. Let's go.
Mortal Kombat. What about you, Grady? Are you retired?
Oh, well, I worked for a multimedia company for 25 years as an engineer. And then it got bought out by another company, and I got a severance package. And then I've just been living off my savings and stuff for probably 4 years now. I don't really. I kind of had a nervous breakdown to a degree.
Oh no.
About some other stuff. Like, I don't know, man. And then, honestly, the last 4 years of my life have been the absolute worst of any years of my fucking life. And
that's why I was really trying to jump that curse off of you, man. I'm trying to jump it off.
I'm sorry.
I got cursed by a Latina lady. Her stepmother. Well, she was my ex, and she told me, because I broke up with her, and she told me her stepmother put a curse on me. She's in some kind of Santa Muerte cult. Like 47 of them got on a hillside, fucking burning shit and giving us cigarettes and crap. And next thing I know, a fucking tree comes through my fucking house. That's where it fucking started.
Whoa.
It's a bunch of bad brujas, and they're spitting rum and smoking cigarettes and shit. These bad ones,
They're up on a hill burning
brujas is they're just so fucking sexy, they're too damn sexy, but you can't fuck with them at all.
You're cursing yourself again by thinking that. You know what I mean? You're cursing yourself again.
There's nothing sexier than a Hispanic witch. Let me tell you.
Well, we got 40 of them on a hill talking shit.
For $500, I can get that curse off of you.
Well, I know how to do it. There's an actual Santa Muerte church here where I live, and you have to go there. There's a priest. He's very scary. He wants $500. I was thinking about doing it, but I wanted to live stream it. He wouldn't allow it. But basically, I have to get into
Brady, ask her.
You have to get into a circle fire pit in a straitjacket, and then he does some kind of thing, and supposedly that would. See, I don't even like looking at this thing. It scares me.
No, that's cool. Ask her.
I get scared too. I don't want to get involved.
Dude, I mean, I don't even know if you know what you're playing with there, Joe.
Yeah.
I have
you're playing with a stick of dynamite, bro.
No. I have many of these, and I have many relationships with them, and it's not.
Okay,
it's
well, just wait till it fucking turns, man.
I think me and Grady are on the same page. Like, Grady, you wouldn't use like a Ouija board, right?
Oh, dude. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna say whatever, But what I'm saying is, I I went when I was in high school, right?
Mhm.
Um, this girl that was in my senior class, her and another girl got an apartment while they were still seniors in high school and shit. So that became a place people went and partied and shit. So I went there one time, and the girl living there told me her like aunt was a fucking witch or something, and she got this Ouija board out, and it was no fucking Hasbro shit. I mean, you could tell it was old as fuck, and it was just like
Oh
badass. It was just
no.
telling me to take it, and she was like, "Oh, this is full of like,
Oh
ever since my aunt gave this to me, everything's been bad, and I got to give it to somebody." And
no, no, no.
yeah, she told me
Well,
it was
the
cursed.
cool Ouija boards are from the cool ones are from Baltimore, but you know,
Well,
it's not a thing,
the area
man.
I lived in has a storied history of witchcraft.
Where
Yeah,
you
I
live?
just
But
don't mess with it. I can't. It's sacrilegious.
she, yeah, so like I got this thing, and a lot of bad shit started happening to me. First of all, I got a flat tire, like, and it was in the trunk of my car, like, immediately. And then I think the girlfriend I had at the time just like dumped me, like, immediately. So I tried to give this thing away, and I'm like, look, hey man, look at this totally awesome Ouija board. By the way, it's cursed, and I gotta tell you that. And like nobody would take it. No one was as fucking stupid as me. So
Hmm.
finally, what I did was I pulled around the back of a pizza place, and I just tossed it in the fucking dumpster and took off. And everything was
Wow.
fine until the Brewhouse showed up.
The brew house, man. What the?
Man,
That's quite the
what are
story.
you into, like Lowrider magazine or something? Like, what's going on with you? Like, what's going on, man? Why
Why are
you
these ladies breaking up with you?
Oh, Lowrider magazine. I actually, I used to get my mom to buy that for me when I was little.
I bet
She
you
thought I,
did, man. I bet you
yeah,
did.
because in the back there would be like the biker sluts, man, like 50 years old with
Whoa.
their tits hanging down to their, and I would be like, there was no
Yeah.
internet at the time or any type of pornography. Maybe on HBO
Oh, there
late at
was
night you
types of
might see something,
pornography.
but
Excuse me, sir. There was, at that
well, I could. I
time.
mean, not for me. Like I was a kid. I was a kid.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I used to like. Well, I don't even want to get into it, but for some reason, I'm really attracted to like 50-year-old biker hags now. You know.
Right on, man. Right on.
Totally.
Let's go to Sturgis, bro.
Sturgis. I've been.
Let's go. There's no Brujas in that house.
I think King Cobra's dad directed a play there.
Oh
I
yeah,
swear. Yeah, I swear to you. He had a bunch of bikers put on like a stage play of like Hamlet or something. He
right
directed
on,
it.
right
Philosophical.
on.
There's a documentary of it on YouTube somewhere.
Man,
So
I
hey,
was watching, free V shit or whatever, and they showed an old school diker biker thing, and
Diker,
it went way too far, bro.
Tiger,
It went
he's a
way too
Diker bikers.
far. Diker. I was like, this is 5X, bro. This is 5X. I got to get out.
Well, we both have a curse that needs to be broken because I'm perpetually single. So, what's up with that?
Well, I don't
Hmm.
know. I mean, I'm already married. I can't help you.
To be
I like
honest,
you.
my experience that would be a blessing. Sometimes the grass seems greener on the other side, but I'm very envious of you right now.
Um, I guess.
So we got two curses we got to break. That's $1,000.
I'll give you
Yeah, it's
whatever
500
you want.
each, right? Yeah. Oh my
Whatever you
gosh, I'm so
want.
glad. I've
Yep.
always told everybody the thing is when you get under attack, and it's like you have to be the best black magician in the room. It's not a big deal. You just have to do it that time, that day. Boom. We face up. You're black. I'm black. We're gonna, and that's it. I'm gonna win.
Well, they
I
said
don't
to
see
give it
color,
like
so
they said to give it like 15 cigarettes, but I keep smoking them, like for real.
Oh yeah, yeah. You gotta like spit some rum at it and blow some smoke, and that's why you're losing. Oh, I would have gave it to the goddess, but I smoked it. Well, that's why you're losing, Grady. You know what I mean? Like,
I
there's
end
no
up,
discipline
I've
within
given
your
it
bones.
come
drugs,
on,
I've given it
Grady.
booze. I always
Come
end up
on,
doing
Grady.
it myself, and
All
There's
you
no
gotta do is
discipline within there.
all you gotta do is quit believing it.
Nah, that's
Oh,
true too.
deep.
I
Yeah,
don't
I grew
believe
up
it,
with
but
greedy ladies
I
and
believe my
and
life is
actually
in
like
hell.
Haitian.
Oh,
Your wife is
Grady.
in hell.
My life is in hell.
Oh, I
His
thought you
wife.
said your wife is in
What?
hell.
He doesn't have. Okay, never mind.
There's no hell, Grady. There's no hell.
Maybe,
Well, then
maybe
there's no
I mean,
heaven
this
then.
might be hell. You know, we might all be in hell.
That's a good
No,
possibility.
Grady.
Oh,
We're
that's
not
a
in hell,
good
man.
point.
You know how wonderful I feel? If this was hell, that would be ridiculous. I'm not in hell. I feel wonderful. I feel great. I'm having a wonderful time. If this is suffering for eternity, give me some more.
So that means Joe
Well,
G is the devil.
but this is the first layer. We're on the terrace right now. This is Dante's Inferno.
Dante, yeah, there you go.
We're
the
about to
the
enter
the
the next
terrace,
circle.
so the
Don't
terrace is enticing me to the next level.
Yeah, we're
we,
heathens and we're going to suffer.
we need to break the curse off of biscuits and gravy.
Hobo says his ex-wife is in hell. That's wonderful. He said it. I thought you said it, Grady, but he said it for real. His ex-wife is in hell.
No, I believe that
Ow!
Period.
I am in hell. I'm being punished by Santa Muerte.
But how can you really
Muerte.
believe that, Grady?
Well, I mean honestly, I don't want to get into it, but I
Oh,
mean
come on, let's get into it.
literally every
No,
facet
I'm
of
just
everything
saying,
I've
like,
ever
Grady,
done for the
aren't you
last
free? Like, if you get thirsty, can you go get an orange juice?
Ooh,
who me?
maybe
Yeah. Can you
cranberry.
just go get an orange juice when you're thirsty? Just go get it. If I was Santa
Uh,
Muerte and I wanted to fucking punish you, you wouldn't. You'd
yeah, I
be
can't.
thirsty and you wouldn't be able to get a damn thing.
Where am I
That
going to
sounds
get
like
orange
me.
juice at this time of night? Fucking
I'm
Santa
just saying in
Muerte.
your
Fuck
life,
me.
day to
Glad
day, when
Pantry,
you're thirsty and you move
You just
on.
proved it.
7
No, I
Eleven,
didn't prove it. Oh,
Walmart.
I proved that you're cursed by Santa Muerte. Oh, Lord, there we
I
go.
told you Joe was the devil.
Yeah, I don't know
I
what
know. We'll just
happened,
leave it
but
at
Devil.
that.
like there's nothing
We'll just
open
leave it at
24
that.
hours here ever since COVID happened.
Yeah, we haven't had that either. Like, not
You don't
much,
have a
but we do have
convenience
it.
store? You don't
Everything,
have a 7
no, like
Eleven?
you can get gas, like if the pumps are there if you have a card and shit, but they shut down everything.
Most of
Where are
them
you
shut
located?
around here too, but we have enough. We have enough to get around. Yeah.
Where are you located, Greedy?
Well, I technically live in Houston,
I thought you were
but
gonna say
I
no.
live in a suburb, so it's
So he
Oh.
is in hell.
it's like an hour away to where like there's stuff in Houston I'm sure open, but not where I live.
You better
Houston,
believe
we've
there's
got a
stuff in
problem.
Houston open, man.
Huh?
Yeah, there's stuff open in Houston like 24 hours a day and stuff like that where you can go get,
Yeah, but
you
it's like
know,
an hour drive from where I'm at.
What?
yeah.
Yeah. Houston's
That's
fucking
insane.
large. It's like very sprawling.
But again,
That sounds like a
Santa
food
Muerte
desert to
would
me.
never let you make that drive again. So how come you make that drive? How can you do that?
Oh, get
You're not
this. My
thinking.
car doesn't even work.
Oh, bro.
The thing that recognizes the key
Yeah.
like quit working.
Wait, so
And
you can't
like
order? Okay.
nobody
Can't
knows
So,
how
order
to fix
okay.
it. Like I've called
Yeah.
mechanics. They're like, we
DoorDash.
don't do that. And I'm like,
Okay, you're right. That's Santa Muerte. Yeah. He's like key jamming.
they
He's
told me my
key
key
jamming.
was
Nobody can fix it.
they
It's
told me
like
my
a
key
Wow.
code jam.
they told me my key was not programmed, right? So I get this locksmith to come out to program my key, and he's like, "Oh, your key's already programmed. It's the car's not recognizing that the key is there."
Who
You
said
have
that?
to
Santa
get that
Muerte?
fixed. It's like some kind of
That
OBD port or something.
yeah, that shit's not normal. You're right. That's definitely esoteric curse. That's not
And the
right.
man's name was
And
Joe.
Hobo can't get in either. That's Santa Muerte too. Santa
Well,
Muerte
nobody's
doesn't
gonna
want
steal
the
my
good
fucking
news
car.
to be delivered right now.
What do you drive?
Oh, I got like right now because I got rid of
Yeah.
everything that I have. Like I mean, I used to have a Scat Pack, a 2020 Scat Pack, and I had a Dodge Ram.
Spirits will not comply. It's real life.
But I sold those off because I didn't want to pay. When I quit working, I sold those off. So I got like a 25-year-old Honda Accord.
Nice. I think.
Oh well, it's nice when it runs. I mean, you know, everything on it's good and runs good. It's just this fucking it can't recognize the key, so I'm just like stuck here.
Oh
Every
no.
once in a
Well,
while, it will recognize it, but I can't go anywhere because they'll like die in the middle of the fucking road. I'll have to get it towed
So
back to my
you
house.
basically have you have a radio chip that's speaking out to it, and it's not accepting the signature of the
Right,
RFID.
right.
Yeah,
It's some kind of security thing.
that's
Santa
voodoo.
Marta.
That's voodoo. 100%.
I don't know what the weather's like for you guys, but it might snow over here, so that'll make driving even worse.
It's 66 degrees over here.
It's nice and
69?
warm over here, man. At like
Yeah.
40 or whatever it is, it's nice and warm.
It's like 30 here.
Then, like right after I sold the Scat Pack, like they quit making them, and I think they're like $80,000 now or something. And I sold it for just like a little bit more than what I bought it for, like a dumbass.
Wow. I think you are cursed.
Oh, it's everything. Everything I do is just fucked, man.
We
And
can
I just
break
want
it.
to
Let's
end.
break it. Let's break this curse. Right here, right now.
Break mine
On
too, please.
live on YouTube, a curse breaking.
Break me in.
The ritual of the unborn.
I literally I have an exorcist handbook over there, but I don't think that's what he needs. You know what I mean? I could break that
I'd
out, but
love
I
to
don't
see
think that's
you
what
do an
he needs.
exorcism. I'd love to see you
I
do
don't
that.
even know what the Brujahs get out of it. Like they don't even know what's happening to me. I don't
Oh, they
talk to
know.
them.
They know everything.
Yeah, they probably got some kind of
No,
like
no, they do
crystal
not
ball.
ever. No, they don't. No, no. Because that would be boring to them, man. They've moved on, man. They're biting and destroying new young men. That's what they like to do. Not him.
That's what I like to do.
That's what you like to do. Yeah, that's what we all like to do. We like to always destroy a new soul and just go
Do
ahead and
you
chew it up.
do you think finding like a more powerful Bruja and trying to hook up with them might work? Like,
I like how hooking up is
You
part of
don't
the
hook up with
equation.
them because you'll still be subservient to all that power. You have to be the strongest one in the room. That's the problem, Grady.
Be a bruja. Be a bruja.com.
He's going to have to be a
25.
brujo, but he can still be a brujo.
I was
Brujo.
slightly scared the guy that was going to do it, the curse breaking, because you have to get into a straitjacket and get into a fire pit. And I was slightly scared that once I put the straitjacket on, I was going to get thrown into a van, and they were going to like,
Yeah,
they were going to like
yeah,
fucking use my white man bones, because I heard that white man bone powder is like really fucking
yeah.
pricey on the market.
Oh, yeah, man.
Mm,
That's the best, that's the best powder. The whitest. Yeah.
delicioso.
The
Just
marrow.
a,
Yeah. It's not spicy. See, the brown one's a lot more spicy. Like they can only make.
I
it's
have
They
live.
do
brown
like
bones.
taco spico. Like it's
I
spicy.
have tan bones. Tanned
Les
bones.
Claypool. He said Les Claypool. Like we don't need any more of this. Les Claypool in the house.
What does that
That's a
mean?
good one, man. Who's on the bass? Les Claypool, man.
I like
I don't think
Claypool
I
Lennon, that band.
Never heard them, man. Never heard
I
them.
think they're slept on.
Yeah, they must be. Yeah.
What
Shit.
does less
Hey, Grady,
playful
are
mean?
you on your computer? You can bring up another thing and play some music for us.
Ooh,
Well, you can't see it, I guess. I mean, I can
We
bring it
don't need
up.
to see it. We can listen to it, man.
play some Crystal Castles.
You know,
Oh,
There
you
you
have to
go.
play like Into the Mystic. That's what you have to play, Into the Mystic.
I
I've
don't know how
already
I can
played
do
it,
it
so I
on
know that it's
StreamYard.
acceptable by YouTube standards. I've already played it. YouTube says, yes, we recognize what it is. Yes, you are allowed to play it. Into the Mystic.
Oh man, I was working on another show, and this dude plays like 100 copyrighted songs every fucking show, right? And
Hmm.
he got zero problems from that. Every
Yeah,
time I
yeah,
play
yeah.
a song, I get fucking yanked.
Well, I'm telling you, like
Yeah,
every once in a while, I find out like a song is allowed. You can filter them out. You know that shit. But play Into the Mystic, Grady. You can do it, man. We don't
if you
have
can
to
smoke
see
Uh,
on
it.
stream, you
well,
can
I got
play.
my mic here, and I don't know how to. And I got headphones on, so I don't know how to. I don't
Do it,
have speakers on
do
my
it,
phone or on my computer.
do it.
Well, no, I mean you can just. I'll send you the link again. Why don't you just send another screen to the joining link or something?
Got to do
Maybe.
it for the Joe Show.
Let me see if I can do something.
We're just pushing, man. We like to push so that something good happens. Oh man, I just pulled a wart off. I'm gonna bleed all over.
Ew,
Was that a genital?
Oh, shut up, man. Come on.
Well, it kind of looked like it where
that's
you were going
gross.
on the camera.
Send
Well,
some
don't
of it.
cry about it.
Send some of it to Grady to break the curse.
Yeah, that's one thing. I don't have warts on my dick. I can say that.
Me
Yeah,
Now
me
either.
that I
neither.
said that, I'm probably gonna get a wart on my fucking dick.
See, that's what's going to happen now.
You
Make it
feel
two.
like
Santa
you're
Muerte didn't
defeated.
think
That's
about
why.
that.
That's
Huh?
why you feel like you're defeated, so you're letting it happen. I grew up with the Haitians that did voodoo, and that's what they did. They were like, ha ha ha, why are you scared of old lady? I'll get you because that's your own downfall because you're stupid, because you're scared. You
Mm.
have to, like, not do it. You have to have resistance. You have to say, "Psh, you can't hurt me, you know, take the power back. Sean's laughing at you with a watermelon head. I don't even know what
Just
that
like the
means.
election, take the power back.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not voting, but
Well, there are some very cheap cigs I saw for like $3.98. I know I probably won't smoke those.
sure.
Maybe I could slide it up to the Santa Muerte statue. And
Muerte, muerte.
yeah, I don't know
You're
because at
too
some point, like
compelled
they don't go
you're
away,
too
right?
compelled to smoke cigarettes that you buy than to give the offering that you think you need to.
Well, I
Like
give it
it's
the
more
offering, but they
important.
don't go. It doesn't go away. So at some point, I'm going to need a fucking cigarette. I'm going to go for it. And then once I hit one, I'm fucking smoking the whole pack, and fucking Santa Muerte's raging, and I'm like, just fucking get it out of my face, Santa Muerte, or whatever you're gonna fucking do with it.
You want me to get one and rip its head off? I can't do it with that one, but I
Like,
have
how do
more.
they do that?
I can
I
rip
mean,
its head off.
do these guys just have like piles of booze and drugs in their fucking corner of their house, and they just don't touch it? Because it doesn't disappear, so I don't really understand how it works.
I don't know either. I've never been there.
Have you given yours offerings?
I have like I actually, it's not even Santa Muerte. I have a Palamayambe, but I don't do it with things that are like, when I make a cauldron, I don't do it with things that are actually coagulating like blood and that. So I use other sorts of bone in that is desiccated and won't rot.
Do you guys have those Botanica shops where you're at?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where I've gotten some of
But
my material.
I've always maintained a cauldron, but not with things that are going to rot.
Oh, my botanica shop has like cut off dog snouts in plastic bags and shit.
Yep. Yep.
Because
You can do that.
you can put that under your car seat and you won't get pulled over. Supposedly, they told me.
Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever, man. You can't fight with the real world. That's not the way it works, you know.
I just feel like if I opened up a sawed off dog snout store, I would probably be fined or something. I don't know. Like it's just hanging up in the fucking store, like it's a blue light special.
Well, that's you got to kind of hide it around. I got green tea up here. I got tomato slices, and then there's a little dog snout over there, and just keep it down. Just keep it down.
Then they got these
It's all right.
candles. They got these candles you can burn for different types of people. So they have like
Yeah,
they
red
have like
man, blue man, black
yeah,
man.
black
Yeah, all
man.
those
They got a
candles.
black man candle, a black woman candle. They
Yeah, red
got
man.
yeah, they got well, no, not red man. They've got like a brown candle for like Hispanic people or something, and then they got like a white candle for white women. Then the white man candle is literally a bright red devil horned demon. That's the white man
Oh my
candle.
gosh.
The patriarchy candle.
Don't leave, Sean.
Oh man,
Sean,
it
please.
bleeds. It bleeds red, white, and blue. I think.
Red, white.
Don't leave. Oh, see you later, Sean. It's late for
No,
Sean. Ever.
he may not.
Put a curse on him.
Wait,
No, I
well,
mean
it's,
I'm
it's
not
late for Pacific.
discounting or whatever curses, but you have to take control of your own agency and say, I will beat that. I will beat that. And that's all you do, It's like I'm gonna be the strongest in this arena. That's what you do. It doesn't matter who one person is using or another or whatever. You
Oh,
have
it's
to
very
stand up in that
masculine.
arena and say, I will win.
Yeah, do that.
Or just quit
Because
believing in
the
it.
intimidation is what makes your weakness, put barriers in front of your progress. Your weakness in intimidation is where you start selling yourself short and, screwing yourself over.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird that your frequencies are jammed, but why would that be the work of goddess of weed and illegal money? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I agree with Joey on this one. If that lady had not told you what happened, you wouldn't have known that you were cursed. You should feel the curse, regardless of if someone tells you or not.
Yeah, I mean, the person that I was with didn't curse me. It was her stepmother who hated me. She was from Venezuela.
But she told you, right? She said, I cursed you.
I don't know. I just don't think she liked me because I was a white guy. I could feel the tension when I would come to the house. And
Well,
everybody,
goddamn it, Grady, how white could you be anyway?
well, I mean,
You
they
don't
Well,
have
they're
any
basically white
Portuguese
people.
in you. You don't have
Like
any. He's
you
throwing
have
a
to say
crystal at
Santa
you, man.
Muerte.
That's beyond white.
What the
He's
heck was
fixing
that?
you
I was like, if I wasn't here,
That's
you guys
curse
would be
begun.
y'all. All you guys would be the white people in the neighborhood. You know what I mean? So
there. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, the point
Jojo.
was she told you, right? She told you that she cursed you and she scared you and scarred you.
yeah, I mean, well, everything was fine for a long time. I mean, it was
But
fine for a
Grady
while.
is pretty sure. Not only, hey, ever. Let's make it clear. Not only that she said, hey, they cursed him, but he's like, this whole group of ladies went up on there and did the ritual, and they did it. So he knows
Allegedly.
that all that
Allegedly.
happened. It
Yeah,
wasn't
like
I
a
just
whole
said.
cult. Like a whole cult did it.
Yeah,
Were they in
That's
the
yeah.
true.
nude?
They didn't just say I cursed you. He's sure that they went and did it.
Okay, even if it did happen, now you're attributing every negative thing to them when they don't deserve that attachment and they don't deserve that attention. You don't attribute positive things to you know, the reverse of a curse, I guess. You're only
Yeah, I mean,
attributing bad things to them.
they're all broke and they're on their fifth husband. You know, I'm like, oh yeah, because that's why I told her. I was like, man, if she had power, she would fucking have money and not be married to your fucking dad, basically. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because she was like, her dad was like 60 and she was like 30 or something. You know. But I do think they do have power now. I don't know. Like, I mean, maybe they have power just to fuck people up, but they can't like give themselves anything from the power. I don't know.
You
No,
can
no,
also,
you're right about
you know,
that. You're right about that, Grady. It doesn't always equate with money. You know what I mean? There's a different story there. But
yeah,
Yeah, I'm
you
taking
need
that
to not
positive.
be intimidated. You really need to stand up. Just take time to meditate with yourself. Create your own altar, your own little, sort of internal place, and just create that fortress within your mind and say, these walls I will fortify against that. And just do it for like 5 minutes a day and just look at it and find yourself there and feel your glow inside that temple that you just created only as a fortress for this and this and that. You know, you're going to be,
yes,
you know, I know you're a Christian. This is a pagan practice, but they do shit too. So let it go. Just take it. Just do it.
yeah. And
Well,
go on Facebook Marketplace and find 20 warlocks and
I try to be positive. I
reach.
try to change my outlook. But like even right now, Sean 420 says, you know, we send positive to all, and I'm thinking HIV positive is inbound. You know, for sure.
What
That's the
the hell?
positive. That's the
What are
positivity
you
that's going to
talking
bless me.
crazy?
HIV.
None of us are going to get HIV from what?
Um,
Like, oh, I spit on my screen. I'm sorry, Sean, I gave you HIV. I'm
yeah, you
sorry,
need to
Sean.
be Princess Diana and just not worry about who has HIV.
Best way not to get HIV is to sit on your hands and keep your mouth shut.
I mean, pretty much. Like, I have no money for drugs. I never get laid. I'll probably get AIDS, man. I mean, this is how it works for me.
Yeah, because that's how you get AIDS, by not having sex.
I
Sex
probably
or
fucking
drugs or
sat on the
anything,
wrong
yeah.
toilet seat or something. I'll be like the one guy that
Oh,
got it from his zit
bullshit.
on
Come
his
on,
ass.
man.
What bloodied toilet are you sitting on? That's not your own.
Well, that's true, but it's probably like something like it came from somewhere. It's
I,
probably
That's
forming
muerte.
naturally in my toilet right now.
Here, I've got a solution.
Remember, this
Every
is 35
Inferno's
years of broadcast experience. He's being very controversial. There's no sitting on the toilet seat and picking up, yesterday's eggs or whatever he said.
here's a
Just not real.
solution. Every
Hmm.
Inferno's single, right?
Has a dollar bill.
Grady,
As a
every
dollar
Inferno.
bill.
You know what I'm saying? You
Oh,
could break
hell no.
you could break the curse off each other.
I'm not a bruja. Biker, diker, whatever.
You'd
I
help a
tr-
brother out though, wouldn't
He
you? If it
listened to
really
me
come
say
down.
biker,
I would.
biker, and he
I would.
picked it up. Please
I
make a
would
new
help
song,
Brady.
Ever. Please make a new song that incorporates that if you want to pick it up.
What do you
I'll
think,
make you
Grady?
one. I'll make you a witch house song to lift the curse.
oh, I
We'll
don't know.
call it.
I honestly like that's another thing. I don't care about anything, you know,
I
anymore.
know.
Like I don't like anything. Like the thought of even hanging out with people, I don't like too much, you know.
Why are you so relatable?
Sean says he's celibate now.
Yeah, I don't care anything about
By
sex
choice?
or anything like that. Like, you know, you would have
I
to be
think.
like so smoking hot and rich and everything to even get me even slightly erect. And I've never
They're
landed
looking, they're looking
anything
for you.
close
They're
to
looking
that, you
for you,
know.
Brady.
So
You just need a
They're looking for
renaissance.
you.
You need some new life pumped into you. You need a woman who can take control in a positive way. Just don't break up with her and talk to her Bruja family.
Maybe you should date Santa Muerte.
I don't. I mean,
I was,
Data
trying to
I
concept.
think.
thought about. I was researching how to break this curse, you know, and I did get some kind of Santa Muerte thing, and I was given
Did
it
you ask?
cigarettes, but I kept smoking the cigs,
Oh, there
and
you
I think
go.
it just made it worse, you know.
Well, ask
Yeah, but you
ChatGPT.
don't believe in it anyway. You don't believe in that offering to shut it off. So that shit wouldn't work for you anyway. Like, forget about that, right? Um, I was trying to think, like, who is like, I mean, what do you do now? Like, if you're in the bad, sort of graces of that group that will walk up to the mountain, who's the other group that's going to counter this for you? And you got to ingratiate yourself. And I was thinking Koreans. I think Grady needs to meet some Koreans and get like 6 different kinds of kimchi and have a good time. And they're really nice, Grady. And like, you'll probably find your way out of this, and you'll be like, you know what? Life is pretty good because I came to the other side of the street.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like. I mean, I'm not big on kimchi.
Go check it out.
Oh, I've checked it out. I used to live in Chinatown
Oh,
for a couple of years.
Yeah. Do you like Japanese stuff? Because I don't, but I was just asking.
I like Japanese chicks.
Okay, I don't like Japanese anything.
ooh.
I just don't. I'm
I
sorry, I'm
don't really
really.
like all that anime crap.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Cool.
my profile pic. Actually, it's
I
American.
know.
It's from America. It's
I
from
do
America.
love Mortal Kombat though. I do love Mortal Kombat ever.
Mortal Kombat is a USA product made by a
Whoa,
USA team based off of Star Wars. So there's
Star
nothing.
Wars.
I think that was the original inspiration. Yeah, even though haven't watched Star Wars.
Who's Landau? Who's Landau
Who's Landau?
in Mortal Kombat?
What do you mean? Who's Landau?
I thought it
Lando
was based on Star
Calrissian.
Wars, and I was just trying to find the parallel. That's all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
I grew up with Billy D, and St. Ives and all that. And, what is it?
um.
Colt 45.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know the exact distinction. I know that they're really into the aesthetic of the Star Wars
Oh,
characters.
Sean
So
says it's Kano.
Kano, okay, sure.
I believe him.
Kano,
Sean probably knows what's up.
yeah, maybe Sean has a. He probably knows the Star Wars side a little better.
Sean's 1 year older than me, so he probably does.
He should come on stage. God, I hate my voice. I just heard it echo. Shit.
He asked us to send the link, and I sent it, but he might have been asking for somebody else. Sean, please come up, please.
Come up, Sean.
Please
Yep,
don't
I've
feel
never had you up, Sean.
pressured.
That'd be cool. But no, he asked for the link, but he might have been asking for somebody else.
Okay, because he said he was going, and I feel bad for telling him to stay. I feel like I'm pressuring you. Don't feel the pressure.
Back to the curse.
Back to
I
the
doubt
curse.
that, man. You know what? Nobody's gonna feel pressure to just leave. And
Hmm.
nobody's gonna get hurt feelings. It's all good.
It's getting late for me, but for you guys, it's probably like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Well, it's 2:22 right here, ever.
Same here.
Holy, you don't have to wake up early in the morning?
Nope. I'm retired.
Holy cow. I thought you were
I'll be
40.
up at 8. I'll be up at 8.
You'll be up at 8. Jesus. I'll be up
Yeah.
at 6, so.
Yeah. Well, 6 your time is what?
My time is 11:22.
Right. Yeah.
I'm a
Well,
timeless. I operate in a different plane of existence.
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. John, you guys aren't lost anymore, right? So you're making your way home now, right? Because Sean was, I guess, lost near Vegas or something the other day, yesterday.
Is he driving right now? Don't text and drive, please.
Where'd Grady go?
Oh, I'm right here.
Grady's thinking.
Yeah. He's rolling the bones, man. He's got to figure out how to beat Santa Muerte.
He has a
I
big.
mean, I
What
don't
could I
think you
do? Like,
can.
well, no, if I'm a
I gave
devotee,
up.
like, it would be wrong for me to tell you what to do, right? So I'm kind of in a conundrum here.
I was hoping 2025 would be better, but I don't know. It's not looking like it.
Don't give up hope.
Oh, you'll be fine, Grady. What the hell's wrong, man? You got money, you got a job, you got shit, right? You're good, man.
We can
No, I
pull.
haven't worked in like 4 years, man. And I don't
That's
get
Don't you get
any.
money
I don't
from? Don't you get
qualify
money
for
from what you
any
do, though?
special programs or anything. Like you guys were
Don't you
talking
get money
about the
from what you
power
do, though?
thing earlier. Back in August, like I just got my house repaired from the other tree, right? Back in
Right.
August, we got hit with. It wasn't even a hurricane. It was a tropical storm.
Oh boy.
Another tree went through my
And, this is,
fucking house, right? And then I didn't
and
have
that's when
power for
everything
like
flooded.
I didn't have power for like 2 weeks. It was like 105 degrees out every fucking day. No hotels to go to because they didn't have power, and the ones that did were like all booked up, for as far as you could fucking drive.
Mm,
Went on for 2 fucking weeks. I thought I was gonna fucking die, but I didn't.
good.
No
Thank
stores were
goodness.
open, like the stores, like nobody had power.
Well, they didn't curse everybody around you, right?
No, but I mean, it's just like it just never stops,
Hmm.
and I mean, it wasn't a money thing. It was just, they couldn't get power back up for 2 weeks.
I understand that's kind of scary and sad and upsetting.
Yeah, it
But
happens almost every year.
yeah.
And I want to get out of here, but
Oh,
I don't know. There's a lot of, I mean, if I told you everything, I don't want to go into it, but you'd be like, oh man, you are cursed, Because I mean, I have a lot available to me. I just can't get it. I'm being blocked off by things out of my control.
Huh.
well, you know what? You need to do what makes you feel like the curse is lifted. Because if you genuinely believe that the curse is lifted, I feel like you will stop thinking that it's affecting you.
Oh, well, the thing of it is, okay, I haven't worked in 4 years, right? I got a tree through my house for the second time in 2 years. I don't have power for 2 fucking weeks. So I apply for FEMA aid and I get nothing.
Yeah. You know what? We had a fire here. After I started live streaming, and I did not go to Red Cross because I was like, hey, I don't feel like a refugee. We just have to do some shit, go in a hotel, whatever, whatever. Um, then I did because my neighbor was like, please do. And I went to them and they were like, oh, you're too late to ask us now. But they literally would have gave us like, a credit card with money and shit. They told us what they were going to give us. They were just like, you told us too late. So yeah, you better jump on that whatever FEMA aid or whatever's in there.
I tried to. They turned me down. I'm like, what do I have to do to qualify?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
also not a like a. It's also kind of a common thing right now. A lot of people are affected by, you know, element elemental disasters, and they feel like they've been abandoned, and you know.
Shoo, wait till the rats fucking come ever. Forget about
Oh,
all that thing that you thought was discomfort. Wait till the rats come and they chew everything you have. That's what my daughter is on. My daughter is like, the rats are coming. She's telling me. And I'm
that's
like,
disturbing.
Oh, I saw a video the other day about rats ate this baby's hand off in the middle of the night. So like they say the rats will come and like nibble on you to see if you're food or whatever. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
because they got giant fucking jumbo fucking rats here in Houston, man. So
yeah. Hmm.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That's like a
they're like as big as cats.
Right. And as we don't fix infrastructure because we can't move anybody and go dig and fix the actual pipes, they just pump more water. And that's what's coming, man. Like it's all gonna rot out, like the corners of your homes, and they're gonna come through. And welcome, welcome to the future, man.
Oh, man. Yeah, one time I was walking downtown and I saw some movement. Like it seemed like the whole. It was almost like I was on LSD, but I wasn't. You know, like I could see like the ground moving. You know, and I
Yeah,
looked a little closer, and like it was every inch of this
yep,
space
yep,
downtown was just rats crawling all over each other in this fucking little place. I was like, oh my god.
yep, yep.
I feel the
Yeah, that's
earth
kind of
move.
the DC Metro. Like that's kind of what happens. As the sun goes down, you're like, oh, the grass is starting to move, and it just gets worse. You know what I mean? The grass just starts to move. You got the little mice.
The bottom line is that we're all in this together. We all suffer
Yeah, man. Yeah,
together
man.
because we're in hell, remember?
Please keep a couple of empty 2 liters. We'll tie them together and we'll float above this big mess later.
Oh, he's going Noah's Ark on us.
Something's gonna happen.
Man, Joe is going to lead a revolution into the next world. He will
Not
be our
me, man.
supreme leader.
I'm an old guy. You gotta have a young, good guy. 30-year-old.
Oh, yeah. We would never elect somebody, older.
Yeah, like 80. Like the last guy we elected and the guy we currently elected.
Yeah, 45,
Yeah,
47.
yeah. I think they're both. I thought it was Jeff Dunham puppets, right? Wasn't one of them called like Earl the Old Man or something? Like I
Oh, Joe
remember both of
Biden?
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of enthralled with all the news. You know, every day I wake up and like today, Trump announces U.S. is going to take over Gaza Strip, and I'm like, that's not a great idea, I don't think. But like, why would we take Gaza Strip, man? Like that's like the worst situation Israel. Like, and Netanyahu's like all smiling. Yeah, I'm totally down for it. You know, like.
It's pretty funny, man. I mean, come on now.
What about the Panama Canal? I thought that was interesting.
Well, I mean, he's got a point there. I mean, I don't like China
I'm gonna call it
having
America Canal.
Panama Canal, you
He
know.
doesn't even know what the fuck you're talking
Greenland,
about.
Panama. I don't know. Those were some interesting plays right there.
You
The
know, if you
Gulf
look at
of
I could
what we
never
America.
do,
even understand how it works. When they explained it to me in school and they said you have channels and you have locks and you put the boats in, I could never even understand how that works.
well, it's all going
Well,
up to the North Pole now. That's why he wants to take over Greenland.
I think it's just a land game, right? It's about the land and whatever's making the most money. Apparently, they have non-American flags flying over there, and so they want to take it. That's kind
Well,
of
yeah,
the conquest right now.
the eminent domain is always the thing. You just want to, I'll help you out for a week and I own you forever. Like that's the eminent domain game, and that's really the thing. Is just have a base in every fucking corner.
Okay, Sean, we know you don't vote.
Who doesn't vote?
How do
Sean,
you know he doesn't vote? You said that. It's all, a secret. You don't know if he votes.
oh,
Who?
okay, well,
He's in
that's
Utah,
just,
man. He's in Utah.
okay, Sean, are you talking out two sides of your mouth then? Show us your voting record. He says he's not voting, or he doesn't vote in chat, and now he's asking to play Mortal
He
Kombat.
said that. Yeah, he said that. But don't take it as face value. I've never voted yet, but I'm gonna probably register to do it, and it's because I have local people that are like they're on different sides of the fence or whatever, but they've
Mm-hmm.
also both done stuff for us, and I was like, I'll vote for them. I
You
mean,
should
the
start,
national
yeah.
election, maybe it has nothing to do with me, but I can literally vote for opposing figures here that have both helped us, So I
Yeah,
probably will.
voting down the ballot is especially important. In your local jurisdictions, you should have a voice and make yourself
Like my
clear.
thing about the deportations, right, is that I
Yeah.
would like to see the people hiring the illegals be arrested, as
Well,
opposed to
they
be
don't,
arresting the illegals. You know.
Grady. The problem is
Yeah.
they don't do that. They legally use the transient visa thing, and they use them temporarily and then throw them back.
Well, no, you
So
couldn't do
they
anything to
use the
those people,
legal
but there are
system.
contractors who have like 100 illegal workers that I mean, and what's bad is that they have no rights. They can't sue their worker if they get hurt. If they do get hurt, they just dump them off at a hospital. The taxpayer pays for it. These contractors are lying in their
Hmm.
pockets, being subsidized by us basically by doing this, and they treat them horribly. They make them do very dangerous work. I mean, I've seen the migrants in the fields being crop dusted by the pesticides while they're out
Oh
there
no.
working. There's all kinds of videos of that, But they
Oh
wouldn't
No,
do
I'm
no.
this to
sure of that.
American
Yeah,
workers
I'm
because they get
sure.
their ass chewed off. And everybody's like, "Well, this is so good for the migrants," and I'm like, I don't see it that way. I feel like they're being victimized. And I also feel like it's cutting wages in the U.S. A lot of people are like, "Oh, you don't? You want to pick oranges or blueberries? That's all you're good for? Is that what you want? Clean toilets?" And I'm like, "No, these guys can do everything you can do. You can do. I mean, they bring. I don't know if you've been to an emergency room lately. It's usually a lot of Pakistanis. They bring them here legally, and they pay them like about half as much as the people getting out of
Well,
college.
in my area, hospital is usually Haitians, actually. Like even where I'm from and where I'm at, it's usually
Yeah, that
Haitians.
I
But
think no, the Nigerians I think are the most educated group of people in the U.S. or something like that. The Nigerians, but I've never seen
well,
Haitians in the hospital, but maybe.
where I am, yeah,
Yeah, so
Asian
like,
hospitals.
but you don't see the medical costs coming down, right? I mean, it's not like I think last time I was in the hospital, they charged me $10 for one aspirin. Like, how is that even
Damn.
fucking legal? You can get a whole
you know
jumbo
what,
pack of
you know what
aspirin for
they,
10 bucks.
charge me, Grady, because we have we have government insurance and whatever, and in a lapse, they charge me $120 for a Tylenol 3, and they charge me $40, half hour for being in the bed.
Yeah,
Damn.
so it's
But
like
they charge me
I would be like,
$120 for a
yeah, fill the
Tylenol 3.
hospitals with Pakistani doctors if it was cutting the cost. But I mean, they just like they take advantage of these people, pay them nothing, and then they raise the cost, and
Those are
they're like,
not
"Oh, you're gonna
illegal
pay
though in the
$15 for an
hospital.
apple." I'm like,
They're
I'm
not
not paying
illegal in
15
the
bucks for an
hospital.
apple. You're not gonna pay 15 bucks for an apple. You're gonna sell the fucking apple for what people will buy it for, or it's gonna fucking rot, man. You know?
They're not illegals though, working in the hospital and shit like that. They're not.
Well, all these businesses have become accustomed to making 300, 400% profit every fucking year. And it's
Hmm.
obscene
I'll
profits,
spend.
and they act
I'm
like
sure.
if they only
I'll
get
spend $7
200%, they're
for an
gonna go
apple. By
under or
the way,
something. We
if
need
I need
like
it, I'm sure I'll spend $7 for an apple. I swear, because I know we've been close. You got to spend $4 for French fries, and apple's sometimes better.
yeah. I mean, I don't know if you can pay $15 or $20 an hour for somebody to sit at a fast food drive-through. Why can't a farmer pay that for somebody working in the field, man? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well said.
An apple a day keeps inflation away.
Greed. It's what's going to destroy the world. That's what's wrong with everything. Greed.
Greed and the Illuminati. Oh shoot, I said that in public.
The
Well,
Illuminati.
I'm dead.
Probably not. I think they went out of business like in the late 1700s.
or so you think.
Those
Or so
Muhammad
you think.
obsessed fools.
Guys, we have to be on the same page about aliens at least.
Aliens.
Let's
I am one.
please,
Alien.
please, let's be on the same page. Aliens are
Green
real,
eyes and
and
I
they're
have green eyes and a negative RH factor. I am a hybrid.
sure.
So how's that work? Wait,
Starseed. He's Starseed, man. He's Starseed.
Pleiadian to the core.
Okay, when people
Right?
say they are an alien or they think they've been abducted, that's where I'm like, I don't know. But if you see an alien spaceship or you think there's a government component to it, I think it's true.
What's the
Man. One time, I don't know where they were in Colombia or something. These like 17-year-old girls, they thought they, ran into a creature, an alien creature. And I was like, what do you think those fucking things smell like? That's what I was scared of. I was like, in our environment, what do those things smell like?
What do aliens smell like?
Yes, I bet it's
Um,
horrendous.
Probably like minerals. I don't know. That was quite the question. I don't even know. I don't even know.
They probably
Probably
smell.
No, they said they were all like oily skinned, like fish looking creatures, and I was just like really, really scared about that.
Well, they're from outer
I,
space, so they probably smell like Uranus.
oh, although they don't have that they don't have that name, right? They just know gas. They just know the elements. But I don't
Man,
know.
what was
They
that?
have force fields and stuff, so maybe the oily skin is just an exterior to protect them.
Do you guys remember that movie where some planet sent all their like refugee aliens to Earth, and like
No.
pimps started like pimping them out on the street and shit?
Oh God.
No,
Yeah, they made a
no,
TV
that's
show
not.
based on this movie, man. It was messed up. It was like I
There
think
was
it
a
was called
TV
Alien
show
Nation
based
or
on it.
something like that. Or
Oh, is
Alien
that the
hoe.
one? Okay.
You know what? We would exploit aliens if we had the chance.
The Alien Nation, the ones with the like heads, the like coney heads. I don't think I saw that. I don't know.
yeah, they
Oh, I know
basically
about the
like tried to
coneheads.
integrate them into society, and they were like being pimped out by some like street pimps and shit. I just remember that part.
I believe it. I believe it.
Alien, alien
I haven't seen
exploitation.
That was back when I
.com.
didn't have access to the internet, and I had to I had to watch freaky shit on HBO to get turned on.
This is what excites him. This is what excites him. He's trying to say, like, he's just tickling at it. This is what excites him. This alien shit, like, it's
It's
crazy.
boobs. I mean, but it's alien boobs, but it's boobs. I
Yeah.
remember.
Boobs.
You ever see that movie? What's that movie where Tommy Chong's
Hmm.
daughter's in it? What's her name? Ray Dawn.
Ray,
Right on.
Radon
Yeah. Oh, you
Chong.
watch Quest for Fire?
Quest for Fire, man. The chicks with the hairy titties. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
They were like cave women, and their tits were hairy. I was all about it. I didn't even fucking care, man.
I'm sure you
Oh
were
man,
about it.
yeah. I think Quest for Fire. I think that it put a dent in a lot of people. By the way, like mentally, like what you're saying. It's just like the who. Yeah, they went back there,
Yeah,
and
like
all that.
anytime anybody bent over to get a drink from the river, they were just being like raped, basically.
Oh my God.
And they had hairy titties.
And he didn't even
Well,
care.
I've seen disturbing movies, so I can't complain.
Didn't you have
Cannibal
comic
Holocaust.
books grading? You didn't need all this. You know what I mean?
Then when there was Clan of the Cave Bear, which was like a bunch of like
Daryl Hannah.
barbarians,
Yep,
and
I
then
got
Daryl
that
Hannah,
one.
who looked like a
I got
totally
that
normal
on
modern day
beta.
woman, being ravaged by these like barbarian dudes, cave people.
Mm.
Barbarian
Then
dudes? You
there's
mean just dudes?
yeah, right. You're pretty much right. And then there's every Sybil Danning movie ever, and and like whatever, and like yeah, here we go. We got with
Yeah, that Ray
beta
Dawn
addiction.
Chong, man, I don't know her career.
Yeah, well, everybody. By the way, everybody who was in what was it called? The movie C. Thomas Howell. He takes the tanning pills, and
Oh, Soul
you
Man.
know, yeah, everybody. It ruined everybody except for James Earl Jones. But even that guy, like he used to be in a bunch of movies too, like the sidekick dude. Even his life got ruined. It killed them all, man. It killed them all.
Oh yeah, back to the curse.
Back
Soul
to the
Man was
curse.
awesome, but it
Back to the
destroyed
curse.
them all, you know.
Let's break the curse.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, what? 20 years later, Robert Downey Jr. did blackface. Nobody cared.
He did, but he did it in such a ridiculous comedic way. And by the way, he wasn't blackface. He was an Australian in that, you know what I mean?
Well,
So
I mean,
he
Soul
really,
Man was kind of ridiculous too. I mean, tanning pills.
Yeah,
yeah.
he was at the end of it. He was at the end of it, like right before you could get canceled for doing it.
Well, no, tanning pills that did destroy them. That destroyed all of those guys. Like their careers were over, right? But the Robert Downey Jr. thing was totally different because he played an Australian that was so hung up on himself. It didn't have anything to do with the blackface.
Well, I don't think it was a racist movie. I mean, to me, it's the same as White Chicks.
I think that might be a
Yeah.
racist movie, but I didn't see
Well,
that
maybe,
one. But I
but
think it might be. I think it might be.
I mean,
Yeah,
didn't
there's
he
some
didn't he
nuances,
find
I
out the
guess.
error of his ways, and had a greater appreciation for black people at the end of the movie and felt bad for taking their scholarship and all that?
Oh, I don't
I
know.
don't
I
think
didn't
that's
finish
the
that movie.
redemption. When they feel bad for the people they were like mocking, and I don't think that's a win. I don't like. Oh, I feel worse for them. I don't know. I don't know. That doesn't bring anybody up either.
I don't really remember them mocking people in it, though. Really.
No, they
Hmm.
weren't. They weren't. They weren't. I was just saying, like, that's not the lesson to be learned. It's like we shouldn't keep picking on the downtrodden.
I feel like everything should be up for grabs in entertainment. If it's fake, who cares? I mean,
Yeah,
it's kind of like that argument about Quentin Tarantino using the N word.
yeah.
I mean, he
I don't have
crossed.
a problem with that.
I mean, I don't either because it's like it's fiction. It's not like
Yeah,
he's actually calling somebody. But like Spike Lee will call him out for that
yeah.
and be like, only black people can put the N word in their movies or whatever.
Oh,
But
he said that?
yeah, something like that.
Oh, God.
Spike Lee hates Quentin Tarantino with a passion.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I like him.
So forget about the fact that all the like sort of Italian guys that Spike Lee had in his movies said it in other movies. Like he doesn't give a shit about that. He's just after Quentin Tarantino, you see.
Right? Yeah. Like I mean, all the stuff those guys and Do the Right Thing said. I mean,
Yeah.
I bet there's been people who got killed over that movie. Just because they look like those dudes in the pizza shop.
Hmm. Terry, you're
Oh,
Ray
you
is
think
here.
it was like sort of like the 9/11 backlash where they would go in against anybody who they thought was Muslim or something like that?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, it's just like, I don't know. I Do the Right Thing was a really weird movie for me because I really didn't think Mookie was right joining the rioters. But I guess you're supposed to be like, yeah, Mookie did the right thing at the end, even though these people were like family to him.
Right. Well, I
Hmm.
mean, I don't think that, so much like the violence that you were talking about, I don't think that happens so much from fiction media, but I don't know. I don't think it happens like that, but I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, honestly, like,
Hi, Terry, your way. What's up?
You can take your own
I've seen
way.
some subjectively racist stuff.
Sure.
Where if you read between the lines and you're looking at it and you're like, oh, that's not cool or whatever. But I've never
Yeah.
seen anybody just go up to a black person in a crowd of white
I
people and
have.
just, oh, you have it.
I
I
have.
haven't because everywhere I've ever lived, the white people would attack the guy saying that. There doesn't even have to be a black person there.
No,
Well,
I've
times are a
seen
little
people
different right
go up
now.
and say, I've seen people go up and say, straight up to their face, like, I'm from Wisconsin. It's a good white state. I've seen them right in their face and doing stuff like that. Seriously.
Well, you probably run with
Yeah.
those bad skinheads in the
Bad
punk
I don't
skinheads.
like
in
any
the punk
skinheads. I
scene.
used to every time I was on stage and there was any kind of skinheads, I don't like any kind of skinheads. I don't like skinheads against racial prejudice. I don't like fucking racist skinheads. I don't like, working
Um,
class skinheads. I don't like any of them. I think all of them took a bill of sale. I think they're all a bunch of fools. I think everybody wants to belong to something. I've abused them on stage and just begged them to come get me.
Well,
And they
I'm
never had the
the
balls to
only
do it
the only
themselves.
skinheads I've
Never.
actually ever known
Never.
were the anti-racist straight edge people,
So what?
And
So
I felt
why
yeah,
like
they
fucking
took
cut
that.
your hair off and join a group? What's wrong with you? Like I've
well
antagonized these
that's
people for
the
all
like
and
my
I've
thing
put
about them
myself
is
out
they're not real
there.
punk. That's not real punk, To me,
No, it's not.
punk
Yeah.
should not. Everybody's like, yeah, punk's political, and I'm like, punk should not really be political. That's the whole point about it.
Hopefully we're beyond this. So I don't know, but hopefully
Wait, you're
I don't
talking
know.
about what we refer to as skinheads taking from the actual original group skinheads, which are not racist at all. Like it's just like a punk movement, right? That's what you're talking about,
But how are
Brady?
they not racist at all? Like Screwdriver was racist at all in the early '70s or the late '70s. There's wonderful skinhead groups like the Oi music. I love that music, but every skinhead I've ever met, whether they were like, oh, I'm a special skinhead because we're not racist, I'm a sharp, or whether they were I'm just a working class bloke. I don't want to, show off my hair and my fineries, or whether they were any kind of skinhead, they were all just trying to have a shortcut to belonging and not being themselves, but being part of a group. And I had all disdain and I had all please, in a masochistic way, come get me, and they never had the
I
balls
always
to say,
felt like that was one of those like
Okay.
weird CIA things, that they funded to turn like
yeah, yeah,
punk
yeah.
into
Well, I grew up around that
communist
too. I grew
people.
up around that too. Yeah, yeah.
Because they do that
I
in other
grew up around
countries,
the MKs. Yeah. I grew up around that.
They'll take over
Hmm.
like art scenes, and all of a sudden it'll become like some weird political thing inside the art scene.
They will. Yeah, yeah. I don't trust art.
Yeah, that's definitely like a bigger discussion around this topic.
Yeah. I know. And I was just being like all out, just like mean because I've dealt with that shit, and I just don't respect those people. And then the ones that I've dealt with that I know really well, because some of them are like big heads, and you have to deal with them in your city or whatever. And it's just like, yo, tend your own garden. Don't come over here. Don't talk to me. Don't. That's it.
Yeah,
Tend your
you know
own
what?
garden.
You have to be cool with Joe, or I'm not. You're not good in my book.
Hell yeah, man. He's on the right side of things here.
Actually, I'm on the left side of things. No, I'm kidding.
That's fine.
I
That's fine for
am.
you. I said the correct side. I'm sorry. I didn't mean left and right. I meant correct.
No, I don't mean
But I mean,
that. I'm just goofing with you.
I've probably seen hundreds of scenes of white people attacking black people in movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I can't really say that I've seen that in real life ever. And when I have seen, I've been around nothing but white people. Some
Mm.
drunk guy will fucking say the N word, and like five people are trying to beat his ass. There's like no black person there whatsoever.
I mean, yeah,
So if
that's
you're
just
like a
their.
black person and you're seeing this on the TV all the time, like I feel like after a while your brain, it's in your subconscious, right? And you're just thinking, yeah, I've seen this hundreds of
But
fucking
that's why
times. These
people
white
think.
people attack, they deserve this, like.
But that's why people think it's so impactful when there's like one little scene where like four guys jump, that group in a movie or something, right? It like hits them harder.
Well, I think that's why, like, American History X is kind of popular.
There you go. There you go. So yeah, I can't answer that. I can't help you with that, man. Not right now.
Well, I think the reality is that in this country, racism is more of an institutionalized thing than it is, uh, some parody from a movie. I mean, having grown up in the southern United States all my life, and I'm a pretty old man, when I started elementary school, they still had the signs and the water fountains up, even though Brown versus Board of Education had passed. They were hoping for the tide to turn. So when I was in elementary school, the placards were still up and the fountains were still in place for white and colored. So,
So they
we,
said like white only above it, like it was hanging above it.
sure. And of
Yeah.
course, by the time I got to the fourth grade, they had started removing some of that stuff. But, you know, the reality of it is you're never going to get rid of racism because of humans. Now, I think we've come light years, in making people sensitive to the fact that race is a construct of man. It's not even a scientific thing. It's the amount of melanin in your body based on where your forefathers came from. There are
Well,
cultural.
that's a thing that's a science, natural thing, but at the same time, the cultural thing causes racism where, people have different lifestyles and they're, segregated to different areas. And
Sure,
so that will be a thing that, causes racism. It's
but
not based on like uh
that's called
uh
prejudice, though. That's called prejudice. See,
okay, okay,
racism is based on race.
okay,
Prejudice
fair
is
enough.
based on differences in culture, and that's the difference. You can be biased about culture, and not be a racist. You know,
Okay.
so that's the distinction that people have to understand is, that if you call somebody a racist, it means that they despise certain people of another race. They
Yeah.
prefer their race over everybody else. And that's never going to go away simply because it's a thing that people are taught. And even if
Mhm.
you teach against it, there are, people out there that are going to believe something contrary to that simply because it suits their motives. That's the whole thing about it is, you know, we live in a manifested realm that's created, by duality. That's what enables us to be manifested is duality. You've got the positive and the negative, the masculine, the feminine. You got a central pillar there too, but it's
That
that.
I was gonna say you're always gonna to have some sort of gender separation for that duality to work. Like it has to happen. Like there has to be somebody. I don't care what they were born as, but they have to be on that
Well, it
energy
has
path.
it has nothing to do with how people, relate to how they feel. See that's the distinction that people need to make if we want to really evolve and get beyond the hatred part is the fact that you're inside you're an eternal spirit, but you're encapsulated in this realm in a manifested body that's created by duality, you know. So you are not your body. Your body's going to die. It's going to, after 100 years or whatever, your body is going to quit working and it's going to shrivel up and disappear, and your eternal spirit is going to go to wherever it goes, or reboot or whatever. How you associate yourself as to whether you feel more masculine or more feminine, that's your business. Now, as far as the manifested equipment that you're born with, you're kind of stuck with that unless you get surgical options or hormonal type things, but that's still your business because, it's your manifested body is your chariot, and you can determine what chariot you want to, explain it as masculine or feminine or in between or whatever. That's really immaterial because what's important is your eternal spirit. The only way people are going to ever overcome, race association is when everybody comes to the realization that first off, we're all one. We all come out of the same collective pool of consciousness, the mind of God, and we're all swimming in the same pool. Now, the distinction's made when you manifest into this realm. If you, occupy a body that's created, where people have darker skin, you're going to have a darker skinned body because that's what you manifested into. But that doesn't mean that's really who and what you are, because that's just your body. What you are is what your immortal spirit reflects out to people. And, we've created a society where we don't relate to people's immortal spirit. What we relate to is, are they sexy? Are they pretty? Are they young? Are they old? Are they rich? Are they poor? And I'll use a biblical reference because most people know about the Bible, not necessarily that I'm a big Bible thumper, but, there's a story in the Bible about the 5 kings of the Philistines, and you read that story and you can see that our 5 senses trap us in this manifested realm into making a lot of bad decisions if you just depend on what you see, what you smell, what you hear, what you touch, what you taste. But that's really not what we're supposed to go by. We're supposed to go by our spiritual third eye, our higher plane, our higher person. And it's only until you understand, that if you're not seeing with your higher angels or your higher self, all you're looking at is a manifested monkey body, because that's basically what we all are. We're, upright walking monkeys is basically what all of us are. Hominids.
Sure,
That genetically,
sure.
science has proved that. So, that's the vehicle you're driving. That's why the chariot card in tarot, shows the guy driving, 2 sphinxes. One's black, one white. Those are the 2 pillars of the tree of life. That's your negative and positive, you know, dichotomy there in the manifested realm. But that's not what we are. The central pillar,
Well, it's
the
polarity, right? It's polarity that.
well, that's the only way you can manifest is will polarity. It's just a big electrical circuit. You know, you
Right.
you 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 know we're toroidal vortexes is what we are. You're just a big. That's what the lemniscate represents. The little figure 8 you see in tarot that's flipped on its side over the magician's head and stuff like that. If
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
if you flip it upright, like this, that's what a toroid vortex is. And that's just what causes you to manifest in a physical body. And when you put 2 toroid vortexes together, you create a vescopiscus, which is the portal into the manifested realm, which is also the vagina of a woman. That's the vescopiscus. So, all this stuff's been mapped out, for centuries and centuries, the older teachings. Christianity, which is a construct of men, all religions are constructs of men, but they touch
Sure.
on certain spiritual secrets and certain things that are true, but it's
Right. The
when
Bible is the book because it carries like a lot of information on how you navigate this culture. It's the book. You have to carry it and understand, the realm that you're in. You have to understand this culture.
right. Well, see, the whole thing about ancient documents, and the Bible is one of those. first off, none of the ancient documents are the divine words of God because they've been written down and created by men and they've been passed down for generation after generation. So they're full of errors. They're full of, societal implications, all that stuff. But
A bit
they
of
are,
telephone game, man.
that's it, exactly. But their core secrets or their core rituals or their core magic or their core belief is something that was observed through either, an out of body experience, a psychedelic experience, being persecuted
Avery's
and tortured. Right. So that's what you got to look at is look at, what's being said in the message and don't look at the messengers. See, that's, one of the reasons the Bible got whipped into a book and the Romans got a hold of it and turned it into national religion was
yeah.
because everybody, was being
This would be
motivated
under
by,
Constantine or what? Under
yeah,
Constantine?
Constantine started the ball rolling. I mean, he had the vision of the cross and his mother was a huge pagan, and that's one of the reasons Christianity has all
Atum.
the pagan holidays because she brought them into the church.
Yeah,
But
he
in
was
reality,
looking for the sun god.
well, yes, the solar deus, Sol deus, was
Yeah.
really the Roman god. Sol Invictus is actually what they call it. But you
Right.
know, it's a solar deity, and it's not the first solar deity. Mithraism predated Christianity. Actually, Christianity is probably a truncated version of Mithraism, but even that was predated. When you fool around with tarot, you learn all these ancient things. And
Mhm.
astrology, one of the reasons solar deism became popular was because people got tired of working with astrological charts. My moon is in this and my sun is in that and Uranus is up blah blah and Mercury's this and Mercury's that. And they said, if we move everything to a solar deity, it's the center of the solar system, we can quit
Right.
tracking all them stinking charts. And the Romans said, well, hey, we need people to be over that department and charge money, for
To
forgiveness
do their
because,
work. Yeah. To do
yeah,
their work. Yeah.
right, because you're all damned because Adam and Eve ate an apple, which, none of that has anything to do with anything. That's actually, if you go back when they dug up all of the clay tablets over in Sumer and started translating them, the book of Genesis was in those tablets, only a whole lot more expanded and 6,000 years older than even the Hebrew nation, which didn't even exist at the time that those tablets were created. So it's like you said with a telephone game, all that stuff gets handed down, it gets shaken around and applied to the current, you know, society, and that's kind of where we are today. We're going through one of those shakings here in the U.S. Is people are abandoning Christianity because of the fallacies they see in it, the hypocrisy they see in it, and looking for something deeper, and they're going back to the older teachings. Of course, if you shake them all down and you go back to try to find the root of where a lot of stuff comes from, most of it comes from the Hindus. Western mysticism is tantric type teachings if you get right down to it. The Golden
Talking about the
Dawn.
Vedas.
Yeah, the Vedas are there. Uh, I mean, the Indian culture is ancient. China
Right.
probably
How do you tell some, 4,000-year-old culture that they're not up to our, standards?
right.
Voorhees, it's nice to see you in. Voorhees, the native. You're not Voorhees, the hater. I thought I was big loser, But nice to see you in. If you want to come join up, please do so. But psychedelics,
Yeah.
yes. I use psilocybin to sweep the corners of my mind, get me focused on what I need to do in life. Probably it only has to happen 6 months, every 6 months, something like that.
See,
Right.
that's my thing about
Psilocybin is an
Christianity.
interesting thing because, man, I took a lot of time off, but you don't get any tolerance back, so you just gotta hit your whole dose. That's all I can say. So I would not
Yeah.
microdose. There's no point. I want to go all in. I want to go see what's up. And the person that I meet there is, in my eyes, usually like sort of a Mexican Indian god, like an Azteca, and
Mhm.
it shows me the things I need to do.
Yeah,
And
Sure.
it's not.
yeah, and yeah, I really like that cosmic where you started, and I mean, you just went through that whole thing from that original topic into religion, but I agree with like the overall sentiment that we're not really looking within ourselves. We're kind of looking at the externals of people and like their groupthink and like forcing them into a label when they have their spiritual side that tarot kind of brings out, because tarot celebrates like the symbolism and mysticism of different religions, and it has a lot of history to it. Yeah, I would like to talk more about that in the future, but I have to drop personally because it's 12 o'clock now.
Oh, you big
um,
sissy.
I'm sorry, I have to wake up
No, no,
early.
no. That's not fair. That's not fair.
I'm teasing.
The multifaceted human. You know what I mean? The multifaceted human there that we are and they are.
That's
Yeah,
right.
my grandpa's was a priest, so I know about
Awesome.
Hinduism. Something I want to look more into actually. So yeah, I feel like we should share our findings and continue this as
Well,
well.
I'm glad I got to meet you and talk to both of you tonight. And Joe's always just a fantastic host. I mean,
It's
he's a great.
wild that you guys even came up, man. I mean, I appreciate every second of that.
Every second inferno. Yeah, I wanted to talk to Cosmic, so I'm glad we got to meet. And Joe always has a great live. So
Yeah, we smack talk
thank
each
you.
other all the time, and I've enjoyed it, man. And I've enjoyed listening to Grady. And I know some people get that curse off of you, brother.
Yeah, Grady, free
That five
Grady.
hundred dollars. Come on, man. Don't people not do money? I don't do money.
We'll
I
do it.
do things for.
We'll do it for free.
It's not about the money. It's
I
about the
hope so,
possibility they may
man.
be kidnapped and turned into white man powder.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think they call
And
that
that's why he's ready to spend the money. But
OxyClean.
we don't do much. Some of us don't do money, man. We do it like
Some
for the
things
good of
I do
you.
for money.
I think the problem with Christianity is organized religion. I don't think it's the actual philosophy at all. It's like I don't even feel like Christianity. I feel like it's anti-organized religion.
Isn't it? I mean, at least the New Testament, right? I mean, like the New Testament is like, smash smash the tax, leave us alone. It's like pretty crazy like that. It's pretty hard.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, he basically destroys the temple at the end. I mean, what more? I mean, what more do you need to know that Jesus probably wouldn't like what's going on with the Christian religion? And he's not Christian himself. He was always Jewish to the end. So
How could he? Wait a minute, he couldn't be Christian because he wasn't. Like whatever. He
there,
didn't die for your sins yet or whatever. Man,
yeah,
come on, man. He didn't do it yet.
there wasn't any such thing.
But he had a philosophy, and I think it's a great one. I think it's probably the best of.
Yeah,
I've researched nearly every religion, and I think Christianity just makes just how to live your life. I think it's a really good philosophy.
yeah.
As
It's
far as
Grady, you probably know this, right? You probably know Marshall Applewhite. It's a time manual. Like, did you hear that one?
well, I think as far as ethically and motivating people to live a righteous, good personal and societal life, you'll not find anything better. As far as if you employ, the teachings of it. Of course, those same teachings that are in the Bible are actually taken from other religions too. See, that's the thing. Most people, and I've studied religions for 45 years, and was actually a minister for a while, uh, and been through seminarial training. But it's one of these things where it's an individual journey. Everybody has to find, you know, the Christ within them. That's the thing. You know, you can't ritualize or vote morals into existence. It's really about you deciding I'm going to be a good person or I'm not going to be a good person. I think the biggest problem most people have with Christianity, you know, is the whole condemnation thing. It's the whole, you know,
Yeah,
coming down
you're
on.
besmirched, you're dirty, like you don't look good, like we can't accept you
And
anymore. That whole
Jesus was not that guy.
ostracizing.
I mean, he
Well,
had his
no,
own congregation of people thrown out of the temple. You
well,
know.
he did, but it's you know, you got to understand that Jesus was also a type. You know, a type, and he was an allegory. You know, that historically most of the stuff that's written about him never happened. You know, I mean, first off, you start with a virgin birth. There's no such thing. You know, in a manifested body, you can't have a virgin birth. It just don't work. And you know, so when you start right there, and that's not uncommon. There's been multiple stories, you know, just
Sure.
like the
Yeah.
story of Jesus, where you've got it. What it's based on is the mythology of the dying and rising God man. You know, Moses was based on Sargon of Akkad, all this stuff. This stuff goes way back, way before, you know, the Jews didn't even have a written history until they got carried into captivity into Babylon. Now, prior to that, they were a bunch of herdsmen, you know, with no, you know, focused national anything. And after they got out of Babylon and set free from captivity, they start doing a written history and they modified a lot of their belief system. They embraced El, that's where El Shaddai comes from, which is actually a Canaanite god. So, you know, you got to realize that people will take the best parts of whatever they think they can get from another civilization or another group if it advances, you know, their means and their needs. It's the same thing going on right now with Christianity. It's becoming nationalized, but it's, you know, becoming nationalized for a whole different set of reasons. These people you see on TV now that are Christian nationals, they don't really care about ethics. They don't really care about living righteously. They just have a bunch of buzz slogans that they use for political purposes
Yeah,
to
I mean,
line.
I don't find that to be a Christian at all. I mean, Grady, aligns himself with being a Christian. I find that to be a Christian.
Sure.
Somebody who advertises. I was pretty offended, in the Obama time because he would throw that out every time. He would throw that out every time, and I was like, I thought, government, like, leave that shit. Leave
Right.
that shit.
And
Don't.
that's really what a true Christian is. You know, the Bible, to quote the Bible, the Bible says that, true religion is to visit the widow and the orphan in their affliction. So you can
Yeah.
manifest the Christ. I'm all for manifesting the Christ. I'm all for believing in the Christ, but the Christ is, Paul said, if you want to use a biblical quote, Paul said that there's a mystery that's been hidden from the foundation of the earth, which was revealed to his generation, which has in turn been revealed to us. And that mystery that was hidden from the foundation of the earth was Christ in you is your hope of glory. So, what that means is the Christ is in you already. I mean, you got to believe, but that means you need to believe that you are divine, that the divine nature is within you, and that if
So
you,
basically, the messianic symbol is the savior, but you have that within your soul to save yourself from all of our sins.
Yeah, but
well,
you
it's,
can't really blame the Christianity on the Masons. Like the Nazis used symbols from all kinds of religions.
sure. Yeah, I'm not blaming the Masons for it. The Masons just adopted Christianity. I mean, what I'm saying is there's a higher teaching that all those encapsulate. And that higher teaching is, like I said earlier, your spirit is an immortal spirit that comes from God. All of us are nothing more. If you pass a beam of pure light through a prism, it splits into a rainbow. And you got all these colors of the rainbow, and you have these emanations, but it's all still the same light coming from the other side of the prism. That's what we are. Now we come down into a manifested body. Of course, I'm kind of a hermetic Kabbalist by belief system, and because it's easy to organize energy with the tree of life, and that system, and
Yeah, I
basically,
understand. Yeah.
right. So basically,
You're
your
aligning
body,
all the chakras, keeping everything aligned and and free to access and in order and energized, and that's
right.
the
It's
way to
just
do it, right? That's the
right.
way
It's
to
just
do it.
it's like a roadmap. It's easier to understand it stuff. So here's the thing, if you go back and look at ancient documents, which is where we get all our belief systems, all our religions, Christianity, all of them came from old writings, and look for the common threads. The common threads, there's stories about twins. You see all these stories about twins. The good, they're all in the Bible. You got Jacob and Esau, you know, you got Isaac, all that stuff.
Cain
And
and
what the
Abel,
Cain and
they're
Abel
not
was the
twins,
very very first
but they're
story.
brothers, not twins. But
That well, same thing. It's
well, every
let
good
it.
movie's about brothers. It's about one brother who fucks up and everybody who tries to fix it. Every good movie I've ever seen.
It's about two natures. That's what they are. Whether they're brothers or whether they're cousins or whatever it is, it's about the two natures. The nature of the beast and the nature of the Christ. That's what those two natures are. Because see, it's like we said earlier, we're in a dualistic manifested realm. You've got the pillar of severity and you got the pillar of mercy. You've got the difference in the polarities, and that's what those biblical stories are teaching you. When one guy, Cain slew Abel, right? Well, why did Cain slew Abel? Well, he killed Abel because God wasn't pleased with him, and he was pleased with Abel. So there's your distinction. There's your polarities,
But the first person that took a life under God was then given the protection to not be able to have his life taken by anyone but himself. So he had to build something that crumbled down upon himself
Well, he had a
because he was
mark.
the first person to cross that line and to do that.
Well, he was
And nobody
marked.
had the right to take his life from him.
Right. He was marked, he was marked and he was pushed into the land of Nod, and that's where he took his wife, which all that stuff's allegorical. See, that's
Sure.
the thing is, they didn't have
Yeah.
laptops back then. They didn't have scribes following them around writing down everything they did. All this stuff is actually ancient secret teachings, that are allegorical to teach us about our own divine nature and our own spiritual nature in a manifested realm. Now, you get outside this realm, that stuff's not going to apply the same way because we're under and I'll use biblical references since Gray's a Christian, and they're easier to apply. You know, we're in the realm of the curse. I mean, if Rady's a Christian, he believes that, there's pain in childbearing. That's the curse for being cast out of the garden. You're going to work by the sweat of your brow. And when you get out here, thorns are going to spring up, thistles going to spring up. That's the curse. Mankind's supposedly under this curse. Well, that's actually true in the sense that it's the manifested realm, which is the dual nature. I'll give you an example. The word sin, we committed sin, actually comes from the word that we also have for sine wave, SINE. And see, the curse we're actually under is the ecliptic plane of the zodiac and the solar system. When you come down into the realm of manifestation, you're affected because your manifested body is 78% water. You're affected by all of the heavenly bodies. That's why people follow astrology. The Jews did it, but way before we even knew what the zodiac was. It's called the Mazzaroth, and it's actually, you can look in the book of Genesis, I believe it is, and it talks about, no, it's the book of Job. When they're talking about Job and his lineage and all the things befallen Job, it talks about the Mazzaroth. And what the Mazzaroth is it's the zodiac. So, like I said, these stories are ancient and these teachings are ancient. They're allegorical, but we can learn from them. Now, if you bring it forward, the Mazzaroth, the zodiac, and you come to the high priest in the Old Testament, he wore a breastplate on his chest, and he had Urim and Thummim on his shoulders, and he used that breastplate and those shoulder plates for divination, to divine, like tarot. But the Bible also says, well, suffer not a witch to live, and don't do any divination practice, unless, of course, you're doing our divination practice. So those 12 tribes actually represent the 12 signs of the zodiac, because the breastplate had 12 stones in it for the 12 tribes, and each one of those stones represents the sign of the zodiac for the 12 signs of the zodiac. So you see, it's an allegorical thing. The high priest, who. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All of these, base 12 things, right? We also have 12 days of night, and 12 days of, 12 hours of night and 12 hours of day, and,
Right.
12 months in a year, and, all of these sort of things, all
Right.
this
And
base 12.
that's all sacred geometry and numerology. See, the tarot took all these teachings and encapsulated them together. It took numerology, it took geomancy, it took the esoteric alphabet, which they used Hebrew. It can also be Greek, because Hebrew and Greek both have a number designation for a letter. So you're able to do that with those kind of languages. So they used Hebrew simply because of the Tree of Life teachings with the Kabbalism, which, Kabbalism's not really Jewish. It actually predates. The Jews picked it up, when they were being persecuted over in Turkey, and they were over there, and there was a whole influx of Muslims and Jews and different people, and out of that, the Kabbalistic teachings came forward, which later evolved into Western mysticism, had a big influence on that. But all those allegorical things are there for just one reason, and that reason is all summed up when Plato and the Greeks got a hold of all this stuff. They said, know thyself. And by knowing thyself, that doesn't just mean, okay, I'm going to wear these kind of clothes and I'm going to put on this kind of persona and work this job and, show people, oh, well, look, I'm a climber dude, or I'm a music dude. It's not talking about that. It's talking about understanding that you have a immortal spirit inside a clay jar. That's what we are. The Bible says, what is man that thou, in the book of Psalms, what is man that thou art mindful of him, or the son of man that thou visitest him? He was made a little lower than the angels. So we're down the pecking order. According to Kabbalism, we're at the bottom. We're not really the pinnacle of creation. We're actually down in Malkuth, which is the manifested realm, which is at the bottom of the tree of life. We're like a big old piece of ripe fruit hanging off that tree of life. And as soon as we're born, there you go, there's a diagram of it. Malkuth's down at the very bottom, down there. And just as soon as we're born, we begin to die. Might be 100 years, might be 120 years, but death starts just as soon as you come out of that portal into this realm, the Vesica Piscis, the woman's womb. There's no other entrance into this realm except through that Vesica Piscis, and that's all sacred geometry, and that's in the tarot, all that stuff. But you begin to die. So the whole purpose here, and I'll tie it back into Genesis there, is a lot of people believe that the story in Genesis about Adam and Eve was actually telling you what's happening but it's been reinterpreted to be something that's negative, whereas certain religions taught it that what it says is you made a choice to become a god, because what you did was you partook of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil and chose death in order that you might be resurrected in the fullness of life. You see, the whole revelatory thing about Jesus, whether he lived or not, is really immaterial. But the whole revelation of the Christ is it's God comes down, becomes mortal, and dies, and is
So
resurrected
that
and
you have
becomes God.
eternal life. You die so that you have eternal life, because
That's it.
it's the earth itself, right? And in the winter it's the death and the gestation and the rebirth of the young child in the spring, and the rule in the summer of the grand king that also goes to sleep and comes back again. It's like
They
that
all fit.
right
They
there
all go
that we
hand in
all live
hand.
with.
They
Yeah, that we all live with all the time.
right. So here's the most important thing that we fail to understand is we don't have to wait till we die to operate in our higher being. See, if you shake all of the teachings down, the esoteric teachings, people are, they've always wanted to tie these teachings to Egypt, and there's a reason behind that. One of the things about Egypt that anybody that studies ancient religions and read these ancient documents like I do, you always want to ask why. And the reason they wanted to get a hold of the truth about Egypt was Egypt was able to manipulate the Kundalini energy probably better than anybody ever, or at least that's the perception, and historically what it seems to show. The pharaohs, they had the little headdresses, and they had two little things up on their headdress. One of them represents the Kundalini energy, the other one's the sun god Ra, all this stuff. Well, a lot of people think, oh, well, what does that mean? Well, most people know that the Kundalini energy is like the spring coil that is up and down your spine. And I don't have time to talk on all this tonight. We do it some other night. But that's actually, you know, where the Kundalini energy abides as far as tantric teaching goes. I believe it's a little more than that, but the tantrics teach that, there's black tantra and there's white tantra, and one of them says, well, don't have no sex. The other one says, well, have sex, but make it holy. And then you got Western mysticism over here that says, you want to release your Kundalini, you got to get your third eye open, and you got to, clear your chakra field, and you got to do all this other stuff. And a lot of them miss certain key aspects to how that energy works. One of the things the Egyptians knew about this stuff better than anybody was they understood the vibrational frequencies. And one of the keys to releasing the Kundalini energy in yourself is piercing the throat chakra. And so, that's why you see such a heavy influence put on things in like tarot for things that are moved through the throat chakra, which is language. See, people don't understand that language didn't just arbitrarily happen. Oh, well, that's an ox, and we're going to turn it into letter A and all this other stuff. There's some great classic works out there that really tell you what the esoteric structure of language is all about. And language is magic. You see, animals don't have the ability of language. They're
Yeah.
encapsulated in their form, and they operate on probably intuition and everything that's built into them as far as the form goes, but they can't really communicate other than maybe they might communicate telepathically, but they don't have the power of magic, and
when
that power.
certain when certain like pack leaders grunt or whatever and like lead their pack, is that like that's what they can grasp, that's what they
Right.
can do, like that's what
Sure.
they have. Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
But
I understand.
language gives you magic. And by magic, I mean real magic. I don't mean hocus pocus bullshit. I mean real magic. You see, if you look at the key things in all the religions for where we came from, the Bible says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word became flesh. What is the most important thing in some of the Eastern religions? What's the sound that they utter that's the great sound?
Yeah, that would be the sound of all creation,
Om.
the OHM, the
Right,
Om.
vibrational
Om.
frequency. You know what
But then in the
kymetics?
Bible it says, hey, it says don't chant and don't make repetitive, like sort of mesmerizing sounds. I mean, mesmerism didn't exist, but don't
Sure,
make repetitive chanting sounds. And then you got Catholics with the prayer map of the rosary, which is the basic practice of repeating the sounds
sure.
until that you sort of got yourself into the state to let go of your transgression because you whipped yourself enough for it, and like
Right. Well, see, all of that, the whole mystery behind all of that is the vibrational
sure.
frequency for the throat chakra. See, because here's the thing, what really releases the Kundalini is to vibrate your gland, the little hair like cilia up there on the
Yeah,
gland in your brain that produces DMT. You know what gland that is? It's the
the
pineal gland.
pineal, the
Yeah,
pineal, yeah.
pineal, however you pronounce it. That
Yeah, I
releases
think it's pineal,
DMT.
right?
That releases DMT, which causes you to have. Well, DMT is released when you die. When you die, and your body leave, or your spirit leaves your body, you get this massive dump of DMT into your
So it's
body.
the pineal gland. He's talking about activating the cilia so that they tickle around and releasing dimethyltryptamine.
Yep, that's it. And that causes you to have a religious experience, you know. Uh,
They're going through the tunnels or out of body, leaving my body sort of trips, and and sometimes they live, and otherwise they go all the way. They just have the rest of the DMT, and they are DMT. They're like bye,
out of that's right.
and by the
So
way, guys, don't be scared to die because that's what it is. It's like
right.
bye.
I mean, it's just another it's just another portal into another realm. So I'm all for Christianity. I'm all for all religions if people pursue them with integrity and the fervor of belief, and don't deceive themselves, and be true to yourself. You have to know yourself. All of our religions that we currently practice in the world today are really Neoplatonic. If you line them all up and you put that master key of Neoplatonism up against them, they all kind of fall into those same patterns, and you can put whatever terminology you want to on it, but it's real simple. It's so simple, that we stumble over it time and time again. It's about your path, each person's path. You are that individual beam of light that went through that prism and strayed it out there and was blue or red or green or yellow, whatever it was. And you're on a journey at your vibrational level, frequency, and you're learning lessons, and you'll return back to the source. Because if you look at the tree of life down there at Malkuth, that's where it goes to ground, and it flips right back up and goes right back up to Keter, and the whole electrical cycle just starts all over again. So, you know, your divinity encapsulated in a manifested form. So let's live in the divinity. Start recognizing your divinity, because this monkey body, it's going to fight with the other monkey bodies because it has a beastic nature. When you see the beast in the Bible, I got news for
Mhm.
you. There ain't no 10-headed sea dragon going to come up out of the ocean, in the end time. The beast is us, because the number of man is 666. Spirit, soul, and body. Six is the not the number of God. 7 is the number of God in biblical numerology. Man has 5 senses, and then he has a soulish sense, the sukkikosh or the sukkaic. That's where our terms for psychology and psychiatry and a person being a psychic come from. It means soul.
Right.
And
Or just psyche, or yeah.
psyche, right. So that's the number of man, 6. The old 5 kings of the Philistines, the senses, the 6th sense or the soulish realm. And then there's your higher self, which is the realm of God, number 7. Big old number 7. You got 7 chakras, right? Tree of life is just a different variation of the chakra system. They're the same thing.
Right.
They're the energy fields in your body with Hebrew names, vice versa. So that's how you understand yourself. When we get outside of wanting to understand ourselves and we put on this, exoteric type of religion, everybody suffers. People die. We go to war. We tell people they can't love who they want to love. They can't dress the way they want to dress, because we're using an exoteric, an outward holiness to project onto
Mm-hmm.
people and say, you've got to walk this way, you got to talk this way, you got to act this way, you got to be this way.
And you
Or
mean that because it's enforced? You mean that because it's enforced?
right. So I applaud you, Grady, for being a Christian. It's probably the pinnacle of all of the ancient teachings, brought down and made simplified and put together. But I don't believe in the vehicle they attached it to for controlling people, which is you're going to go to hell, you're condemned, you're always going to be a sinner. There's nothing of any value in you. The whole thing about the religion is they should be focusing on the fact that the Christ is within you, and if you will allow the Christ within you to manifest and to rise up, and not see yourself in the dead body of whoever you are, but to see yourself as the higher being that you always are going to be after your body dies, then we could probably do some wonderful things in society. But we like to focus on the monkey. I'm done preaching.
Well, I definitely think there's something going on beyond our reasoning. I mean, it's hard for me to believe everything came from nothing with no type of design. I mean, they say they prove it through science, but it's all theory still. And if you look at a 1960 science book, it's a fucking joke, man. So like everything, all this stuff people were being told about science like 50, 60 years ago is not true now. I minored in psychology over 20 years ago, and all that's fucking different now,
Right.
What did I really fucking learn? I learned nothing,
Right.
So
Well,
I feel like a lot
Were
of
you
stuff
like
that
you
we
were
take
on
as fact is just theory and
Philip
it's going to change.
Zimbardo?
Huh?
You like on Philip Zimbardo and all?
No.
You don't remember that from psychology?
I mean, refresh my memory there. Zimbardo?
Zimbardo. They did a bunch of experiments. Actually, they've done it into like the 2000s. Philip Zimbardo, he had like a goatee and like dyed black hair, and all the psychology experiments.
No, I mean, I took, I think I got into like I think I got like 15 hours or something. I was going for a minor, and then I switched it up to
Oh, okay.
sociology.
right.
Okay. Yeah, I switched mine. I mean, I didn't, but I started in anthropology, but I went through psychology for a few rounds. But that stuff always came up, all of his things. And then just getting back on the internet, in 2010, his shit was still coming up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really truly believe like when we're looking at space and the stuff they're telling us. For instance, I can't positively say the Earth is not flat, not because it's not seen as round, but you can talk to some very intelligent physicists and they'll claim everything's flat. That light creates an illusion of dimension. So under
Oh,
that theory, the Earth is flat. Everything's fucking flat. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I
Well,
didn't think that Grady specifically, but when you were speaking before cosmic, I was thinking about this sort of thing that like when you were talking about, let's say celestially, the sort of the gel projection of everything from like maybe like Sirius as a source, and things being projected in space as conical manifestation of gel and that sort of thing.
right,
So I don't know if that relates or not, but
and
I got that.
there may be because I've seen atheists in debates argue like failed planets as proof of there is no God. Like, but we don't really know if that's a failed planet or if it has some other purpose. We don't. I mean, think about we're talking about fucking
There's no
outer
like
space,
proving
man. We
there's
don't
no
know.
right.
God. I mean, there's
I'm
no
gonna.
proving there's no God
I'll
more
be right
than
back. I gotta
you
go
look at
restroom.
things and you say there is order. There's order somewhere.
Right.
Okay, cosmic. Sorry. No, I mean, there's no proving there's no God. You walk around, and you see more order. And that doesn't.
You can't prove it either way.
Yeah,
And the thing
it's
about
not
it
proving or
is, with
disproving.
God, you have to have faith. But to me, it just seems like there's something going on, but I'm not part of it. But I am a part of it. Like, that's my thing about I don't know if there's an afterlife. I don't see the purpose. I mean, I can see that there's some purpose for me being in this realm right now. That is somehow
Yeah,
serving a higher power to achieve some kind of goal he's got going
you
on
could
in
do
this
something
realm.
right now. Yeah, you can do something right now. I think you maybe your afterlife is your detachment where you can't, but you wouldn't. You don't
Well,
care to. You don't have any drive either way. You know what I mean? Like you just
I
you're
just don't like
detached.
if you were
Like it
like
doesn't matter.
if you were to make if you were like in our realm, if you were gonna be like play God, right? You would make it on a computer program full of Sims, right?
We'll
And do
ask
you
them.
really care if the Sims live or die like after the game's over? I mean, I don't know, but
Oh,
there could be some
that's
purpose
funny,
for the
Grady. Good
Sim.
question. Good question. Good question. So when we had Tamagotchis, right? My sister would reset it. I was like, "What do you dare to reset it? Just pretend like it doesn't matter that you didn't feed it or didn't take it to the gym.
Oh, I used to I
How do
used
you
to
dare
put the
reset
I used to build walls all around the Sim, and just watch him suffer.
it?" That's terrible. But
They would start crying and
you were
shit.
you were you were fighting back against something, Grady, for sure.
Yeah, when I had Sims, I just used to do all kinds of fucked up shit to it. I never really. It's like even when I
Right.
was playing
Right.
Grand Theft Auto, I never like actually played the game. I just drove around listening to the radio, beating up prostitutes. That
So
was the
yeah.
fun I
So
got out
like
of it.
yeah, our son, he's a boy, he's like 26 now, okay? But when he was playing one of them, he would just be like, "Hey, what's up, chicks?" Whoopsh, whoopsh. And then we let him do it for like 2 weeks. And then when he went out into public, we were just like, "PlayStation none. You have PlayStation no." We just got rid of it
It's,
'cause he
I mean,
was
I would steal
going
cars and I
public.
would beat up hookers and take their money.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
There's
basically,
some
yeah.
kind of goals within the game you're supposed to accomplish. I never accomplished one goal.
You know why I could never figure it out? I would get like the whole FBI and SWAT team on me in like 2 seconds. Like I would make a mistake and shoot a
Oh
cop
yeah,
or something, and
yeah,
all of a
yeah.
sudden there would be like helicopters, and I was like, "Shit, I didn't mean to." So I could never get anywhere in the game. Shit, that shit's funny, man. I can't believe that.
But yeah, so it's hard for me to wrap my mind around an afterlife or a purpose for me in particular. But I could see a purpose like in this realm.
Right. Well, why don't you think there's a purpose for you? I'm just curious.
Well, I just don't understand like what would I do after this life, Like what is they act like you're going to go be with your loved ones and live in heaven forever, but it's like, why don't we just stay here? You know, like I don't understand
Right.
what the point is. If you're gonna do the exact same thing there that went on here, but like a better version of it, I don't understand. To me, if I go on, there's some kind of mission, and this is like the first part of it, and then I would go on and I would probably maybe go somewhere else and serve whatever
Wait a
purpose
minute.
I'm serving
Is
here,
this
you
like a
know.
moment thing where, well, we're on Adam's planet now, but Grady will soon have his own planet? Is that what's going on now? And like that's where you're moving on to once you get
Well,
that Grady
I
on,
can kind of get my mind wrapped around
you're ready for that.
reincarnation, you know. But probably only if you have kids. I couldn't imagine how a person who didn't procreate could be reincarnated because you're kind of existing. You know, there's traits of you that'll manifest later on, several generations later. Who's to say your consciousness doesn't actually come back? You know. But if you don't procreate, I don't see how that would be possible. I feel like you would just be dead forever.
The first
Yeah.
time that you said it, I was like, well, that it doesn't seem like your offspring or progenitor should, see, what happened in order for you to be coming back. Because you might be coming back as a bear or something. You don't have to have a son to come back as a bear.
Well, see that point, that kind of reincarnation, I can't wrap my mind around. I feel like there could be a scientific way to explain reincarnation if it's through your own bloodline,
Mm.
because there
Yeah.
are genetic memories they're finding that are stored in your DNA.
Sure.
I don't believe in it, man. I believe like more or less, some sort of electrical consciousness that I have, it'll just into somewhere else, this is it, It's going to obliterate. Like everything. Everything expands and destroys, into like nothing. Like it completely obliterates and then slowly compacts down into something else.
Yeah. The only way you can formulate opinions about I'm not a big science geek. I mean, I believe in science, don't get me wrong, but I believe science is like any other knowledge base. It's constantly evolving based on
Always.
the information we have and what we come across and technology and blah blah blah. Same thing with spiritual teachings. But one of the things that you can do, and this is what I was alluding to earlier, is really we base most of everything we do, belief wise, science wise, mathematically, and everything on ancient writings or accounts. It's observational stuff. See, that's where all the knowledge really kind of comes from, whether it's observational through our path in life or through a psychedelic experience or I got hit by lightning on the golf course and had a vision. So that's what you got to look to. And the only real accounts we have for afterlife is people that have had near death experiences,
Right.
NDEs. And if you go out there and look at the NDEs, there's a lot of common threads in those NDEs, but there's also a lot of nuanced differences based on those persons' lives. But there's also a
Yeah,
good
I'll throw
show.
one out. I'll throw a nuanced difference out. Some people are like, they're horrified. They're really scared. Some people are really peaceful, but some people are horrified and really scared. I mean, and it's like complete opposite reaction, but they come back with these, accounts. So
Right,
there are nuances that are like strikingly different.
right. And there was a show on Netflix here last year. I think it's when I watched it. It's probably older than that, but it was about people that had near death experiences and stuff. And one of the episodes was talking about there was a kid when he was about 5 years old. He kept telling his parents that his name wasn't the name they'd given him, that it was
Yeah, I
this
heard that.
other name, and he began to draw these pictures and stuff. Well, make a long story short, he basically had been a pilot in World War II, and had been killed, shot down in his airplane. He knew what his name was. He knew what his rank was. He knew what plane he flew. He knew what his buddies' names were that he was in the Air Force with. And they just
Yeah.
kept poop on it and poop on it. Well, finally they got a person, an expert, to talk to him because they was worried about things, sanity and everything else. And they tracked it all down, and everything this 5-year-old kid said was the gospel. I mean,
Right.
the guy's name was dead on. He flew this plane. He was shot down in a certain battle, and he was white when he was in the airplane as a pilot. And this 5-year-old kid was an African American child. So that kind of blows your concept of race out of the water there too, because if that's the case, there's that's information there that's kind of hard to really put anywhere other than just accept it for what it is. But they got to studying in this show that, does this happen a lot? And they found out it happens a whole lot, especially when children are in this early age bracket, between 2 to 6 years old. They seem to
They
have
start recounting things that people are like, "Oh, that's a great fantasy." Their parents and they're, and they
there
don't
you
even
go.
think about it later. Yeah, so it's not even
Yep.
an issue. It just passes by casually. Yeah, yeah,
Yep. So I mean, who knows? And it's really it's not as important as we think it is, because really what's important is the path you're on right now. In the path that you're walking right now is what is important. And are you living it to your fullest? Do you, are you willing? See, here's the thing about, like you said about DNA, we're just a big old meat sack full of energy and fluid. We're just a big electrical current. Your heart's electric, your brain's electric. You're just a big old, copper top battery in reality. You know, uh, so here's the thing: you're going to attract negative things. You're going to attract positive things. You know, and what these teachings of people talking about their chakras and all this other stuff, what they're dealing with is they're dealing with energies, and I think one of the most important things that you can, and the Bible talks about all this too. It's the same thing as they talk about prayer. They talk about the laying on of hands. They talk about fasting. They talk about reading the scripture. And that's the same stuff that people talk about meditation are talking about. We're all talking about the same things. We're just using a little bit different buzzwords, maybe a little bit different ritual, like Catholic Mass. Catholic Mass, and I'll probably get in trouble for this, but it's a
don't.
magical
We're not gonna.
it's a magical ritual. I mean,
Oh
think
yeah.
about it.
Oh,
You know?
Jimmy loved it. Jimmy drummer, he went to my mother's mass, and he hadn't been since high school, and he went, and just Eucharist. He was like, and I was like, no shit, Jimmy, because people have been doing this in caves and in secret for so long, and you just saw it happen again, and you got it, in the theater with the incense and the everything, and you
Right,
got it, and I was like, I'm like, not that I'm asking you to come back next week, or I'm not coming either, but
right.
you get
So
it, it's impactful ritual to what happened.
Right. So we're really all doing the same thing, but just like arrogant, prideful people that don't really understand what we're really all about, we all think we got it better. Religion and beliefs are like sports teams. Everybody wants to have one that they belong to, and they want to cheer for them, and they want to go on the weekend to the games, but
Yeah,
they're always going to say, my team's better than your team, because
yeah,
my team's got so and so, and my team's got. But in reality, we're all the same. That's one of the things that's one of the reasons I got into tarot, is because it's such a simplified, easy, illustrated system for people to look at theirself and understand theirself that's ever existed. I mean, it's just so easy to take that, because all it is, it's a pack of cards that have archetypes in the
yeah,
majors, and then it has
That's
numerological significance in the minors. And everything that happens or can happen in your life is contained in that 78 cards. And once you learn what they mean, you can just sit there and flip through them, and say, "Wow, this is what this represents." I kind of feel that today. Maybe I've kind of got this archetype working in me. So it's really about learning to, Paul said we're triune beings, right? He said, present yourself to God, spirit, soul, and body, right? He said, mortify the works of the enemy in your members, which is your physical members. Well, that's doing spiritual work. It's the same pay with people out here doing meditation, clearing their chakras. It's just like somebody over here bowed down before the altar and praying, give me this day my daily bread. They're rituals. They're magical rituals. And by magic, what I mean is we're learning to change ourselves. Because, see, I'm a magician by probably certain ritualistic standards. I mean, I know a lot about magic. I've done a lot of magic. I've practiced a
right.
lot of magic,
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I understand about magic is the only thing I'm going to change is my own mind.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe you can curse anybody. I don't believe that you can put a curse on anybody
You
because,
should tell Grady, but I believe you can accept a curse. So
well, it's about it all boils down to, are you willing to participate in their delusion? See, that's the thing. We talked about, you know, uh, Neoplatonism. If you look at, Plato defined how forms work, and we're encapsulated in this realm in a form. If we didn't, we'd probably all killed each other already. If we had dominion over each other as far as just saying things or thinking things. Now, I'm not saying you can't think a thought and then bring it into reality through your members. That's a whole different ball game. I'm talking about energy wise. If I influence you with an energy, it's nothing more than a suggestion. It's up to you to accept or reject that energy. Like if I come up to you today and say, "You look like you're having a bad day." That's
mm-hmm.
a projection of energy. That's actually a magical spell I'm throwing your way when I say you look like you're having a bad day. Well, you might be having the best day you've ever had in your life, but
Okay.
all of a sudden, because of that dispersion I cast your way with a magical spell by vocalizing it, that vibrational frequency we talked about earlier, with that
Yeah.
throat chakra, you can
Yeah.
accept it or you can reject it. That's why the Bible says, you know, what's the most dangerous thing there is? The tongue, right? The
Mm-hmm.
old tongue is what trips up the saints more than anything in the world. What you speak on yourself, what you speak on other people, the gossip, the backbiting, the lies. The tongue is a vicious weapon, and it's also the last thing to be tamed, isn't it? Didn't it say the tongue would be one of the last things to be tamed? So I projected a spell your way, and if you're just plodding through life, semi
Yeah.
comatose, not aware of who you are spiritually or what's going on in your life energetically,
Then
then
you
you
may
might,
take that on and decide,
right,
hey, if
right.
I look like I'm having a bad day, I am.
And all of a sudden you begin to believe it. And you begin to say, wow, I look awful, or I feel awful. Yeah, I'm depressed, blah, blah. And you just begin to spiral down with that old magical spell that I spoke on you. And you didn't have to do any of that. All you did was become a partaker of my delusion, see? Because I don't know how you feel, you know? I'm not in your path. I'm not walking your life. I may have intuition about things, but intuition is just a feeling, see? It's based on me and my perception of the energies that are out there. Well, there's all kinds of things that can affect my perception, just like things can affect your perception. So that's why the Bible talks about, and you'll hear all these Christians, they've written thousands of books about it. They talk about putting on the whole armor of God. Get up every day. I'm going to put on the whole armor of God. My head is covered with a helmet of salvation. The breastplate of righteousness is right here. My feet are shod with the preparation of the gospel. My loins are girt. That's a magical spell. That's a ritualistic process where you're covering yourself with the holy armor of God. That's a magical ritual. Well,
Yep.
what you're guarding yourself from energies. Now, do you really have armor on? Well, no, you really don't. But what you have
You don't
done
need it,
is
and
you,
you also don't need to use the digits like you said before, because
right,
that's how you actually control it. You don't even use the digits. No, you
right.
don't really need to put the oil on. You don't really need to move the digits. What you need to do is frame
Yep.
the realm.
You're
You're framing the realm for the next steps.
right.
That's it.
You, yep. Your higher consciousness is convincing your lower consciousness. See, there's your twins, there's your polarity, the difference, the duality. See, duality is not just about men and women. Everything has duality. See, duality, the Two of Swords in the tarot is a guy or a woman sitting there with a blindfold on and two swords crossed in front of her face. And those are the two hemispheres of your brain. Those are the two pillars. One's intuition and one's the logical mind. And she has them crossed because she's brought them into balance and she's blindfolded, which means she's not seeing with a physical eye. She's seeing with a third eye. And she's able, a lot of people interpret that card different, but I don't agree with most of what they say. She's brought those two hemispheres of her mind locked and balanced, and she's seeing with the third eye, her, spiritual eye. And see, that's what people need to learn to do in life so they don't get tossed about to and fro by every little thing that comes down a pike. So that's why I was saying the Bible's a wonderful, magical tool, with its teachings, like a lot of other wonderful, magical tools, because they've refined this stuff and shook it down and put it all in one book. But, you know, you are probably a young man based on your picture that I'm looking at here on your icon there, and you have tremendous things to offer to the other manifestations of God in this world. You don't probably fully realize it, but you have so much magic and wisdom and beauty and glory contained within you that all you need to do is tap into your higher self and bring your lower self into order so that you can begin to manifest the magical things that the universe has put into you to bring out that will cause other people to manifest the beautiful, wonderful, magical things that are in them. See, that's the thing we don't realize is to use biblical references again, because you're a Christian. It talks about the body of Christ. Jesus is the head, and we're the members of the body. The eye can't say to the hand, I have no need of thee, you know? And true religion, is you're always going to find Jesus where the need is. So wherever the need is where he shows up. What do we say about true religion and undefiled before the Father? Is to visit the widow and the orphan in their affliction. That's where you're going to find Jesus, is where people are pouring love out to help those less fortunate than themselves. So you have a lot to offer, Grady. That's why you're on this show tonight. That's why we're having these conversations, is because the cosmos is knocking on your door. And the cosmos is telling you you've got a wonderful life ahead of you. You're not on the wrong path. You need to raise up. You need to begin to find love, true love with your higher being, and begin to believe that there's no curse on you. All those things are broken off of you because you don't receive them. You don't believe them. And then you need to take on and heal the pain in your heart from your past, from your childhood, from your romance, from your schooling. Trauma is what keeps us from really walking the path we need to walk. We've all got trauma. We all suffer trauma from the time we're little up till current day. But you can resolve the trauma with healing energy, meditation, prayer, thinking, fasting, whatever ritual works for you. Get alone with yourself and your higher self or Christ or God or whatever it is, and let the universe minister to you, because you have got so much to offer. Just like Joe. Joe has a ministry on this show, whether he realizes it or not, and whether people out there in the audience realize it or not. Joe comes on here because he's a great dude with a big old heart, and he lets people talk, and he lets people be their self with no judgment, with no, preconceived ideas. You are what you are. So Joe's a lot like God in a certain sense, because he's just taking you as you are. He's the
Hey,
cosmos.
I'm not, devil, you were closer, but actually, dad's like God. I'm like son of God. I'm not like God. Dad's like God.
Well, you're divine.
And
We're
dad's
all
still here
divine.
for a minute. He's still here, right? He's like
So,
God.
so Grady, if you want good things are there for you, but you have to be willing to believe you deserve them. And you have to be willing to open your heart up and receive them. Don't defeat yourself. One of the other cards in the tarot, which I like a lot, and a lot of people don't, is there's a woman in the suit of swords that's standing with a blindfold on and all these swords stuck in the ground behind her. And the whole thing about that card is it's her keeping herself hostage. There's nobody in the picture tied her up. She's in there by herself with all those swords and blindfolded. So it's a
What's her
self-inflicted.
number?
It's the eight of swords.
86.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
the suit of swords in the tarot, the whole suit is about your mental processes. It goes from 1 to 10 because that's how numerology works. From the initial root of the issue, which is air, and air represents thoughts, all the way to 10, which is full manifestation and maturity. And as you look at the lessons, the fool walks through the cards and he learns
Planetaries
lessons.
do that too, from the deadest to like the sun. You know what I mean? They do the same scale,
Right,
from
right.
the most unaware to like the source of all energy.
Right. That's how that works. It's a progression. And so the suit of swords shows you what your tests are and what you have to deal with in your mental processes from start to finish. And of course, it winds up at the very end of that suit with a 10 of swords, which is where the Golden Dawn got its name from, the Golden Dawn,
I
because
always
it.
get 10 of swords and 9 of swords actually. When I usually get 10 of swords actually when I get red. So
Right. Well, ten of swords, a lot of people see it as a horrible card, but I don't, because it's actually chakra alignment. The swords are stuck in the guy up his spine in the chakra power points. He's making the sign of the Hierophant in his one hand, and he's facing away from the card person looking at the card, and he's looking at a sunrise coming up, and that's the Golden Dawn. So that's where the Golden Dawn got their name. So what it means is egoic death. When your ego dies, and you surrender your ego to the spiritual higher self, that's when you're going to see the light, you know, because as long as you're trying to maintain your ego, now I'm not saying get rid of your ego, because we have to have an ego in the manifested realm, but we don't need to let it drive the chariot. We need to let our higher angel drive the chariot, and that's what the
yeah,
chariot card's all about. Because, there's two sphinxes, the two polarities, the black and the white, Boaz and the other pillar, and chariot driver has got the reins and he's steering the two polarities to get to his destination. So that's kind of where you are right now is, you're
I'm canoe riding right now. Now that you're talking, so I'm
My
thinking.
problem is the older I get, I don't really see any value in any type of relationship. I feel like every type of relationship brings more problems than I get benefits. So, for
and
instance, like, I feel like people have befriended me in the past simply just to have me around for their needs. Like, for instance, you might get a call one day from some guy that, kind of a friend, and he's wanting you to help move his shit for him.
Sure. Yeah, of
I'm the
course.
kind of
Yeah.
guy I would never ask a friend to do that. I either do it myself or hire some Ubers or something. I would, but I always feel like any kind of friend I got has some kind of ulterior motive. They don't really give a fuck about me. There's something that
Yeah.
I can give them that they're
Yeah.
keeping me around. So I'm just like, fuck you. And
A
then
lot of
like in
people that have burned.
relationships too, like I don't like as far as like romantic relationships, I always feel like even myself, I get bored after a few months. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
imagine.
But
And
you
by the
feel like
way,
they're actually taking it.
I'm a totally monogamous person. Like if I'm in a relationship, I'm with them, right? Like I would never cheat. But at
Yeah.
the same time, I'm not necessarily happy because I get bored with it.
Right.
So then it's like, why even be in this relationship?
well, see, those are the
You sound
things
like
that.
you could do good 4 month stretches with some people. 4 months and
Well, I think you have those issues predominantly because you don't know yourself. You see, you got to start with self love. You've got to love yourself, and you've got to know yourself. You have to spend time and say, who am I? What am I? And what am I looking for here in life? Because you don't necessarily have to, get married and stay married. You don't have to have a lifelong relationship. I mean, you can do anything you want to do nowadays, but what's important is to do it because that's what you want to do. You need to know what you want, what you desire. And I totally understand what you're saying about friends that will monopolize you. They're all over the place. People nowadays are always looking for what they can get from most people. But
edging up, edging up.
uh,
And most of the bad shit that's happened to me has come from those the closest to me.
I totally
Like
understand.
Yeah,
people steal
but
from you that were your friends or even family.
I totally understand that, and that's where you just have to
you're not
look.
old though. You started with that old, like forget about that part. Like forget that. You got a lot more room.
And as far as just like fucking around with chicks for my own purpose, I feel like that doesn't make me happy either because I don't think they're into that. They're looking for a long term relationship, so I'm manipulating them for my own needs, and I don't like that either. It makes me feel like a bad person. So
Right.
I wouldn't be happy doing that. I would in the end I would feel bad. So I tend to like being alone, but then there's times where I don't like being alone, but I don't really like. I'm not close to anyone anymore because I've kind of pushed everyone away. So, and even like on
Man,
YouTube, like I don't talk to like I'm talking to you guys right now. This is kind of like the
yeah,
type of conversations I like to have, just to call up and have a conversation, get out. But I just like to make videos and stuff like that. A lot of people write me about my videos, like I never write them back, or anything,
right,
like yeah, I don't even know what to say to them.
right,
Right.
right.
Well, see, here's the whole thing about being totally self-contained. Uh, you know, it doesn't always work all the time. Here's something I would challenge you to do to help discover who you really are is go out and help somebody that you can't get anything from. Go work at a soup kitchen for a day. Go, work at a homeless shelter. Go pick up trash off the side of the interstate for 8 hours. Sometimes in order to discover ourselves, we have to get outside ourselves. We have to go beyond our rituals and our daily routines and put something out there that we know we're not going to get a return on. Because when we measure everything out based on profit and loss, we are always going to find more than likely that we're pretty much at a loss because of the world. One of the things that I get frustrated with on people in a lot of the spiritual movements is thinking that everything's always going to be great, and it's not. It's not
Yeah.
always going to be great, because it's like we said, this realm is created because of duality. So, it's a back and forth, expansion, contraction, expansion, contraction. That's what enables manifestation to happen in the physical realm, you know, and that's the influence of the planets and all this stuff swinging around us, and us 78% of water. But here's what the universe operates on: the principle that stands the test of time is love. You never go wrong by loving. You always get a return when you love, and love has to be defined. And by love, what I mean is unmerited love, where somebody's not going to give you anything in return, that you're going to love somebody, you're going to do something because God or the universe or whatever you have as your, icon there, loved us. I mean, somewhere in your life you experienced love, whether it was through your parents or whether it was through a brother, sister, sibling, girlfriend, boyfriend. So we're not totally blind to what the concept of love is in the manifested realm, but now take it up a notch and realize that there's a cosmic love, or there's a higher form of love that's above the manifested realm, that doesn't know loss. It's that pure light. It's that higher self. It's that unconditional love. See, the whole thing about the manifested realm is, in order to exist, there has to be conditions, like gravity. What causes gravity? Conditions. It's the old Earth spinning around at a certain speed, and the mass of the Earth creates this field called gravity and keeps from slinging us off into space. I mean, first off, life in the manifested realm is a miracle anyway, because basically we're a bunch of monkeys flying around on a snowball around the sun at 68,000 miles an hour, and nobody flies off. So that in and of itself is why I believe in the cosmos and a God, or whatever you want to call it, even beyond science, is because that works apparently. But there's a universal love that's in the higher realm that has no conditions. It's what birthed everything. It's what created manifestation. It's what created everything. It's just love. It just radiates light and love. Of course, there's also shadow, which is, part of the manifested realm, but that's something that we can deal with only with the higher love. That's what enables us to see in the shadows, is not prejudice, not conditions. And that comes back to us where we talked about self love. You have to be willing to look in the mirror and see yourself for what you really are. You know, we can deceive ourselves and think, oh, we're this, or we're that, or we're this, or we're that. But only when we become willing to actually open our third eye through the light of unconditional love and say, show me who I am. Show me what I am. Show me what my path is. Will we ever really face what's keeping us from really seeing the fullness of who and what we are. And we all have a tendency to want to blame things. I'm right there with that. I want to blame my problems on something or somebody else. That's human nature. Oh well, I could be this if this had happened, or I could have this if that would have happened, or I could this, blah blah blah. I finally got past that here just a few years ago when I began to realize I still deal with it, but I mean, I've come a long way when I began to realize that there's nothing that's happened to me that I didn't cause. My world is what I've created because of the decisions that I've made. If I don't have any friends that are true and loyal to me, it's my fault because I'm probably looking in the wrong place for friends, or I'm not being communicative enough with these people to set my boundaries and say, hey, I love you. I'm more than willing to do things with you, but I have boundaries, and here's my boundaries. And if we're going to have a relationship, a friendship, these are your boundaries. So we can still love each other and be friends, but we're going to respect each other's boundaries. See, that's the problem in society nowadays is everybody thinks it's all about them. We've got to expand our thinking and expand our personalities and spirits and realize that we're a collective. We're a society. We're the body of Christ, and the hand can't say to the eye, I have no need of thee. And until we get to that place again in society, we've been there different times before, but until we get back to that place, what we're seeing right now politically and in this society and on the brink of possibly utter destruction or total chaos or whatever, until we realize that we need to get back there. If we don't, if you want to use a biblical example, as we're talking about the Bible earlier, when they did harvest in the old days, they had two harvests. They had the first harvest, talks about the first fruits, and what it was the grain would get ripe, some of it, before the rest of it would. And they would walk through the field and hand pick the first fruits. And then, when the rest of the grain got ripe, they would come through and take iron sleds and drive it over the grain to harvest it, push it all down. So there's your options in a biblical allegory. You have two ways to become the harvest. You can be a first fruit and submit to the hand picking, which is you doing the work, submitting yourself to the hands, the fivefold ministry, of allowing the work of the cosmos and God in your being. Or you can wait till circumstance and situation create a sled of iron, and iron, we all know what iron represents, tribulation, hardship, and it'll drive you to the ground. And then you've got the old allegory that comes in about if you don't fall on the rock is going to fall on you and grind you to powder. Now, what that means is it's not some big old ugly ogre God up there thumping you a club. It's just saying that if you go down a path of obstinance and stubbornness and unwillingness to see your situation and other people's situation, and you believe a lie, there's going to be conflict. And that's kind of where we are in society today is people say, well, the truth is whatever I say it is, just like the flat earth, concept. They've disproved the flat earth concept time and time again, simply because we've seen it from space and they've shot it with, radar and everything else. But it's really immaterial because, there's always going to be somebody that really doesn't want to know the truth about the situation. They just want to believe whatever they have entrenched in their head. We have to get back to empirical truth, and we have to get back to be willing to accept certain empirical truths. That don't mean we can't transcend them at some point with technology or better understanding of, just like launching a rocket to the moon. We finally learned how to overcome gravity and was able to go into outer space. But until that time, you're bound by those precepts and principles until you learn to transcend them. So that's just where we are. Is you got to do the work. One of the things, I have people that get with me privately and want me to teach them things about tarot and spiritual practices and stuff. And one of the things I use to illustrate in the tarot cards is the suit of pentacles. There's 4 suits in tarot, and you've got the wands, which represent passions, the fire of life, and then you got cups, which represent your emotions, because it's like water. It's the suit of water, and emotions are like water because they're fluid and they change shape, whatever they're poured in, all this other stuff. And then, of course, you got your swords, which is your thinking processes. That's your mental capacities and how you apply things. But then it comes down to the suit of pentacles, which is also called suit of coins. Of course, everybody sees that as, oh, that's money issues and it's this and it's that. And it's all those things. It's everything that is in you in the manifested realm. It's your job, it's your family, it's your works, it's your all this, but most importantly, it's your works. It's the things that you do in your life to generate the path and the life that you exist in. Well, one of the things I tell these people that want to study with me, I say, I'm going to tell you up front, the most important thing that you have to realize about any spiritual work is you have to do the work. We can sit there with wands and have all the passion in the world, all the primal fire to want to do this and do that. We can take it to the next step and we can get all emotional about it and the old suit of cups, and we can jump up and down and write slogans and manifestations on paper and burn them and say this is going to happen, that's going to happen. And then we can come and begin to think about it. Oh, I'm going to confess it and think about it in the suit of swords. I'm going to think about it round the clock. But it all boils down to pentacles. If you don't get out there and pick up a hammer and hammer out that pentacle and do that work in this manifested realm, nothing is going to happen. You can think, you can be passionate, you can be motivated, you can have ritual, you can have confession, but until you actually put your feet in the shoes and walk it out, nothing is going to happen. So that's how magic truly happens, is you set your affections, and then you set your plan, and then you move forward in action and begin to cause things to transpire. It's that same way with our lives. If we want true friends, we've got to do the work. If we want true romance, we've got to do the work. If we want better finances, we've got to do the work. It's all about doing the work in a manifested realm. That's the curse that we talked about in the Bible earlier. Man is going to earn his living by the sweat of his brow. Thorn and thistle are going to spring up. Now, that don't mean you can't overcome those things, because you can still, earn, but you're going to sweat. There's pain in childbearing. Tell me any woman that's had a childbirth that can't explain to you pain in childbearing, but even more importantly, it's an allegorical thing that anything you're going to bring to life is going to be struggle. Childbirth is the closest that a child and a woman come to death other than actually dying. It's a struggle into this realm through that vesca piscis, that gate, and both the woman and the child have to suffer it. So the reality of this realm, I'm not going to give you no bullshit pep talk. I'm going to tell you that it's nasty now, and it takes effort and it takes work. But the beauty of this realm, when things are right and you tap into that unconditional love, not only from above, but with somebody that you love and care about, or a coworker or a friend or a sibling or a parent that you've been removed from for some reason, When you let that unconditional love flow, it lifts all the boats, man. And that's what people are going to have to get back to. We're going to have to quit pursuing the materialistic bullshit, trying to devour each other over political opinion or over persona, trying to manifest our ego and project it onto everybody else so that we create mini me's. That's all temporal horse shit, and it's going to die with that old meat sack of a monkey man that we are when our time runs up at 100 years, and all those lessons that were in that meat sack that you learned is what you're going to carry forward into the eternal spark. And if you didn't learn what you need to learn, I'm afraid that there is that possibility that you may have to make another trip around the old mountain. So, anyway, I'm done.
Okay.
I got great hope for you, Grady.
Yeah, I hope so. I, I've tried to do charity work. I volunteered one Thanksgiving, and they made me in charge of the green beans, which they told me I had to count out the green beans. I had to give them 16 green beans each, right?
Oh,
So,
way. No
so
way.
like everybody else,
Jesse,
they're
Jesse,
getting like a
I gotta
slab of
go. It's too
turkey.
late. It's too late, man.
Okay.
It's too late. I'm sorry, guys. No, really, they made you count out 16 green beans. No, it's just too late. My wife is out now. She's going, out.
It's Cosmic's fault.
I won't.
Well, I'm just saying that, I'm counting out these freaking green beans.
Yeah.
And after a while, I'm like, you know what? I mean, sit there in your mind, count out 16 green beans
No, I
over and
know.
over and
That's
over again.
that's
This is not
absurd.
fun.
It's absurd.
And the
It's
guys
absurd.
tell me, oh, you got to do it because they'll go fucking nuts if you don't, Because if they see you give one person like 15 green beans, somebody else gets 16 green beans, they're going to come
And they
after
can
you.
see
And I'm
it.
like,
Yeah.
I like to think man is not like that, So after about an hour, I'm like, of just counting out green beans, I just start putting green beans on a fucking plate. And sure enough, some fucking dude started going fucking nuts. So I gave somebody else more green beans than him. Then they demoted me to the banana pudding, which that was humiliating. And this banana pudding lady got put on the green beans, and she was all uppity about it, like she was hot shit. She could count green beans. And I'm just sitting there plopping banana pudding. And then I found Alpo in the pantry, mixed in with the human food, and I actually accused them of feeding the homeless people fucking dog food. But it turns out they keep some Alpo on hand because some homeless people have dogs.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So
good to know.
it all went fucking south for me that holiday.
Right.
I promise I gotta go.
But it was the effort that's what counted, brother.
Well, I was kind of forced to. Like my college roommate got busted for like pulling that fire alarm, and I hid with him in a dorm room, and I didn't even do it. And they fucking they made him paint fire hydrants, and they made me like work at a soup kitchen on Thanksgiving, counting out fucking green beans.
We may have to give you a nickname. Grady Green Bean George.
Hey, at least I've always wanted a nickname. I always get like.
You don't want green bean though. I'd go with banana pudding before I'd go with green bean.
That's what I'm saying. She felt like she was demoted. She felt like she was demoted when they switched.
It was humiliating.
Yeah.
They fucking demoted me to the banana pudding in front of everyone, and they promoted the fucking banana pudding. Like that what disappointed me. I think they picked me for the green beans because I was the only one that could actually probably count out 16 green beans. The rest of these,
I can count to 16. That's how I qualify. Yeah.
Yeah, and this fucking banana pudding lady thought she was such hot shit. She got demoted.
Okay, well
I got demoted.
Oh man, I love you guys. Appreciate you, Joe. Appreciate you, Grady.
All right, man. You take it easy.
All right, brother.
Bye, man. That's crazy, man. See ya.
Later.